Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Masters the Art of Puppets. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Betrayal. Anger. Sadness. Those were the feelings that plagued Naruto all of his life. For 4 years he lived a life of hell. Defenseless. He had no idea why, but nearly everyone in Konoha hated his very existence. And he could do nothing about it. But those days changed the day he journeyed to Suna with the third Hokage and discovered a way to defend himself. It also led to an obsession. Current time. 4-year-old Naruto didn't know how he got here. All he remembers was running from a group of angry children who saw him talking to a lonely redhead that could control sand. He ran for what seemed like hours, running toward the outskirts of the village. He had tripped over a large rock, fell down into a ravine and into a tunnelway. It was there that he stumbled upon a door. It had a picture of a red scorpion and looked like it hadn't been opened in years. Injured and angry with those a-hole kids, he pushes the door open with a scowl. He would get back at them later. He looks down a long dimly lit hallway and sees yet another door at the end of it. He makes his way over to it. "Whoa," was all he could say when he lays eyes on what was in the room. There were body parts, tools, weapons, and scrolls all over the place. The body parts were made of strong wood. He looks around confused until he spots an old journal. It was sitting on a small worn-out desk and had a black cover with a drawing of a red scorpion on it. It obviously hadn't been used in years. He slowly makes his way over to it and flips through a few pages before realizing that the journal contained a single message. A mere paragraph of words. He reads the message with a raised eyebrow. "I am known as Sasori of the Red Sands. That is all you need to know about me. My age is timeless. My prowess is unprecedented. My power will be unrivaled. I am the MSTR of the puppet techniques, killer of a Kazekage, soon to be immortal. I have delved deep within techniques that all others have feared to tread. I have left this room as a taunt to you arrogant Suna shinobi. No doubt someone will stumble upon this room and use the puppets here to strengthen their own, and I have left the means to do so. And for that, Suna, you had better be thankful." Naruto smirks and drops the journal. Not at all impressed with this Sasori's little message. Too bad I'm not from Suna. Stupid Sasori team. He walks over to a simple-looking scroll and picks it up. "I'll become greater than even you." "Stuck up, B," he says with a frown as he looks at what the title said. Basic Puppeteer Exercises. Naruto raises an eyebrow and continued to read. What he found intrigued him. Apparently Sasori used this room exclusively when he created his puppets and even as he trained as a rookie puppeteer. He spent countless hours reading through the scrolls of this room, and now it would be Naruto's turn. His interest grew by the second. He learned that in order to control the puppet, one required the skill to create chakra strings and complex finger movements. There were instructions at the bottom for beginners. He spent the next couple of days practicing the finger movements and the chakra exercises needed to create chakra strings. It went well despite his apparent lack of chakra control. After he had more or less perfected the chakra string, he went on to the next step of learning how to become a puppeteer. He had to learn how to attach the chakra strings to an object and make it move. This was a lot more difficult than creating chakra strings. He quickly learned that he needed to increase his control over chakra if he wanted to accomplish this goal. He spent 2 weeks doing so when yet another scroll was revealed to have several different chakra exercises described in it. Naruto didn't know what compelled him to continue reading the scrolls on puppets or why he even spent so much time learning the steps to learn the technique, but he did. He just kept on reading through the scrolls, learning from the instructions left behind by some unknown shinobi of Suna, completely unaware of the power he was granting himself. 3 weeks went by and Naruto had succeeded in making an arm on the wall move and launch a barrage of sunbon. He had even managed to use the arm to hunt. He was coming along quickly, his skill growing every day. By the end of the 4th week he was able to walk up and down the walls using his chakra. He was able to quickly and efficiently create and attach chakra strings to the puppet parts and bring them to life. He even had a pretty good grasp of what movements moved what on the puppet. He grins and opens his current scroll a bit further, proceeding to the next step. Step 22, creating your own puppet. Naruto grins. He didn't know it was even possible to create his own puppet. Then again, it should have been obvious. He read through the instructions on how to use the various tools needed to assemble a puppet of his own. Various screwdrivers, oils, mallets, hammers, and even a blowtorch lie about the room waiting to be used. Naruto grins again and looks around. There were various torsos, arms, legs, a few heads, a lot of different weapons including a large zanbatsu and even some hair. He takes it all in, deciding what to use. He finally settles on a torso that would belong on a young teen, the large zanbatsu and a large ball of yellow hair. 2 months went by. Naruto was covered in oil, dirt, and sand. This was by far the hardest thing he had ever indulged in. Creating a puppet was something that took skill and time. He was up for most of the 2 months working on his custom puppet. Hey, I hope Hokage Gigi isn't too worried about me, he says to himself as he makes the final adjustments to his puppet. The rate at which Naruto learned the techniques in the scrolls could have been described as prodigious. His brain soaked up the info with ease and efficiency. It was as if something within him provided him with the right type of deducing skills needed to learn quickly. He didn't focus on that though. He was currently reading yet another scroll as he tightened the joints and various other parts on his puppet. This one was a human anatomy scroll. He didn't really understand why a scroll such as this one would be in a room like this, but he figured if it was there then he perhaps should study that as well. Ah, finally, says an excited Naruto as he finishes his puppet. It was a near-perfect replica of himself, only about 1.5 feet taller. He had the same blue eyes and wild yellow hair. He even had 6 whisker marks on his cheeks. His jaw was segmented so it could open wide enough for various projectiles such as kunai shuriken and sunban needles. The left forearm was a wide cylinder that held sunban and poison gas, while the left arm split in half and a spinning demon wind shuriken attached to a rod extended out. On its back was the large Zanbatsu and a long fox tail. The tail was segmented and covered in yellow hair. It was twice as long as the puppet is tall. It held shuriken, kunai, and sunban, all dipped in a powerful poison he discovered near the back of the room. It was dressed in a tattered black cloak. That's all he had to work with at the moment, but he planned on changing that. He flexes his fingers and attaches the chakra strings to the puppet to test out his kill and its maneuverability. It immediately comes to life with various clicking sounds. Naruto moves his fingers a bit and the puppet slowly rises to its feet. He grins at his creation. He does a few test movements, causing the puppet to take a couple of steps forward. He smiles. Not bad for his first time. I'll call you Fox Naruto, he says as he pockets the anatomy scroll. The puppet clicks a few times. Naruto smiles and looks around the room. There was so much he still needed to learn. He knew that. He wanted to learn. He craved it. He walks over to the back of the room, his new puppet, Fox Naruto, taking clumsy steps toward him as Naruto continued to move his fingers and control it. Naruto scans the room and spots a pair of scrolls. He grabs them and looks at the titles. One was labeled Storing Your Puppets in Seals while the other was labeled Forbidden. Intrigued, Naruto opens the seal scroll first. Here are the instructions on storing your puppets, it read. Naruto looks down and there was a drawing of one seal. It was quite simple really. It merely required a few complex designs and the kanji for what you were storing in that seal. Naruto grins and pockets the scroll. That would come in handy in the future. He then looks at the other scroll in his hand and frowns. Something that said forbidden on it just didn't emanate a friendly aura. But it still. He said he was going to surpass Sasori, and that's what he intended to do. He could learn whatever was listed in this scroll. This forbidden scroll held the instructions to create a puppet made from a human corpse. In all of its gory detail. Naruto had never read anything so grotesque in his life. Hell, some of the treatment of the villagers weren't as gross as this. He continued to read, drinking in the info and subconsciously storing it within his mind. He learned that in order to create a human puppet he needed a lot of preservatives and a place to get rid of the organs. It was sick yet interesting at the same time. The more he read, the more he learned. For instance, he learned that a human puppet retains the abilities of the person used for the process. This included bloodline limits. He also learned that human puppets are a bit more durable than regular puppets. He pockets the scroll with a smile. He just might use this technique on some of his enemies. Naruto grabs a few more instruction scrolls and heads back toward the center of the room. Fox Naruto following. He looks around with a smile at all the leftover puppet parts, vials of liquid poison and tools. He grabs the tools, some of the jars of poisons and as much weapons as he could hold and puts them in his backpack along with all the scrolls and instructions. He looks around the room one last time and smiles. It was nearly completely cleaned out and Naruto's backpack was stuffed beyond its limits. Sasori of the Red Sands. I thank you very much, he says as he exits the room. I promise to be the greatest puppet ninja ever. And with that, Naruto, Uzumaki and Fox Naruto leave the old lab of Sasori of the Red Sands and heads back into Suna to meet with Sarutobi. Scene change. Sarutobi, the third Hokage of Konoha no Sato, was panicking. It had been nearly 3 whole months since Naruto had vanished. He was supposed to be back in Konoha 2 weeks ago. But he wasn't about to leave the blonde boy. He knew Naruto must have gotten caught up in something. Especially after the young boy by the name of Gaara informed him that Naruto was chased away by a group of mean kids because he had said hi to him and said his sand was cool. Sarutobi could still feel the happiness that was radiating from the redhead. The poor boy was living a life just like Naruto, it seemed. Suddenly a series of clicking behind him causes him to spin around. What he sees causes him to gasp. Naruto? He asks. Nah, I'm right here, Hokage Gigi. That's Fox Naruto. Sarutobi turns to the left and sees none other the Uzumaki Naruto standing on a boulder in front of him. His clothing was torn and dirty and his eyes were half closed. He was grinning with his arm extended and his fingers twitching and jerking. Sarutobi turns back to Fox Naruto and examines it closely. He gasps a second later. Like it, Hokage Gigi? I created it myself. It was awesome. I found this old puppet room and learned from the scrolls there. Naruto has his puppet leap over the Hokage and take its position next to Naruto. Sarutobi was speechless. Naruto had learned a Suna technique to this level in a mere 3.5 months? It was unheard of. On top of that, he had created his own puppet. Naruto Foha? Now I dare any stupid villagers to mess with me. Naruto leaps down to face the Hokage with a tired smile. Without another word, the two then make their way to the exit of Sunagakure. Neither of them notices a small reed head spying on them from a tree with sad smile. The boy sighs sadly before vanishing in a swirl of sand. Time skip. Naruto ran straight home as soon as he entered the village. A large scroll bouncing on his small back as he bound through the village. Courtesy of Sarutobi, who told him that walking through the village with a bag full of puppet parts, weapons, poisons and instruction scrolls would rouse the bloodlust of the already bloodthirsty villagers. He had sealed everything including Fox Naruto in that scroll for him. Naruto vowed to learn how to do that as well. He ignored the hate-filled glares and jeers thrown his way as he made his way toward his home. All of his anger and resentment gone for the moment, replaced by excitement. For just this moment, he burst into his apartment room and drops the scroll to the ground. He bites his thumb and swipes the blood across the kanji for seal. A sizable burst of smoke and a large pile of everything he had taken from Sasori's room was in front of him. He grins and grabs Fox Naruto and places him in his chair. He then grabs all of the scrolls and puts them in a pile at the foot of his bed. Next are all the weapons. He had actually managed to stuff quite a few in his backpack before Sarutobi sealed them. 3 katanas, about 600 senbon needles, 80 shuriken, 100 kunai, 2 large demon wind shuriken, a pair of broadswords, a chain WHP, a chain scythe, an extendable spear and 10 wicked curved daggers made up the pile. Next were the puppet pieces. There wasn't much, seeing as Naruto didn't want to be using Sasori's parts, but there were some essentials. 3 heads, 2 torsos and a set of arms and legs and 6 bottles of purple poison. He would make his own parts in the future. Last were the tools. The hammer, screwdrivers, the drills, the blowtorch. Everything he would need in order to build a puppet. Almost everything. He needed more tools and supplies. An issue he would address later. There was also that scroll on human puppets. Should he do such a thing? Turn someone into a puppet? For now he didn't have an answer. Worry about that later. I got work and training to do, he thought excitably. Over the next 6 years, Naruto became an enigma. He completely enthralled himself in the studies of the puppeteer and hardly left his apartment. He worked tirelessly day and night getting stronger. Sasori's message was taped to his wall, taunting him, forcing him to grow stronger. He completely isolated himself from the civilization that scorned him so terribly. He never once created another puppet, but he did create several different installations for Fox Naruto. Controlling the puppet became second nature. So well developed that it looked like the puppet possessed a life of its own. Naruto hardly had to move anything to get the puppet to follow his commands. He spent countless hours reading through the scrolls, learning constantly, and it seemed the more he learned, the more possibilities that revealed themselves. The art of the puppeteer was truly a treasure to discover. His skill skyrocketed. By the end of his second year, he was able to control numerous items at once, one for every finger. This alone meant that Naruto could control Fox Naruto with a single finger. Over the years, his apartment became a spitting image of Sasori's room. Homemade puppet parts, weapons and tools hung on nearly every inch of the wall. He took to growing herbs for his poisons and even had a little forge in his kitchen floor, and since he lived on the top floor, no one really noticed any smoke. He ventured out every once in a while and stole whatever he could get his hands on. Food, clothing and materials fell to his chakra strings. Sarutobi had taught him numerous funinjutsu. This included the one that stored items into scrolls, something that the blonde was greatly happy for. Naruto also began to study weapons. He figured that having all these items around and not be able to use them would be pointless. He took to sparring with Fox Naruto in order to learn them to a decent degree. Currently his favorite weapon was the chain scythe. Naruto trained intensely every day. He forged some makeshift weights and drew some seals on them that could store chakra and use it to increase the weight holding him down, and practiced daily routines every morning. This consisted of push-ups, punches, kicks and hanging from the ceiling upside down using chakra. It was a sloppy, unorthodox routine, but it was doing wonders for the boy. He learned much. Between living alone and furiously training to be the greatest puppeteer, he had to learn these things. This included cooking, cleaning, sewing and even hairdressing. He was never out of things to do. Another aspect of his training was the knowledge of the human body. Not a day goes by that he didn't read a bit of that book. It was always with him. This book provided him with a vast amount of understanding. It helped him with his puppetry skills very much. It also gave him the knowledge he needed in case he decided to create a human puppet. For 6 years no one had heard a single word about Naruto. They knew he holed himself up in his apartment but no one really cared. Just so long as the demons stayed out of their sight. That is until the 10th celebration of Kyuubi's defeat. That was when everything changed. Time skip. Like any other night, 10-year-old Naruto Uzumaki was nose deep in a scroll and tinkering with Fox Naruto's tail. He had shortened it after about 2 years. Now he was drawing a few more weapons, storing seals, and making his routine checkup of the joints, latches, and openings for the numerous contraptions hidden on the tail. He was lost in his own world of human anatomy and puppet maintenance when it happened. Bam. It came so suddenly Naruto didn't have time to react. A brick smashes through his window and bashes him in the head. At the same time his door is kicked in and about 20 villagers burst into the room wielding sake bottles, knives, planks, and stones. Also 3 ninja came in through the broken window. 2 chunin and an ANBU. Naruto's head was killing him and blood was gushing from the split in his skull. He groans. The group pauses when they see the assortment of items in the room. The lead villager voices his opinion. What kind of sick practices are you doing in here, demon? He lifts up a puppet head and tosses it across the room. A woman cringes. It looks like he was practicing for when he really decides to sate his bloodlust. The villagers and the 3 ninja glare. Well, we won't ET that happen now, will we? Asks the ANBU in a female's voice. There was a loud cheer of, hell no, before they all surge forward at the still dazed and confused Naruto. Fox Naruto being thrown to the side. The villagers pounded upon Naruto's prone form without mercy. They kept shouting things like, time to finish what the 4th started, and, we've let you live long enough. You thought you were safe in this apartment? For what seemed like hours they attacked the boy who for the most part still didn't know what was going on. He could feel the pain, hear the taunts, and decipher how many there were, but he still didn't know how or when this attack had started. It was relentless. And it brought back the memories of his earlier childhood. Blood poured from nearly every part of his body. Gashes and broken bones decorated the boy's entire body. He passes out just as the beating stops and he is hoisted up by his underarms. Naruto's mind. Naruto sighs and gets to his feet. He looks around with a sad but angry smile. His eyes scan the area. Where the hell did they dump me this time? He says as he takes in the pale yellow glow of his surroundings. He also notices that the ground was covered in ankle-deep murky water. A sewer. How original, he deadpans as he begins to look for an exit. He rounds a corner and takes off down the hall. He comes to another corner and sees a red glow. Must be sunrise, he says as he rounds the corner. What he sees was not the glow of the sun rising. It instead was a gigantic gate with a paper seal on the front of it. The red glow was emanating from inside. Naruto raises an eyebrow. Hyolo. A pair of huge red eyes suddenly snaps open. This causes Naruto to yelp and leap back. A deep growl so menacing it nearly causes the sewer walls to nearly fall apart erupts from behind the bars as massive fanged grin reveals itself in the darkness. Then there was a voice. It was terrible, deep and menacing. The voice of a creature that reveled in destruction. So, you have finally come here, you pathetic human boy. What is it that you want from me? Naruto stares wide-eyed at the beast. Unable to say anything. A set of massive claws suddenly slams into the bars. Answer me, mortal. Naruto snaps out of it almost instantly. His eyes harden and he stares at the beast with anger and hate. Listen, I don't know who think you are and I don't care. I've been beaten and tossed into this godforsaken sewer by a bunch of blind Konoha BSS. I don't have time to be FANG around with you. Now tell me how to get the hell out of here. The beast is silent for a couple of minutes until it laughs. A deep rumbling laughter that echoed all throughout the yellow sewers. Ha, you must be my jailer. I admire you, guts brat. Even if you are an insolent whelp. Naruto raises an eyebrow. Jailer? What are you talking about, beast? The beast's grin grows as he speaks again. It does not surprise me that you do not know. Haha, humans are such simple creatures. Perhaps that is why I enjoy feasting on their marrow so much. Tell me, boy, what do you know of the Kyuubi no Kitsune? Scene change. Sarutobi was walking through the village, enjoying the festival. He was in a great mood. This was a day he didn't have to worry about paperwork. All around him there was activity. Everyone was celebrating the defeat of the Kyuubi no Kitsune 10 years ago. This brought him to another thought. Naruto Uzumaki hadn't shown up to visit him in a year. He hoped the boy was alright. It wouldn't be until the next day that he would become aware of the situation unfolding in the slums of Konoha. Scene change. The villagers, the shinobi and the residents of the apartment complex were gripped by a terror that they haven't known in 10 years. 3 minutes ago the female Enbu was smirking with her katana poised to strike. That was 3 minutes ago. Before an unbelievably powerful red chakra exploded from the boy's body and his eyes turned red and demonic. What the hell? The demon? It's escaping. screams the Chunin a second before the power dies out and the boy glares with a look of contempt and hate. Okay everyone, we need to talk. Now. Naruto jams his clawed hand into the chest of the villager who was stupid enough to still be holding him and rips out his still beating heart. UBS sealed the QB no Kitsune within my navel in order to save this place and you still treat me like trash? The man dies and the rest of the group is now desperately searching for an escape route. I'm a hero here if this is true. If the QB is indeed sealed within my body, then I am the only one capable of keeping the beast at bay. He takes a step towards the group and they step back. All except the ANBU. Naruto turns his gaze toward the door where a few people were trying to inch out. And you beastas ignore that rule and make my life a living hell. He raises his hand and attaches a chakra string to the door and pulls it shut, trapping the people inside. Alone. With him. Why is that? And it better be the right answer. He turns his gaze toward the ANBU. Tears beginning to form in his eyes. He raises his other hand and S string of crimson chakra shots out and connects to Fox Naruto. The ANBU gasps when the puppet comes to life and glides over to its controller. He jerks his finger and the puppet draws its zambit. One of the villagers decides to answer his question. He sneers and steps forward. We treat you the way you deserve to be treated, monster. We know what you really are. The fact that your eyes are like that is proof enough. That boy was dead the moment you took him over QB. Naruto's teary eyes harden and without a word and a slight movement of his finger, Fox Naruto lunges and cleaves the man in half with its zambit. The ANBU gasps because the puppet moved at speeds that rivaled an elite jonin. She didn't have time to think though because with another movement the puppet's tail suddenly splits into 4 sections and wave after wave of senbon needles and kunai flew from it, killing the 2 Chunin and half of the group. Naruto shows no sign of remorse as he has his puppet lunge again, slashing and hacking the group of people apart with ease and brutality. They tried to run. They tried to scream. They failed. They were doomed. And the entire time this was happening, Naruto stared down the ANBU woman. Tears streaming down his face. Wrong answer, he says as the last villager falls to Naruto's puppet. The ANBU glares and tightens the grip on her katana as the puppet rejoins Naruto at his side. Going to kill me next? Save the challenge for last, she asks. Naruto glares and his eyes return to normal. The red haze around him receding into his seal and the chakra string attached to Fox Naruto turning blue. He twitches his finger and the puppet suddenly spews a cloud of purple mist at the woman from its mouth. She didn't have time to react and the mist was inhaled. What the? Naruto speaks again as he approaches the staggering woman. His voice normal again. I will not kill you. This time. He draws his own katana and lops off the woman's arm without a second thought. She screams out but her senses were too messed up by now for her to do anything about it. Return to Hokage Gigi and let him know that I am Naruto Uzumaki, puppet emissary of Konoha, jailer for the QB no Kitsune. My age is 10. My prowess will be unprecedented. My skill will be unrivaled. He reaches down and yanks the mask from the woman's face revealing appealing brown eyes and long purple hair. Tell Hokage Gigi that anyone who crosses me from now on will meet a terrible end and become one of my tools. The woman looks up with clouded vision, clutching the bloody stump of her arm. I will not put up with anyone's CRP anymore. Not after what has just been revealed to me, says Naruto as he picks up the woman bridal style. I am Naruto Uzumaki. And those who cross me will be turned into my tools. He then leaps out of his window with the woman in his arms. 2 days later, Sarutobi could be seen sitting at his desk on the verge of tears as he and the now one-armed woman watched through his crystal ball, as Naruto began the process of turning his would-be attackers into human puppets. Focus on it, but why did he spare me? Asks the woman. Sarutobi sighs and gives the woman a mild glare. I do not know Yugao. Especially since you should have been the first one he killed. Yugao looks down in shame. I know. You should have thought before you acted. You listened to those villagers far too much and now an entire apartment complex worth of Konoha citizens has been lost. Yugago's head bows down even further. I'm sorry. Sarutobi sighs and puts a hand on the woman's shoulder. I am not the one you should apologize to. Yugao looks up with teary eyes. I'll find a way to let him know. I promise Hokage-sama. Sarutobi smiles. Good. And who knows? He may even return your arm someday. Yugao smiles a bit as she returns to watching Naruto. Hokage-sama, just where did he learn the puppet technique? Sarutobi smiles and says, I took him to Suna. He learned it there. I see. Human puppets? Just who did he learn from? Sarutobi gazes into the ball and sighs. He learned from the leftover findings of an infamous former shinobi of Suna. Do you mean? Yes. Naruto Uzumaki stumbled upon the old training grounds of Sasori of the Red Sands. I only hope that Naruto do not emulate the man too much. Yugao could only nod. 5 months later, the apartment complex came back to life. But there was one key difference. The people that now guarded the now large home of Naruto Uzumaki were no longer alive. Their arms and legs were segmented and their skin was the color of stained wood. They wielded numerous weapons and wooden hands built into the building at numerous points controlled them with the help of a layer of chakra-storing seals, sensor seals and security seals. They had become Naruto's guards. His tools. His security puppets. Anyone who gets too close to this place now, better be on guard. Those seals pick up on chakra and ill intent. The second they get within 2 feet of this place my puppets will attack. Naruto smirks and flops down into his bed. Fox Naruto clicking a few times before becoming silent and dropping to the floor. For the first time in a long time, Naruto Uzumaki felt safe. He closes his eyes as visions of stronger human puppets began to dance around in his mind. I wonder if Sasori is still alive. If so, then he better be prepared for the day we meet. I might make him my tool if he isn't careful. Naruto falls asleep with this thought. An obsession beginning to form in his 10-year-old mind. This brat is an interesting one. I never knew one could do such a thing as turn a living creature into a lifeless tool. And it appears he aspires to turn all of his greatest enemies into these tools. Let's see if you accomplish this goal, boy. The QB then closes his eyes, resuming its long slumber. A year went by without much incident since that day. No one dared approach Naruto's home after Sarutobi had spread the boy's message. Well, almost no one. The few that disregarded Naruto's warning soon fell to his ingenious traps and puppets. The name Naruto became an infamous one in Konoha. The council was enraged at Naruto's boldness but soon found they too could do nothing about it. Sarutobi had made it perfectly clear that Naruto is not be harmed. There was also the fact that his traps were dangerous enough to take out an ANBU. And they only seemed to be getting more intricate and dangerous. Civilians and shinobi alike had stories to tell about the infamous puppet house, as many came to call it, using it to scare their children in order to keep them inside at night and causing a few people to wallow even further in their hate. Naruto left his place even less than before after that day. Not even Sarutobi had seen much of the boy. It made him sad to know that a village such as Konoha could do that kind of thing to a child. It hurt him deeply. Scene change. Yugao was doing her daily patrol through Konoha like any other day, only she was lost in thought. She had always been so since that day. She unconsciously touches the stump where her left arm used to be in size. That day flashed through her mind constantly. That day she nearly stabbed him with that sword, and the day that he looked at her with those deep red demonic eyes that held more sadness and pain than any human she had seen. It was at that moment that she realized her mistake. Or perhaps it was when he spared her life and dropped her off at the hospital, taking only an arm as punishment. She sighs and says one word. A word that was meant for only her but was picked up by her partner and caused him to raise an eyebrow. Naruto. Is that the guy who took your arm? Asks Gecko Hayate with kind eyes. Yugao nods, slightly surprised that the man hurt her. He's a young boy who has been done a great injustice. Hayate nods. He's that puppeteer boy, right? The one everybody talks about. Yes. Hayate looks up in thought for a few minutes as the two continue to walk. He was so silent for a few minutes that Yugao was getting a little impatient. Finally he smiles and says, "Go see him." Yugao nearly trips over her own foot. What? I can't do that. Why not? Asks Hayate. Yugao looks at the man with a bit of a glare. Naruto is an infamous word in Konoha for a reason. I'm not risking those traps of his. Hayate frowns a bit and says, I think you're just scared to face him. What? You told me yourself. Naruto took your arm a year back. You also said something about a great injustice. I'm guessing that you were part of this injustice and that's why your arm is missing. This draws me to conclude that you're afraid of what he'll say if you were to finally apologize to him. Yugao looks at Hayate and mentally curses him. His deducting skills were too good for his own DMN well-being. Fine. I'm afraid to face him. It is well known that Naruto is distant from other people. And he very well should be, says Hayate. Yugao nods. But it's not just that. Naruto has been forced to resort to killing at such a young age. He trusts no one and he's quicker to add to his puppet collection than he is to listen. All valid points. You are absolutely right, says Hayate. Yugao was going to say something else but was cut off by the man next to her. But you forget one simple thing, Yugao Yuzuki. Oh yeah? What's that? Hayate smiles and puts a hand on her shoulder. Naruto spared your life that day. He must have some bit of faith in you. Somewhere. And with that he leaps away. Scene change. Sarutobi sighs as he straightens out his robes and walks down a hall. He was not looking forward to this. Not looking forward at all. The council had summoned for him a few minutes ago and he already knew for what reason. He approaches that door and pushes it open. He is met with the gazes of every council member in the room. Their faces were emotionless and frozen but their eyes betrayed what they were feeling. And Sarutobi didn't like what he was seeing. Hokage-sama, it is good of you to join us. Would you like some coffee? Asks his old female teammate. Sarutobi takes his seat but turns down the coffee. He decides to get right to the point and address the situation. I'm guessing you all have called this meeting to discuss Naruto? He asks. One of the council members chuckle. She was a rather attractive woman of about 40 years of age. She was dressed in a red kimono and had jet black hair. My Hokage-sama, impatient aren't we? She asks. Sarutobi gives her a piercing look and says, just answer the question. A man sitting to the left of him snorts a bit before speaking. Hokage-sama, was all know how fond you are of that boy and we know how great his potential is. And, says an impatient Hokage. It's just that we feel that the boy is not stable enough to be allowed to live. We've seen Orochimaru and Itachi. We cannot have another one of those. Sarutobi could feel high anger rising as he comes to a conclusion. And it only rose higher once his conclusion was solidified. We know you care for that boy despite his demon heritage, but he cannot be allowed to live. Hiashi Hyuga, clan head of the Hyuga clan and member of the council, stands up with a smirk. That is why we have come to a decision to eliminate the boy. Sarutobi's eyes widen. You sent assassins? They nod. But not just any assassins. Hiashi-sama has sent a team of highly trained Hyugas to deal with him. Nothing will get by their eyes. By now Sarutobi was growling. They should be arriving at their destination right about now, says the black-haired woman. Sarutobi slams his fist into the table. You fools! Do you know what the F you have done? The council recoils a bit, and then explodes into a mass of undignified yelling. Scene change. There were 4 of them. Highly trained, highly skilled and highly pumped for this job. But nothing in the entire world of shinobi could have prepared them for this. Hiashi had told them that the target's house was riddled with very dangerous traps. What they were not told and what Hiashi apparently didn't know was that the target's home was one big trap. They spent an hour alone trying to get inside the house, then another 30 minutes trapped in the hallway. They had been scraped and cut several times, and those human dolls moved with the skills and speed of some elite ninja. Explosion seals tested their kaitans to the limits, and poison gases tested their ability to hold their breath for minutes at a time. They were sweaty, they were tired, and they were angry. This boy's skills and traps was almost unparalleled, and it had them unnerved and on edge. They pressed forward though. The Byakugan's on full blast, so they could at least anticipate the springing of the traps Naruto had set. Hell, if it weren't for Byakugan they would already be dead. Finally they make it to the top floor and to a door marked Uzumaki and push. It didn't budge. Damn it, growls the leader as he pushes again. It still didn't budge. The 4 gaze at the door with their bloodline limits and notice that the door is packed full of chakra. An odd thing, but they didn't really see anything else. This kid's good, I'll give him that, but chakra-enforced items are useless against a Hyuga, says the leader as he pumps his own chakra into his palms and slams it into the door. What happens next though made the 4 realize just why the door was packed full of chakra. The door splits apart into 4 sections, swings inward, and about 20 metallic tentacles shoot from the opening and snatch up the Hyugas, pulling them into the void. They felt themselves being pulled down. Further and further underground. Past the 2nd floor. Past the 1st floor. Past the basement until finally they are dropped into what looked like a large dojo. Confused and still shaken, the 4 Hyugas get to their feet and watch as the tentacles recede back into the ceiling. They were getting ready to ask where the hell they were when someone speaks up. It was a voice devoid of emotion and feeling, and it was a voice that belonged to a child. You guys must be pretty good to make it this far. But you die now. I hope Hokage GG understands why. The Hyugas all whirl around to the source of the voice and gasp at what they see. That was right before the walls, doors, and floor were covered in iron bars, and several tubes jutted from the ceilings and began to spew out green gas. They didn't have any time to do much else as the gas hit them, and they are almost instantly paralyzed. Naruto approaches the 4 downed Hyugas wearing a special mask that kept him from being affected. He had them trapped. No one enters my place and leaves it alive. Unless I want them to. He then draws his katana and swings. Half-hour later, Yugao was standing in front of Naruto's home trying to find the best way to approach it without getting filleted by his puppet's guards. She had looked all around the former apartment complex but still couldn't find a decent way in. She contemplated just going in the front since it looked like the traps there had already been activated. There were even a few broken puppets. Finally, after a few more minutes, she takes a deep breath and decides to walk calmly up to the front door. Bam! What the hell? Screams Yugao as the front door is suddenly blasted out and nearly takes her head off. She had to bend completely backwards in order to avoid the flying piece of wood, a task that had her back screaming in protest. She gets back to her feet and brushes a bit of dust out of her eyes. What the hell was that? She says as she focuses her attention back at Naruto's front doorway. She gasps at what she sees. Naruto emerges from the doorway with an expressionless face. His wild blonde hair tied up in a waist-long ponytail. Yugao notices that he had grown little taller. his deep blue eyes having gained the attributes of a seasoned warrior, someone that has killed numerous times. His muscles were coiled and defined, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. He was dressed in a pair of baggy torn-up orange shorts and an open orange jacket. A bloody katana was held in his hand and a battle chain was wrapped several times around his waist. He looked quite handsome for an 11-year-old boy. Yugao could only gape as the boy walked past her carrying a severely slashed-up dead Hyuga on his shoulders, and behind him was his signature puppet Fox Naruto dragging 2 more bodies behind it by the feet. The puppet had changed the most. It no longer stood upright. It was now hunched over into a crouching position and walked like the anti-form in Kingdom Hearts 2. The large Zambada was still strapped to its back and its hair was still bright yellow, but now it had a pair of red fox ears and clawed hands. It was dressed in an orange and blue yakuta and now had 9 red tails instead of 1 yellow one. Yugao couldn't help but think of the QB at that moment. "Assassins," says Naruto plainly as he passes by the ANBU woman. She merely nods without thinking and lets him continue his way toward the Hokage tower. She could say nothing, her entire being racked with guilt for having a hand in turning Naruto into what he is today. She could only say one thing as he disappeared around a corner and scared the hell out of the villagers nearby. "Naruto." Scene change. Naruto briefly acknowledged the presence of the ANBU woman as he passed by her. He had other things to attend to, such as getting to Hokage Gigi and asking him why there are assassins coming at him. Not that he cared, especially given the nature of the assassins. It only meant a powerful new puppet. He ignored the frightened cries of the villagers or the shouts from the shinobi as he made his way toward the Hokage tower, dragging the bodies of 3 dead Hyugas behind him. Scene change. The council room was in a complete state of disarray and chaos. As soon as Sarutobi had called them all fools, they exploded into a jumbled mess of outrage and denial. "Hokage-sama, you can't possibly believe that the boy is capable of killing 4 highly trained Hyugas," yells Hiashi. "I agree. No matter how good his traps may be, he still does not have the skill to take them on and win. The Byakugan can see through all. They'll be able to anticipate and avoid the freak's traps, and once they get to the boy itself, then they'll easily deal with him." Sarutobi sighs and says, "Naruto Uzumaki is not the type of person to slack off. Even before that incident a year ago, he was a determined, hard-working, intelligent boy. Naruto won't grow weak in other areas while his puppetry shoots through the roof. I can almost guarantee that his trap-setting abilities aren't the only things to improve over that time. He'll be evenly skilled in every aspect of combat." Another council member snorts. "Even so, Hokage-sama, those 4 Hyugas are at ANBU level. Even if the boy has improved, he still is no match for them. Hokage-sama, you place too much faith in the boy. I cannot understand why it is that you even protect him anyway." Sarutobi sighs and goes to retort but is interrupted by yet another council member. The clan head of the Nara clan, Shaka. "All of you are too troublesome. It is in my opinion that if Hokage-sama has so much faith in this boy, then we should as well. I mean, if the boy was truly a demon, then Konoha wouldn't exist anymore. What would you and your clan of lazy assess no Nara? Sitting around doing as little as you can. Like you would know how things work in a village that you deem too troublesome to deal with," says a woman with brown hair. Shikaka glares and says, "Troublesome, narrow-minded beach. Why, you god?" The woman didn't get to finish because one of the ANBU guards suddenly came blasting through the door and slams into the opposite wall. He falls to the ground unconscious. All activity ceases after that as the very subject of their heated conversations slowly walks into the room with his puppet and carrying 3 dead Hyugas. He was covered in blood and looking neutral as always. He drops the body he was carrying and has Fox Naruto drop the other 2 next to it. "Hokage Gigi," says Naruto looking right at Sarutobi. The council was stunned and Hayashi's eyes were as big as saucers. Sarutobi looks right into Naruto's cold blue orbs and says, "What is it, Naruto?" The boy wipes the blood off of his katana, then sheathes it while one of Fox Naruto's tails relaxes after delivering the blow to the guard. He points to the bodies and says, "I think these 3 belong to you." Sarutobi could only nod. Naruto looks right at Hiashi and says, "And I kept the last one. I thank you for the gift." Hiashi snaps out of his shock and practically breaks the windows screaming, "What the hell do you mean, brat?" Naruto grins. It was a look that sent chills down everyone's spines as he has Fox Naruto restrap its own sword on its back. His gaze never leaving Hayashi's. "I have gained a powerful new tool because of you and this council, and I thank you for it." He then turns to leave. "Wait, boy," screams the Hyuga head. Naruto pauses but does not turn around. "What is it, Hyuga team?" Hiashi glares so hard his Byakugan activates. "You will return Yoshino now." Naruto looks up. "Oh, so Yoshino is her name. A pretty name for such a pretty woman. I'll make sure to remember her name." He then begins to walk out again. "Boy, did you not hear me?" Naruto says nothing. Hiashi reaches into his robes and pulls out a white kunai. "You will listen to your betters, demon," He chucks it hard before anyone who was not against Naruto could do anything. What happens next stuns the Hyuga clan head. Fox Naruto reaches up and plucks the kunai right out of the air before vanishing and reappearing in Hiashi's face with that kunai to his neck. Controlling Fox Naruto has become second nature to me. I always have a chakra string attached to him. I've gotten so used to this, that Fox Naruto is like a sixth sense. The puppet presses the kunai a little closer. I control this puppet out of instinct and reflex alone now. A really powerful defense. Attacking me will get you killed. Especially if you underestimate me, Hyuga team. He has Fox Naruto release the stunned Hyuga and leap back over to his side. And as for Yoshino-chan? She died swiftly. I assure you. He then turns to leave again. Oh, and you'll only be losing shinobi if you keep sending assassins after me. I'm not the helpless boy you can abuse anymore, and I won't hesitate to end lives. Including yours if it becomes necessary. He smiles slightly at the old man. Goodbye Hokage Gigi. Naruto wait. Naruto pauses and turns to face Sarutobi. Yes. I would like you to join the ninja academy again. What? Yells the council. Naruto looks up and says, I'll think about it. First I have to go and prepare Yoshino. Sarutobi nods. Naruto turns to leave but is stopped a third time. This time by the Inuzuka clan head Sum. Uzumaki-san, if you don't mind me asking, how did you manage to kill those four? Naruto looks up then at Sum with a smirk. I trapped them in my training dojo where I gassed them with my paralyzing solution before I opened them up with my katana like a couple of cans of tuna. He then quickly exits, leaving a room full of shocked village council members and a smirking Hokage. Scene change. As Naruto was heading back to his home, he once again spots the Anbu woman. She was heading toward the Hokage tower looking deep in thought. He examines her a little closer this time because if he remembered correctly she was staring at his home. His eyes finally rest on her purple hair and he has a realization. You are that Anbu, he says, causing her to snap her head in his direction. They lock eyes for a whole minute before Naruto turns and continues on his way. He had a new puppet to create after all and time was of the essence. Yugao on the other hand continued to stare at him until he vanishes into his home. She couldn't stop. Her heart was aching. Naruto, I'm sorry, she whispers before body flickering away. What she didn't notice was that Naruto was looking at her through one of his windows with a special hearing-enhancing seal over his ear. All he wanted to do was confirm whether or not she was trying to kill him. He never expected to hear a genuine heartfelt apology. He smiles a bit and looks over at a jar. It had a perfect conditioned arm contained within it and was covered in preserving seals and embalming fluid. Heh, perhaps sparing her life was a good thing, he says as he pulls the ribcage of Yoshino apart and takes out the organs. And perhaps I'll take Hokage Gigi up on his offer. Scene change. Hiashi explodes into Sarutobi's face with pulsating veins and a red face. Hokage-sama. How could you let that abomination waltz up in here after killing 4 members of my clan and be so disrespectful? How could you allow him to threaten us all so openly? I agree. Hokage-sama. Everyone here heard the boy say he won't hesitate to attack and kill us. That should be liable for execution, yells the woman in the red kimono. Shikaku and the Yamanaka clan head, Inoichi-sai. If he does decide to kill you it would be your DMN fault, says Inoichi. I agree. It is the ignorant people like you that do this to the boy. He has every right to be the way he is. What? Sarutobi clears his throat loudly to get everyone's attention. Once he has it he speaks in an almost cold tone. Naruto Uzumaki is indeed a unique case. He has indeed threatened the council and anyone who crosses him wrongly. I hold no ill will toward him for that. There are several gasps. You all can do what you see fit but I warn you now. Naruto Uzumaki is now officially under the protection of the Hokage himself and the Sarutobi clan. What? Hokage-sama. Enough. This is my decision. You have done enough to him already. I do this for the good of him and Konoha. Naruto will kill you all if no one puts a stop to this whole DMN fiasco. The Naruto-hating council members could only stutter incoherent sentences and stare with huge eyes. Sum, Shikaku, Inoichi, and the Akimichi clan head Chiza rise to their feet and begin to leave. Naruto Uzumaki also has the protection of our clans. We have decided that it's too DMN troublesome to waste time hating him for something he has no control over, says Shikaku. Hiashi and the rest of the council begin to scowl and the woman in the red kimono decides to get their last words in. You will protect that demon? Asks the woman. Always, it was the Yondame's wish after all, says Chiza. Even as the boy murders innocent people and turns them into his dolls with his sick experiments? Asks Sarutobi's old teammate. If Naruto turns someone into a puppet then they had it coming. Naruto has made it clear on his intentions. If you leave him alone you need not worry, says Shikaku. I don't believe that. I refuse to believe that, says Hiashi. Believe what you will, says Tsum as she and the others exit the room. Sarutobi looks at the rest of his council and says, like I said, do what you will, but if you attack him and he cannot fight back, then you have 5 ninja clans to deal with. He bows and exits the room, hiding his smirk. Time skip. About 3 weeks later, Naruto was seen walking through the village with a new puppet following him around instead of Fox Naruto. This one stood proudly and arrogantly and had a slimmer figure than Fox Naruto. Long black hair with silver streaks flowed freely in the wind and a white kunai hung from its waist. Dressed in black and white robes and gifted with a set of appealing pale lavender blank eyes was Yoshino, Naruto's first bloodline limit-holding human puppet. A member of the esteemed Hyuga clan, the most powerful clan in Konoha. A clan whose bloodline limit is sought after by the hidden Cloud Village. Well, to get some instructions on the Juken, says Naruto as he and Yoshino leap up to the rooftops. I can't have a useless tool after all. He has her draw her kunai to defend from any possible attackers. The village may be scared of him for the most part, but they were not cowards. They would attack him the first chance they get. He was reading a book titled, Konoha's Bloodline Limits and heading toward the Hyuga compound. A look of determination and sick excitement adorning his face. Sarutobi sat in his office with a smile as he read the somewhat messy letter from Naruto. If you ignored the blood spots and small chunks of wood and bone, then you could easily read it. Hokage, I thought about it, and I've decided to take you up on your offer. I will return to the Ninja Academy if only to learn a little bit more on ninjutsu and genjutsu. But know this. I won't hesitate to behead those ignorant teachers if they flip me too much shit. I know ninja are valuable in any shinobi village, but I refuse to put up with anyone's CRP. Of course, Hokage, I won't go killing everyone for every little thing. I'm not that desperate for new puppets. I doubt that there's anyone there I could make into a useful tool anyway. I'll start tomorrow. Yours truly, Naruto Uzumaki. Greatest puppeteer ninja. If I do actually become a ninja for this village, then I will answer only to you. Sarutobi chuckles as he read the letter. He'd have to remember to have a talk with the boy to keep him from killing the teachers. He grabs a blank scroll and an ink brush. He had to let the academy know that there was a new student coming in, even if it was already a month late. He just hoped that there wouldn't be too many problems. Scene change. The Hyuga clan was in an uproar. It had been 3 weeks since Naruto killed 4 Hyugas and had the nerve to make one of them his puppet. The council was not very happy to hear that part of Hiashi's report. Naruto Uzumaki had control of the Juken. He possessed the Byakugan. It was inconceivable to them. The whole clan soon heard about what Naruto had done. Some were quite impressed with the boy. He had taken out 4 very powerful main branch members of the Hyuga and made the bloodline limit more or less his own. However, as many as there were people who now respected Naruto, there were about 10 times more who hated him. Hiashi had banned anyone of the Hyuga clan from associating with him, and any who disobeyed his orders would be killed on the spot. The Hyuga council began searching for a powerful Hyuga in order to train he or she exclusively so they could kill Naruto. Hiashi had made a speech 2 hours long explaining to the entire clan that Naruto the QB monster incarnate was stealing bloodline limits and murdering innocent people. He even told them how the demon has brainwashed the Akimichi, the Inuzuka, the Nara, the Yamanaka and the Sarutobi clans. He had told them how they had to train 3 times as hard in order to do this demon in the future. He had the Hyuga clan on high alert that day. But they were so caught up in their worry and fear that they didn't notice as 2 figures slunk their way toward the Hyuga scroll room. Naruto and his puppet Yoshino approached the locked wooden door of the Hyuga scroll room and smirked. This was too easy, he says as he disables the somewhat simple in his opinion traps that line the door. After he was done, he picks the lock and walks in. The room was filled with scrolls. Naruto grins. He was in the heart of the Hyuga clan. He had access to all of the secrets of the Hyuga clan and was about to steal everything here. He pulls out an empty storage scroll and begins to draw the necessary seals. Who are you and what are you doing here? Naruto whirls around with his hand on his battle chain and sees a pair of Hyuga girls. One was about 8 years old and her eyes looked angry and intrigued at the same time. She had long dark brown hair and was dressed in a black Hyuga-style training outfit. Her face showed very little emotion. The other girl was the complete opposite. Her face showed numerous emotions and she looked unsure of herself. Fearful even. She has short dark blue hair and looked to be his age. She was dressed in a thick off-white jacket and black ninja briefs. She was looking away from him as if afraid. He smirks slightly at this. She had every reason to be afraid of him. The younger girl notices his smirk and glares. Answer me or face the consequences. Naruto nearly laughs in this girl's face. Who is she to dish out threats? Was she that good or just full of herself? He mentally shrugs and gets to his feet. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and this clan has something I need. Naruto barely heard the older girl gasp. I see, says the younger girl. What is it you are searching for? Are you looking to learn how to use that puppet of yours to its full potential? Naruto smirks. This girl was more intelligent than a kid her age should be. You realize that you won't be able to utilize the Byakugan, she says. Naruto shrugs. It is not the Byakugan I care about. I need to learn the Juken and any other Hyuga fighting style. Your eyes' abilities are useless to me. The younger girl raises an eyebrow. I see. You wish to insert the Juken through Yoshino. Since she is a puppet, she wouldn't be able to do the Juken if the controller does not know the proper movements. Exactly, says Naruto. Now if you have no more questions, I have little time. He crouches back down and continues drawing the seal on the scroll. But there is still a couple of problems, Uzumaki, says the girl. Naruto looks up at her. And what are those? He asks. The girl smirks and says, you cannot insert the Juken if you cannot use the Byakugan. If you do not have the Byakugan, you do not have the ability to see the chakra coils or the Tenketsu. Naruto looks up. I don't need to see the Tenketsu in order to learn the movements for the Juken. So it is an irrelevant issue. The girl sighs and says, fine, and turns to leave. The older girl was still looking down at her feet and pushing her fingers together nervously. Come, Hinata. Father waits for us, says the younger girl in a firm but caring voice. Hinata nods and gives Naruto one last look before turning to leave. Good luck, Naruto-kun, she says in the faintest of whispers. Naruto HNS in response, stunning the girl. Hinata, come on, we must not be late, says the younger girl as she pokes her head back into the room. Hinata nods, her face crimson and riddled with shock as she shuffles out of the door. The younger girl gave Naruto one last look before saying, 5 minutes, and then leaving. Naruto smirks. He wouldn't need that much time. Scene change. Hanabi Hyuga didn't really know why she was letting that boy get away with what he was doing. Perhaps it was a deep-seated respect after hearing what he is capable of. Or perhaps she was interested in whether or not he could really learn how to use a Hyuga puppet in the art of Juken. She shrugs as she flops down into her bed. It was in the past already and she had to prepare for the chaos that is sure to follow Naruto's actions. Hinata was lost in thought. Or perhaps she was spaced out as she usually was. Hanabi didn't really pay much attention anyway. She closes her eyes and sighs. Sometimes I wish I was not from such a prestigious clan. Scene change. Naruto walks into his room with a smirk and flops down onto his couch. He had just got back from the Hyuga scroll room and was feeling quite satisfied. He didn't even have to kill anyone to keep them quiet. He bites his thumb and opens up his storage scroll. Without a word, he smears the blood on the seal and a large puff of smoke follows, revealing the contents of the Hyuga scroll room. Time to get to work, he says to himself as he opens the nearest scroll. This was a scroll that explained a bit about the Hyuga clan and its origins. He tosses it aside a minute later. The history of the Hyuga clan interested him very little. He opens another scroll and sees that this one is a family tree. He also tosses this one aside. 5 hours went by and it was now late evening bordering on night. Naruto was slightly frustrated. All of these scrolls were useless to him. He sighs and opens one of the last 3 scrolls remaining. It was an injustice scroll. He looks through it and sees 2 water techniques, a fire technique and a flower technique. He puts the scroll aside for later. He eyes the last 2 scrolls and smirks when he sees the labels. Hyuga-style fighting. Juken or the gentle fist. At last, he says as he seals up the rest of the scrolls. Scene change. An alarm was blaring. People were running around frantically trying to find an explanation to what the hell was going on. People were yelling and panicking, saying things like, "They're gone. We've been robbed." It was chaos. Hiashi's eyes were bulging with an enraged Byakugan, and he was close to strangling anyone who got too close to him. Only 2 people knew what exactly was the cause of the Hyuga clan's plight. Hinata and Hanabi sat in their rooms lost in their own thoughts about a certain blonde. Hinata didn't know what to think of the boy. She didn't really know him well and he completely vanished from the academy about a year ago. Like everyone else, she now knew of his current choice of attitude. She was scared of him a bit. He could effortlessly kill and transform someone into a puppet and his eyes were dead to the world. Void of all emotions and feeling, but at the same time revealed a deep void of pain and sadness. Hinata sighs and says, "Nagun?" in a whisper. Hanabi didn't think much of the puppet user. She was intrigued when she heard he could turn people into puppets and was surprised when she found him in the scroll room getting ready to seal everything into a storage scroll, but his attitude didn't really bother her much. Nor did his morbid style of ninjutsu. If anything, she was fascinated by it. Puppetry was something she had never heard of. She closes her eyes and another pair distraught Hyugas rush past her room. "Uzumaki, you interest me," she says. Scene change. "Bah, the Hyugas are all nothing but FNG talk," screams Naruto as he slams the Juken scroll into the wall behind him. He spent 2 hours studying that scroll and breaking down the instructions and fighting style, and he came to one conclusion. Hyugas are weak. He had discovered after reading that scroll that the Juken is the only thing that gives the Hyugas any form of fighting ability. That and the Byakugan. They rarely used ninjutsu or genjutsu or weapons for that matter and depended on Byakugan far too much. The Juken wasn't all that hard to memorize and they only had 2 special attacks, Kaitun and the 8 trigrams 64 palms. He copied the instructions for these 2 attacks along with the method for using chakra to do internal damage down and sealed the scroll up with the rest. The Hyuga ninjutsu scroll however sat at the end of his bed. If they don't want it then I'll be glad to take it and use it for myself, he had said. He grabs the storage scroll and leaps out of his trap-rigged window and onto the ground below. The Hyugas can keep their useless junk, he says as he walks back toward the Hyuga manor. Scene change. It was night now and Yugao was still sitting in the one spot she had been since earlier that day. At the top of the Hokage tower. She was lost in thought, all awareness of the world around her completely gone. Thoughts of Naruto still racing through her head. How was she going to approach him and apologize? Especially after all this time? How could she face him now? Hell, even if she did manage to gather the courage to face him, he'd probably just scoff and tell her to save her pointless apologies. After all, it's not like severe changes of heart like the one she had gone through happen all the time. If anything, Naruto was a paranoid but intelligent boy. He wouldn't just accept her without any questions. Then again, he did spare her that day. But perhaps it was merely so she could deliver his massage to Hokage-sama. She cringes at that. Had he really only spared her out of necessity? She was filled with so many unanswered questions. So much doubt. So much fear. Uncertainty. She sighs and looks up at the moon, ignoring the distant blare of the Hyuga Manor security alarm. Her hand unconsciously resting on her stump. Uzumaki-san. She mumbles before closing her eyes. I have to apologize for the wrong I have done you. Time skip. The next day Sarutobi awoke to a scene of all hell breaking loose. The area near the Hyuga compound was all chaos. Shouts and screams and people doing jutsus echoed all throughout the village and a huge crowd was watching, jeering one opponent while cheering on the other. He practically flies over to the area and sighs at what he sees. Yeah. Hokage-sama is here to witness the demon's demise, yells one villager only to have a sunban jam into his neck and drop him. Courtesy of a glaring Naruto who dodges an attack from Hiashi at the same time. Shut it, fool, he says with a sneer. Hiashi was blind with fury and was attacking Naruto like a bat out of hell with Juken strikes and chakra flying all over the place. Naruto was smirking at the Hyuga clan head while evading his attacks with ease. Damn it, brat, screams the Hyuga as he lunges again at high speed. Naruto ducks under the attack then backhand springs away. What the hell is going on here? And get that villager some medical attention, yells Sarutobi as Hiashi charges. This little abomination has broken into the Hyuga compound, yells Hiashi. Naruto punches Hiashi in the gut, getting a grunt from the man, then shoves him back. Quit your beaching, Hyuga. I have returned everything so there was no harm. Hiashi charges and attacks with renewed vigor. I'll kill you, he screams. This causes Sarutobi to widen his eyes. And for good reason, because as soon as Hiashi mouthed those words the look on Naruto's face completely transforms from a smirk to one of rage and fury. Better fighters than you have tried. He then bites his thumb and pulls back his sleeve, revealing a tattoo seal for Fox on his wrist while leaping further away from Hiashi. Fine then. If you want to fight to the death over something so trivial, so be it. He smears his bleeding thumb across the seal and Fox Naruto appears in all its nine-tailed Zanbatsu-wielding glory. Sarutobi gasps as Fox Naruto and the puppeteer both vanish at the same time. Clang. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Everyone who was watching this fight couldn't help but marvel at the boy's speed. It was near Jonin level. A cloud of dust had kicked up, but one could clearly hear 3 people breathing. When it clears, everyone gasps. Naruto and Fox Naruto were right in Hayashi's face, and Sarutobi's right hand was holding Naruto's left wrist, which was gripping the katana whose tip was poking Hayashi's neck enough to draw a bit of blood. Naruto's right hand was holding a sunban to Sarutobi's kidney, but the pinky was extended and controlling Fox Naruto. The Hokage had obviously intercepted the blow, which was aimed for Hayashi's ribcage. Luckily Sarutobi was wearing protective ninja gear and therefore was not stabbed by the poisonous needle. Sarutobi's left hand was holding a katana and intercepting Fox Naruto's Zanbatsu which would have cleaved the Hyuga right down the center. But the last things that truly had Hiashi gripped by fear were the puppet's 9 tails. Each one was pointed directly at his chest, legs and stomach, and each tail had split open, revealing poison-drenched blades mere millimeters from impaling him. Naruto glares at Hiashi with malice and cold eyes. He does not let up on his sword, nor does he struggle against Sarutobi. He just stares at Hayashi's blank lavender orbs. Hyuga team, I told you I have returned your scrolls. I merely needed to study your fighting style if I'm going to use Yoshino to her fullest potential. For some reason this causes Hiashi to laugh. As if you could MSTR the Hyuga style to its full potential. You cannot use the Byakugan, and a Byakugan on puppet is useless. Naruto presses his katana a bit further. You and your clan are a bunch of over-credited pompous weaklings. As I have said to the 2 girls yesterday. I do not need the Byakugan to use the Juken. I will MSTR the Juken through Yoshino, then I will improve it. Take it beyond what you bunch of fools ever could. Go ahead and try demon. Naruto's eyes flash red for a second. Oh, I will Hyuga team, and once I do I'll have you groveling at my feet begging me to show you my techniques. Naruto struggles against Sarutobi's arm for a second, trying to press his blade further into Hiashi's neck. Enough, Naruto. Stand down, says Sarutobi. Naruto looks into the old Hokage's eyes for a second before his gaze softens. He relaxes Fox Naruto and withdraws his katana and steps back. Sorry, Hokage Gigi. He pauses for a second. But not for that Hyuga, he says. Sarutobi raises an eyebrow. Naruto smiles a bit and points to the hole near Sarutobi's kidney. Sorry for nearly stabbing you. He then turns to leave when Hiashi speaks up. Tell me, boy, how it was you were able to counter me so easily. Naruto smirks and says, I learned everything I know by reading scrolls. Studying your one fighting style was easy enough. He then reseals Fox Naruto and leaps away. Hoka-sama, are you just gonna let that monster go? Yells a villager. He's nothing but a D. What? The man falls to the ground with a kunai jammed in the back of his head. Sarutobi sighs. Hiashi-san, I suggest you go and clean up. All of you villagers returns to your homes at once. The villagers do without any more comments. Sarutobi body flickers away, leaving behind a stunned Hiashi, a gaping Hanabi, a few unconscious Hyugas, a shivering Hinata, and a gasping branch house Hyuga of about 11 years old whose forehead sported a green seal. Hiashi snaps out of it and starts barking out orders. You there! Dispose of that corpse. You wake up those fools. You go check the scroll room. Make sure that demon boy was telling the truth. He then turns around and sees a frightened Hinata and a nervous-looking Hanabi. And you two, we need to talk. Scene change. The village was abuzz with talk about the demon doll maker invading the Hyuga clan and trying to kill Hiashi. Naruto inwardly smirked as people shied away from him. It meant that he could get back to his home without any trouble or killings. He thought about the time and realized he only had an hour before he had to get to the ninja academy. Hopefully Hokage Gigi had informed them of his impending arrival. I wonder just how they'll react, he thought. Surely he would receive a lot of negative attention and the teachers would be less than happy to teach him a bit. He scoffs at that a little. There was very little they could teach him save for ninjutsu and genjutsu, and that was the reason why he was going. He knew that ninjutsu and genjutsu were essential to any ninja's career and he was severely lacking in that area. Weapons, puppetry, seals and taijutsu were great and all, but without the other two he felt incomplete. And Naruto hated that feeling. It made him feel weak. And besides, one cannot become the greatest ninja if he cannot master all form of the ninja arts. He arrives at his home and sighs when he sees the broken remains of two of his puppets and 2 trails of blood leading inside. Naruto sighs when he walks in and sees 2 dead chunin with several poisoned senbon needles sticking out of their backs and the puppet of a young woman hovering above them and prepared to throw more. Some people never learn, he thought as he grabs the 2 bodies. Those 2 puppets they destroyed will need to be replaced. Scene change. Sarutobi sighs heavily as he takes another swig of sake. Naruto was one problem after another. The boy did whatever he wanted and it irked the council to no end that he would do nothing about it. Sarutobi didn't fear Naruto, but he didn't bother to mess with the boy either. In his opinion, Naruto can act the way he wants. It's the least he could do after the way Konoha has treated him. He takes another drink and rolls up a scroll before tying it to a messenger bird's leg. Almost forgot to send this to the academy, he says with a bit of a slur. Scene change. Yugao Yuzuki was relaxing in her home watching the television when there was a knock at her door. She sighs and get up. Yeah, I'm coming, she says as she opens the door. Hello, Yuzuki-san. Yugao instantly glares. What the hell do you want, Danzo? Danzo smirks and enters Yugago's home. He walks over and sits down on the couch. My Yugao, is that any way to speak to your former captain? Yugao glares. I'll speak to you in whatever manner I see fit. Now why the hell are you here? Danzo grins and says, oh nothing really, I'm just here to talk to you about a certain blonde puppet using Jinchuriki. Yugago's eyes widen a bit and she says in a whisper, Naruto. That's right, Mr. Uzumaki Naruto. Konoha's puppet user. And a DM good one at that. Yugao scoffs. Konoha's my butt. Naruto serves no one in this village. Danzo looks up and says, perhaps you are right, but I did not come here to talk about who the Jinchuriki serves but who he could be serving in the future. Please, old man. It's true, Yugao-chan. I have witnesses Naruto's skill and his potential is boundless. We must get him under our control. Yugao scoffs. Good luck with that. Danzo smirks as she touches the spot where her left arm used to be. You remember that day, do you not? The day the Kyubi vessel stole your arm. Yugao scowls. That demon vessel's name is Naruto Uzumaki and you will address him as such while in my home. Danzo frowns a bit. Fine then. The day Naruto stole your arm changed you, did it not? What are you talking about? Yugao was getting angry now. Danzo smirks and says, your emotions came back that day. So what your point, old man? Danzo smirks and gets to his feet. Help me get the one you've grown emotionally attached to, or I'll send my root ANBU after him. Not even someone of his power can take them all on and win. He exits Yugago's home. Good day, Yugao-chan. You have until he graduates from the ninja academy. Yugago's eyes were wide. She could only stare at her door where Danzo was. The threat kept playing over and over again in her head, and the worst part was that Danzo would actually do something like that too. He would carry through with his threat. Naruto was strong. That much was certain, but not even he could withstand an all-out attack from the root ANBU. Her eyes hardened. I won't play by you rules, Danzo, she thought. I have to find Naruto. She then exits her home and takes off toward Naruto's place. Time skip 1 hour. The classroom was abuzz with excited talking and laughing as this year's academy students chatted with each other about the daily events of their home village. They were chatting for about 20 minutes before 2 men finally walked in and told them to be quiet. One was a darker-skinned man with a scar across his nose and a pineapple-style hairdo, while the other had shoulder-length silver hair. Both of their faces were kind and gentle but held a lot of authority in the classroom. Arika and Mizuki looked at the students, proud that Konoha was raising so many promising young ninja. They felt honored to teach them. All right, class, listen up. Today we are going to be studying the history of other shinobi villages. There was a bit of groaning from the students, but Mizuki quickly silenced it. Now children, do not worry, it's not as bad as it sounds. Sensei, you always say that, yells a young Inuzuka boy. Yeah, what's up with that? Yells another boy. The two teachers' sweat drop as the class explodes into protests. Hey, listen up. This knowledge is also vital to being a ninja. So pay attention. The class quiets down after a couple more minutes. Now, as I was saying, the world consists of... Tap tap tap. Ugh, what now? Says Irika, causing Mizuki to chuckle. Irika makes his way over to the window and opens it. A messenger bird sops in and lands on the desk. It's from Hokage, he says as he takes the scroll from the bird's leg and opens it. What's it say, sensei? Asks a young Akimichi. Irika smiles and says, it appears we have a new student on his way here. He reads the scroll a bit more. It says that this new student has trained in solitude for a while and needs to learn a bit more on ninjutsu and genjutsu. What's his name? Asks a pink-haired girl. Irika reads further, then drops the scroll with a gasp. Oh no, that's... Before he could finish, the door to the classroom opens and a reasonably short blonde kid with 3 whisker marks on each cheek steps in. His arms were crossed and his breaths and shirt were bright orange. He had a katana, a spear and a battle chain on him and a tattered blue open cloak. Everyone in the classroom gets one good look at the boy and recoil in a bit of fear. Only one person had the courage to speak in the presence of this boy. He was a young Uchiha boy who looked just as emotionless as the blonde before the classroom. He utters 2 words and 2 words alone. Words that would soon send the classroom into disarray and chaos, for they too knew of what this boy is capable of. Uzumaki Naruto, says the young Uchiha. Naruto was never a guy that reveled in the terror of others, nor did he ever actively seek to terrorize those who have not wronged him yet, but he had to admit to himself as he looked upon the fearful faces of the students before him that it felt pretty liberating to some degree. Of course, there were still the few that were boldly facing his presence without any hint of fear, and he felt a bit of respect for those 4. The Uchiha didn't surprise him much. Of course the boy didn't fear him. He was an Uchiha after all, and their arrogance was as great as the Hyugas. The boy was staring right into Naruto's eyes as if trying to size him up. No doubt thinking the stories about him are overemphasized. He scoffs slightly at that. A night in my home would scare his butt shitless. The next was the Nara boy. Naruto was amused by every member of this clan. They were all highly intelligent, but some of the laziest bunch of people he had ever come across. Even now this boy was looking at him with half-closed and uncaring eyes that said, just let me sleep and I'll leave you alone. He shifts his gaze over to the boy sitting at the back of the room. Sunglasses and a high collar covered his face. The Aburame clan had interested him greatly a while back. After reading a bit about their abilities in his book about Konoha's clans, he took the liberty of observing the clan as the members went about their business. He had been caught every time but was surprised when they didn't brutally attack him but instead seemed to give him pointers on his stealth. The last boy intrigued him because he was staring at Naruto with curiosity and a bit of hostility. He has tan skin and reddish-pink shoulder-length hair. His eyes were mismatched colors, one brown and the other green. He looks back at the 2 frozen teachers and speaks. I'm sure Hokage Gigi has informed you of my arrival? Irika nods slowly with a guarded look. Yes, we just received the message right before you arrived. I welcome you to our class, Naruto. Naruto nods a bit and heads over to the class. He smirks as the students shy away from him and begin to whisper among themselves. It's the puppet boy. I know. They say his house is so riddled with dangerous traps that not even a squad of Hyugas could survive trying to break in. It's true. It's also true that he turned a Hyuga into one of his puppets. Is it really a good idea to let him be here? I mean, look at him. Let's just stay out of his way. I'm with you on that one. Naruto couldn't help but smile a bit. At least the younger generation had enough common sense not to mess with him. He takes a seat next to the Uchiha and waits patiently for Iruka to begin his lessons. Scene change. Yugao sighs in frustration as she leaps over another house. Of all the times to virtually vanish off of the face of the elemental nations, why did Naruto choose today of all days? She looks around almost frantically. Danzo's threat hung over her like an ornament of dark mockery. She was worried for Naruto, although some part of her told her that she shouldn't be. After all, this is the boy whose trap-setting skills and knowledge of poisons borders on Sannin level. Naruto, I have to find and warn you, she says as she lands on the ground in the central marketplace. Warn Naruto of what? Yugao spins around and sees none other than Sarutobi looking at her with a raised eyebrow. Yugao bows. Hoka-sama, I didn't expect to see you here, she says with a voice full of surprise. Sarutobi chuckles and says, even I deserve a bit of downtime. Now, what's this about Naruto? Yugao looks up and says, Danzo of Root is after him. Sarutobi looks up. I see, well follow me, I know where he's at right now. Yugao breathes a sigh of relief and follows her leader towards the ninja academy. Scene change. Naruto was disappointed. The academy didn't really teach any ninjutsu or genjutsu, and that's all he cared about. He already knew most of Konoha's history and the clans of Konoha, so he really didn't pay a whole lot of attention. He instead pulled out his human anatomy book and started reading. His knowledge of the human body was very impressive. If he so desired, he could become an amazing medical nin. Class had just ended and the students were heading out. There were still whispers about him and the two teachers were still guarded around him. He paid them little attention. He stopped caring what others thought of him a year ago. What is that monster doing here? Naruto turns around and is met with the hate gazes of the parents of the students. Get out of here, demon boy, yells a man. Naruto sighs and secretly draws a poison-tipped senbon needle. Enough. Leave Naruto alone, of face punishment from the Hokage. Naruto turns around and sees Sarutobi and an ANBU had just arrived. The people back off, but not before glaring at the puppet user and telling their children to stay away from him. Naruto looks back up at Sarutobi and says, thanks, but you know I didn't need your help. Sarutobi sighs. Yes, I know, but I can't have you injuring people in front of their own children. Naruto scoffs. Like I care. Sarutobi sighs again. Anyway, I have something important to tell you. Or rather, Yugao-chan here does. At the mention of her name, Yugao removes her mask and looks directly into Naruto's eyes. Naruto raises an eyebrow in slight surprise. Alright then, follow me, he says to the two ninja. There might be a few nosy eyes around that I don't want spying on us. In the bushes, the Uchiha and the tan-skinned boy flinch. Sarutobi nods, also knowing who was present, and places his hand on his shoulder. Where to, he asks. Naruto smirks and says, my place. Sarutobi and Yugao look at each other before vanishing with Naruto. They appear at the doorstep of Naruto's home a minute later and have to duck as two chunins suddenly lunge from the roof. Naruto does a few finger movements and the puppets return to their posts. Sorry about that, Anbusen. I still trust you very little, so I have not added you to the non-enemies list on my eyed seals. Yugao merely nods. Naruto approaches the stairs with Sarutobi and Yugao close behind him and eventually reach the door marked Uzumaki. He channels a bit of chakra into the door and pushes it open. Unlike the Hyugas who were dragged down to his underground dojo by one of his many ingenious traps, the door merely opens, revealing a small apartment room. Decorated in puppets' parts, tools, and jars of body parts. Yugao and Sarutobi look around a bit grossed out by the morbid settings of Naruto's home. It reminded him all too well of his old student. He points to the couch and says, sit. They do, and Naruto flops down into a rocking chair and grabs up a puppet torso and begins to tinker with it. Now what was it that you wanted to tell me? He asks after a minute. Yugao clears her throat. Uzumaki-san. Naruto raises an eyebrow at her. She gets her scruples together and continues. Danzo of Root and Bu is after you. Naruto scoffs. Root and Bu, huh? You know about them? Asks Sarutobi. Naruto shrugs. A little, but not a whole lot. A couple of the ninjas who have died here were once part of the Root and Bu, so I know a bit about them. They are a secret branch of ANBU. The more ruthless individuals, and this Danzo is their leader. Yugao nods. And this Danzo wants me under his control, no doubt. That is precisely it, Uzumaki-san. Danzo has instructed me to convince you to join his ANBU division or be eliminated by him. Naruto looks up, then glares at Yugao. Tell this Danzo that he is going to die. No one threatens my life. He stands up and looks her dead in the eye. I answer only to Hokage Gigi. No one else. If this Danzo wants so badly to control the Jinchuriki of Konoha, then he better come at me himself and try and force me. Yugao goes to say something else, but Sarutobi interrupts her. Naruto, don't underestimate Danzo. He is powerful. Naruto nods. I underestimate no one. The day Danzo sends his Anbu after me will mark the day of his death. How long do I have? Until the day you graduate from the Ninja Academy, says Yugao. Naruto stands up. Fine then. He heads into a back room and Sarutobi and Yugao could hear numerous clicking sounds and the clinking of metal and weapons. Just as Yugao was going to ask Sarutobi what Naruto was doing, the blonde returns with a large bundle in his arms. He looks at the two ninja in front of him as if surprised that they are still there. Naruto, what is that? Asks Sarutobi. Naruto drops the bundle and causes Yugao's eyes to widen. The bundle unravels and reveals a new puppet. This one was huge. At least 7 feet tall and had pitch black skin. It had the body of a very muscular man. One arm was covered in a huge gauntlet and a foot-thick giant clock's gear. The other arm wasn't connected to the body yet and still looked pretty normal. The upper half of its face was covered in a thick steel Roman-style helmet and snow-white hair sprouted from underneath the helmet. It was dressed in a tattered black kilt and a thick white sash that went from its left shoulder diagonally across the chest and around the right hip before coming back up across the back. A huge, feathery black wing and 2 metallic tentacles were placed next to the puppet, and so were numerous canisters decorated with seals and kanji for different elements. He grins and returns to the room, returning a few minutes later carrying a shield that was twice as tall and as wide as the boy and a double-bladed battle axe that was also nearly twice as tall as he was. The shield was triangle-shaped and had a golden outline. The center was decorated with a golden fox head and the rest of the shield was black. The axe blade was black and the staff part was gold with a design of a neen-tailed fox lunging at something toward the blade. Perfect weapons for a warrior of this new puppet stature. He drops the items next to the puppet and grins at Sarutobi and Yugao. Meet my newest puppet. 2 months in the making. An original Uzumaki design. Oni Tenshi. Demonic angel. Sarutobi and Yugao could only gape at Naruto, who smirks. Human puppets are not the only puppets I know how to make. And to prove his point, he unseals Fox Naruto and has it look at Yugao. You say Danzo will come at me the day of my graduation? Fine then. I'll use that time to prepare. He kneels down next to Oni Tenshi and picks up the disconnected arm of the huge puppet. Hokage Gigi. Do you know of anyone who can teach me ninjutsu and genjutsu? Someone I won't end up killing would be preferable. Sarutobi looks up as images of Tsum, Inoichi, Chusa and Shikaka dance through his mind, but before he could voice his thoughts, Yugao speaks up. I would love to teach you Uzumaki-san. Naruto looks at her with a critical eye. Although he heard her apologize that one day he still was guarded. He doesn't throw out his trust foolishly. And why would you want to teach me Enbu-sen? Aren't you the one whose arm I have taken? Yugao nods slowly. Naruto stands back up and approaches the woman. He looks deep into her eyes, a mere 5 inches apart. Yugao quickly became lost in Naruto's eyes. Eyes of the deepest blue she had ever seen. Eyes of a boy who has long since stopped caring about the world. Eyes of one who has dealt with a soul-gripping sadness. She felt something build up in her. A deep feeling in her stomach. At that moment, all she wanted to do was embrace Naruto in a hug and comfort him forever. She refrained at the risk of getting jammed in the neck by a poison-tipped senbon needle. Naruto, as if sensing Yugao's emotions, takes his eyes off of her and looks up. What is your name? I have seen you on several occasions and yet I do not know your name. Tell me Ibun and I will allow you to train me. Yugao nearly smiles happily and she gets to her feet. None of them had noticed that Sarutobi had left with a smile. My name is Yugao Yuzuki. Former member of Route A and BU. Instigator of the attack that changed you. A woman who is deeply and severely sorry for what she has done to you, Naruto. Yugao ends her sentence with a deep bow. Naruto approaches again and lifts her chin with his fingers to look into her tear-brimmed eyes. Anytime someone should be bowing to me is when they are either begging for mercy before I kill them or because I control them. He has Yugao stand back up and is a bit surprised to notice that she is only about a foot taller than he is. I am not killing you and you are not under my control. Therefore never bow to me, Yuzuki-san. Yugao didn't know what to do. The way Naruto had said that sounded almost. It definitely wasn't that. Thank you, Naruto. Naruto nods. Now I'm sure in order to teach me ninjutsu you need 2 hands, am I correct? Yugao nods. It's okay, Naruto. We'll figure something out. Naruto grins. I already have the solution to your problem. Yugao looks at him confused. Naruto merely smirks and vanishes into his bedroom. He returns a minute later holding a jar. The jar was full of yellow liquid and glowing with numerous preservative seals. Yugao widens her eyes when she sees what this jar was preserving. My arm. Correct, Yugao-san. The day I took your arm I kept it. It was also the same reason why you are still alive today. That day I found out about the QB and asked that group of dumbass villagers and shed some of my first tears. I saw your eyes. Eyes of a person that felt no hatred for me, no emotion at all in fact. I let you live because I felt you could redeem yourself. Regain your emotions as I lost mine. Yugao gasps. I spared you because I didn't want to kill you. It's that simple. He raises the jar to her. I can reattach your arm in the span of an hour. Would you like me to do so? Yugao's body moved on its own without her consent. It just reacted. That is how Naruto Uzumaki found himself in a bone-crushing hug from Yugao Yuzuki. Scene change. Sarutobi smiles as the image fade from his crystal ball. Things were finally beginning to look up. At least that's what he thought. He knew Naruto was probably never going to return to the way he was, but at least someone was finally there for him. He just hoped Naruto would be ready for Danzo. Perhaps the 4 other shinobi clans on his side would get involved. He sighs and decides not to think about it for now. Besides, he had a huge stack of paperwork to get signed. Scene change. Sai, calls Danzo. A second later a young man seemingly melts from the shadows. How may I serve you? Asks Sai in an emotionless voice. I want you to keep an eye on one Naruto Uzumaki. The puppet user? Yes. He shows great potential. I want to observe him. Keep track of his movements and make sure Yuzuki is doing her job. Sai nods but then asks another question. Are you even sure Yuzuki is going to cooperate? Danzo glares. She had better if she knows what's good for her. Now go. Do not get caught and do not try and enter Uzumaki's home. Sai raises an eyebrow. Danzo sighs and says, Uzumaki's home is riddled with traps so advanced they took our 4 highly trained Hyugas and numerous others over the past year. If you enter his home you will be killed. Ink drawings or not. Sai nods the bows. Now go. Hi Danzo-sama, says Sai before vanishing back into the shadows. Scene change. Yugao sat on the couch and watches mesmerized as Naruto practices with Yoshino. The puppet was moving in patterns far more graceful than anyone living cold move. Naruto was a prodigy of the puppet technique. That much was glaringly sure. His weapon skills were also really great and so was his taijutsu and seal making. She watches as the Hyuga puppet twirls gracefully on one foot, producing chakra streamers that glowed blue in the room. She flexes her left arm and smiles in Naruto's direction. She still didn't know how he reattached it so well. She remembers him saying something about tiny chakra strings but that was it. Yugao-san, how is your arm feeling? Asks Naruto suddenly. Yugao looks at the blonde as he continued to practice with his puppet and says, It feeling great Naruto. I can finally move it with ease now. Naruto looks at Yugao and says, Are you ready to teach me? Yugao inwardly laughs. Although Naruto was calm and collected on the outside, she could detect a bit of anticipation hidden in his voice. Of course Naruto. Whenever you are. Naruto pauses in his movements then seals Yoshino into his arm. Hold on, he says before walking into his room. He returns a few seconds later holding the jutsu scroll he stole from the Hyuga clan. There is a technique I wish to learn in this scroll, he says simply as he makes his way outside. Yugao follows the blonde and asks him where they were going. Naruto walks down the hall a bit and opens the stops at a door that was 4 doors away from his apartment. He opens it and steps in, Yugao close behind him. Yugao was awed at the sheer amount of traps that Naruto had set up. There was no way in hell someone was getting very far into this home without getting killed. Yugao had never seen such elaborate, well-thought-out and dangerous traps. Add to the fact that Naruto's puppets patrolled the place constantly and attacked anyone Naruto deemed an enemy without mercy and without tiring, and it kind of unnerved her a bit. They made their way down a slanted hallway for what seemed like 2 hours before Naruto finally speaks. We're here, he says as he opens a door marked Dojo. He steps in and signals for Yugao to follow. She obeys and widens her eyes at the sight. This dojo had everything needed in order to train. Weights, weapons, targets, a post, numerous open scrolls, a few books and numerous instructions for different puppet techniques. There was also a small letter taped to the wall right in the center. It was from Sasori of the Red Sands. The Taunt Tsuna. Naruto turns to looks at Yugao and says, So what must I learn first? Scene change. Sasuke Uchiha. A boy with principles. A boy with nobility. With the respect of the entire village. A boy who in his eyes could have no rival. Yet this Uzumaki Naruto was treading all over those beliefs. He grits his teeth a bit. Naruto was talked about all over Konoha. He was quite famous. But not in a positive way. His very name struck fear into the hearts of some of the villagers and inspired angry mobs in others. Sasuke felt a bit of jealousy for this boy. He was a dead last student when he used to attend the academy. Now he was strong enough to kill Hyuga jonins with traps alone and turn them into puppets. He was stronger than him. Sasuke grits his teeth. He had to train harder. Naruto was not going to surpass him. Not ever. Scene change. Sui-chi was an orphan. A boy of unknown origins. The only family he ever had was his older sister. She had gone missing a few years back though. He didn't like this Naruto. Didn't like him one bit. The guy acted like he was above everyone else. Yes, he heard the stories. He heard the rumors, he had even heard some of the villagers call the boy the QB. He didn't care. He saw Naruto as a stuck-up little brat who needed to get over himself. He huffs as he punches the training post for the 400th time. He had other things to worry about like getting stronger and locating his sister eventually. His reddish-pink hair swaying in the wind. Scene change. Niji Hyuga sat in his room and pondered. Never in his life had he seen someone fight a Hyuga so effortlessly, and yet this blonde boy a year younger than himself had utterly humiliated the entire clan. He sighs. He had training to do. Perhaps he would listen to the words this Naruto had said to Hiashi and modify the Juken. Who knows? Perhaps it was possible to take it to all new heights and defeat the fate of the Hyuga clan. Time skip. It was 10 at night when the doors opened and out stepped Yugao and Naruto. Naruto looks at the ANBU woman and says, "I thank you for today's lesson. I look forward to tomorrow." Yugao smiles and grabs Naruto in a hug. He would never get used to that and had to fight the reflex of jamming a kunai in her ribs every time she had done it, and counting now it was the 6th time. He wondered why she was suddenly so affectionate. Perhaps it was her way of being grateful for him accepting her apology and giving her arm back. He didn't know, nor did he really care. Yugao lets go of him and says, "I look forward to it as well, Naruto. Take care." She then vanishes. Naruto smirks and walks over to his apartment room. "I've been taking care since I could walk," he says in an amused voice before closing his door. He didn't notice that Yugao was still there, sitting on his roof and smiling sadly. Her heart ached. She was in pain for the way Naruto was. Because of this village. Because of her. Naruto. Scene change. Sai materialized in front of Danzo bowing. "Well?" asks the old war hawk Anbu. Sai clears his throat before speaking. "I seems that Yugao-san is growing attached to him." Danzo raises an eyebrow. Not only that, but it seems that she is training him in the arts of both ninjutsu and genjutsu. And Uzumaki actually let her get that close to him? It appears so, Danzo-sama. Danzo looks up and rubs his chin. "This is most interesting. Anything else?" Sai nods and says, "Actually yes. Uzumaki has returned Yuzuki's arm to her and didn't seem to care when she embraced him." Danzo looks Sai in the eye. "Is the boy growing soft?" "Not in the least, sir. He just trusts her a bit more is all." Uzumaki still holds that burning longing in his emotionless eyes. Danzo smiles. "Good. Continue keeping tabs on him. Approach him with my message on the day of his graduation exams. If he refuses, I give you full authority over my troops. Kill him." "Hi, Danzo-sama." Danzo smirks and dismisses the young soldier. "Uzumaki-san, if you know what's good for you, you'll join me. Become my tool." Hehehehe. The next day, Yugao arrives at Naruto's home. Naruto himself had decided to skip out on the academy this day so he could learn more under the ANBU. She knocks on the door, relieved to know that his puppets didn't attack her. "Enter," says Naruto in that same hollow voice he always has. Yugao obeys and gasps a second later. Naruto's newest puppet was finished. A puppet not even a day old and yet is already able to elicit a gasp from those who are fortunate or unfortunate enough to lay eyes on it. Naruto smirks as Yugao stumbles backward a bit at seeing the huge figure. She obviously hadn't been expecting to see that. Naruto twitches a finger and Oni Tenshi steps aside and gestures with its arm. "Come in," says Naruto after 10 seconds. Yugao obeys. Her eyes still firmly locked on Naruto's newest creation. It stood 7 feet tall, had pitch black skin and snow-white hair. It wore a Roman-style helmet and was built like a very muscular man. All the same parts as the day before, only everything was connected. The puppet's left shoulder now had a massive black wing sprouting from it that arched up then folded like a bird's wing. The fold was 4 feet above the puppet's head. The huge axe was strapped to its back and the shield was connected to the right arm. The sash held a large brass knuckle and the left forearm's gauntlet and huge clock gear was painted in seals, and several forward-facing cylinders were connected all along the edges of the gear and were also decorated with assorted kanji. Oni Tenshi's last feature was the 2 metallic 20-foot-long tentacles that sprouted from right shoulder wrapped diagonally around the chest 2.5 times. Naruto notices Yugao staring at his puppet and clears his throat to get his attention. "I know he is truly fascinating, but we do not have time to waste," he says, causing her to flinch. "My apologies, Uzumaki-san. So what do you want to work on first? Nin or Gen?" Naruto eyes glint with sick anticipation. "Teach me Genjutsu first. I will learn that for the first half of the year, then we will work on ninjutsu for the second half." "Why Genjutsu first?" Naruto looks up. "If I can drive an enemy to the brink of absolute terror just by looking at them, that would truly be a satisfying feeling." To have the power to completely immobilize my opponent with the use of illusions alone, I could kill my opponents so much easier. Yugogo sweat drops a little. Right, well, let's begin, shall we? Of course, Yugogo-san. Over the next 2 weeks the ANBU unit of Konoha would lose complete track of Yugogo Yuzuki. Naruto attended the academy about 3 times a week, but other than that he had become an enigma again. Danzo's root spy would tail Naruto whenever he wasn't holed up in his home, learned that the boy's already impressive chakra control was getting better. He still had yet to find out why. Danzo himself was also wondering where the hell Yugogo had vanished and had sent a few of his subordinates to search her household. It had been literally abandoned. Danzo came to 2 conclusions. Either Yugogo was killed by Naruto and thieves broke in and stole all of her stuff, or he froze. Yugogo is at Uzumaki's. This comment earns the attention of several of his subordinates. They look at him with the same look of understanding that Danzo himself had come to realize. Yugogo was training Naruto. That wench, yells Danzo in a fit of rage. Scene change. Yugogo was half asleep in one of Naruto's bedrooms when she sneezes. All of her stuff was still packed and in boxes. The room was quite large. Having used to be a whole other apartment, she sighs. Naruto's offer was sudden. Completely out of the blue. It is more convenient for you to stay here while you train me. Gather all of your stuff and bring it here, he had said. This had of course stunned and caught her completely by surprise, but she reasoned with his thinking and realized it made perfect sense to have her staying with him for the time being. 1. No one could be inclined to stick their noses where it clearly should not be, and 2. The time wasted while Yugogo was heading to Naruto's place had been eliminated altogether, resulting in more training time. Naruto intended to make full use of the year he had. She sighs again. Naruto had been all she had been thinking about lately. It was kind of annoying actually. She was an ANBU, an elite ninja, yet here she was laying in the compound of the most feared and hated boy in Konoha who would kill an ignorant villager before he would ask questions, and she was thinking about him almost constantly. Ever since that semi-touching moment they had the day he returned her arm. She gets to her feet and heads down toward Naruto's dojo. He was probably training with Yoshino and Oni Tenshi down there, and she figured she might as well help him with his taijutsu. She makes her way down and approaches the door that led to the dojo. Bam. Yugogo leaps to the side as huge axe slams into the ground where she just was. Oni Tenshi, Fox Naruto and Yoshino were attacking Naruto in a 3-on-1 battle. How Naruto was able to spar with his 3 puppets was still a mystery to her. The concentration it must have taken must be on par with a Sannin. She watches as Naruto draws his katana and leaps away from a Juken strike from Yoshino. Then he ducks under a slash from Fox Naruto's Zambit. They were moving at high Chunin level speed and only seemed to be getting faster. Yugogo could see 3 of Naruto's fingers twitching on the hand not holding the katana. Strings attached to the puppets. Naruto was a genius in this art. The fighting style was exclusive to Naruto and Naruto alone in Konoha. She doubted puppet emissaries in Suna had this level of skill. Suddenly Fox Naruto's tails split apart and the swords stick out from them. The spinning demon wind shuriken also extends from the puppet's arm and rolls out. Yoshino takes up a Juken stance and Oni Tenshi straightens out. Now this was something to see. Oni Tenshi's wing extends out to the left and the 2 tentacles unwrapped themselves from its chest and began to dance wildly to the right of him. The large puppet hefts its shield to the front of it and the large axe rests on his shoulder, ready to slice at a moment's notice. Yugogo couldn't help but say, truly a representative of its namesake. Naruto's head snaps in her direction. Yugogo-san up for teaching me more genjutsu? He says after a second. Yugogo smiles and nods. We might as well since I'm here. Naruto nods slightly and seals his puppets without a word. It was quite interesting to watch the puppets seemingly turn to mist and seep into the seal on his forearm. Let's begin, he says. I still need to perfect the hell viewing technique. Yugogo was no genjutsu specialist, but she knew enough to get Naruto going in the right direction. If his unique ideas concerning his puppets were anything to go by, then all he would need is a gentle push in the right direction and he could improvise from there. Which in his case is not a bad thing. She looks around the dojo. It was dimly lit and the forms of puppets waiting to attack could be seen hiding in the shadows of the corners on the ceiling. She briefly wondered how he maintained all of the security seals and pre-programmed chakra seals and automatic attack puppets distributed all throughout the complex, but cast it aside. Hell, what she should be wondering is where the hell is he getting all of his resources? She shakes her head. It was none of her business and she could only pray that he one day trusts her enough to tell her. Come on Naruto-san, let's begin. Time went by fast. Naruto's ability to learn was astounding. Yugogo only knew 5 genjutsus, but still. Naruto had learned them all in 2 months and mastered them in another 2 months. Then he started to improvise and create his own. Just as she knew he would. Why, just the other day had her believing she was flying. With actual wings and everything. He called it false freedom, and it was designed to make you commit accidental suicide. Yugao had been most impressed by Naruto's progress and had gave him a hug out of excitement when he cast the high-level genjutsu known as the tree bind. She had been doing that a lot lately. Hugging the boy. She wondered how it made him feel. Naruto was thinking similar thoughts. His genjutsu was above average and his own creations were good, but he wasn't a genjutsu-type person. He just couldn't take them to the levels he clearly desired. It was as if there was some sort of mental block trying to prevent him from perfecting genjutsu. Well, he would figure it out one day and remove that block. He closes his eyes and prepares to go to sleep. The ninjutsu training started tomorrow. Yugao couldn't sleep. Thoughts of Naruto once again were plaguing her head. The boy was still a mystery to her. He was cold and showed no emotion. His demeanor was that of a hardened war veteran, and he opened his heart to no one save for Hokage. The old leader had come to visit on several occasions over the last 6 months, and she noticed that Naruto became more relaxed around him. More like the 11-year-old boy he still was. But once Sarutobi was gone, he returned to his usual self. Yugao found herself wishing she could be one of those people he could relax around. She wanted to be one of the people who he could open his heart, to return those hugs she so freely gave to him. She sighs and gets out of bed. She puts on a pair of slippers and quietly makes her way to Naruto's room. With the skill of the job she is trained to do, she slips into Naruto's room and approaches his bed. He was facing the other direction asleep. She stares at his still form for a whole minute, barely noticing the puppets and the other traps ready to spring to life at the first wrong move. "Naruto," she says as she leans down. Naruto was awake. He had been as soon as Yugao left her room. He knew she was coming to his room and prepared. Was she coming to try and kill him? Furious. She's died just like the others. He pauses a bit as Yugao enters his room and slowly approaches his bed. He was getting tense like no other now, but decided not to spring his traps. She was too close. If she wanted to kill him, she could. Just as he was about to roll around and confront her, he hears her say his name in a tone he had never heard anyone use toward him. It was confusing. He didn't know what feeling was associated with this tone, but he knew it wasn't hate or anger. It felt more like sadness and regret with a bit of longing. He tenses again and widens his eyes when he feels a pair of slender arms wrap softly around his torso and a pair of lips land gently on his cheek. He could see the purple hair of the NBU as it spilled over into his face, and he could feel the softness of her beers pressed gently against his back. "Naruto, I want to see you smile." Okay, this was getting to awkward in Naruto's opinion. What the hell was this woman doing? "Naruto, I don't want you to be alone anymore. I don't want you to be sad any longer." Naruto had to suppress a snort. His tears had dried long ago. Sadness, like any other emotion beside anger and a bit of excitement, was a thing of the past for him. He could feel Yugao's silent sobs JRK through her body as she continued to hold him. She was one in a million, that's for sure. Naruto inwardly commended her for not being an ignorant dumbass anymore, thinking he was the fox, but was still questioning why the hell she was clinging all over him. Finally, after a few minutes, Naruto sighs and sits up, causing the woman to gasp. Holy CRB, how long have you been awake?" Naruto chuckles and says, "Since before you even left your own room." The woman eeps loudly and leaps away from Naruto. Her face a very dark red. Naruto grins as Yugao tries desperately to form a sentence. Finally Naruto says, "Yugao, while I appreciate your concern for me and am glad that you have an open mind, I'm going to have to ask you to return to your room." Yugao's sputtering stops instantly and she opts to stare at Naruto as he gazes into her eyes. "All of this mushy stuff isn't me, Yugao. I have decided that if I am going to strike fear into my enemies so that I may be left alone, I cannot, no. I refuse to open up my heart. Emotions are a useless obstacle that constantly held me back and kept me weak all that time. Anger, indifference, and amusement at the expense of others are the only feelings that are useful to me. So abandon your effort to unlock the others within me. It's useless." Yugao couldn't take it anymore. She launches herself at Naruto and grabs him in a fierce hug. She holds on to the boy for a whole 10 minutes before finally letting go and staring into his eyes with her own tear-filled orbs. "Naruto, I'm going to reawaken your happiness, your sadness. I want to be the one who can do that for you." Naruto sighs and gently pushes the woman off of him. "I suggest you return to your room now, Yugao-san." Yugao sighs and turns to leave. The door opens for her and Yugao steps out. As the door closes, Yugao looks back at Naruto one last time. She sighs again. Naruto continued to stare at the spot where Yugao disappeared for 3 more minutes before sighing and laying back down on his bed. "Foolish woman," he whispers. Time skip. The next day proceeded like any other day, only this time Naruto and Yugao stood facing each other in the dojo getting ready to begin ninjutsu training. He noticed that Yugao was looking at him with a hint of determination in her eyes. Perhaps formulating a plan to try and find a way to his heart. He flicks his wrist and a puppet lands from a hole in the ceiling. The puppet approaches and hands Naruto a scroll with the Hyuga clan symbol on it. Before Yugao could express her surprise, Naruto speaks. I stole this from that pompous clan with the blank eyes. It turns out they've grown so arrogant that they believe that they no longer need their clan ninjutsu. He opens the scroll and says, all of these have to do with flowers, be it shape, name, or actual use of flowers. I will learn these first. Yugao nods and look at the scroll. There were 4 jutsus described in the scroll. The first 2 were water techniques. They were both named for a type of flower. Water release, cry of splitting daisy, and the water release, fury of the blue rose. Then there was the fire technique, tears of the dandelion. And finally was the flower release, dance of the cherry blossom. The scroll gave no descriptions of the jutsus, but she could see why Naruto would be interested in learning them. Flower-style techniques were something she, as well as everyone else save for probably the Hokage and the older Hyuga clan members, had never heard of before. She sighs at the arrogance of the Hyugas and pitied them a bit as well. Because now their secret jutsus were in the hands of Naruto Uzumaki. Okay Naruto, which one first? Naruto grins and points. Scene change. All around Konoha, young ninjas in training were picking up their regiments. Niji Hyuga had indeed decided to switch up his style and even agreed to learn another taijutsu style from his team sensei. He was actually getting along quite well in his opinion. The Juken was becoming more and more of a thing of the past. He still used the basic fundamentals such as attacking the inner coils and the tenketsu, but the style would often change. He started to incorporate the iron fist that his sensei was teaching him as well as other jutsus into the Juken, creating a style that could one day destroy the Hyuga. Hanabi and Hinata had also stepped it up. Hanabi had first focused on getting Hinata to open up more and cast her insecurities to the wind. It was a difficult task, but 2 months after her encounter with Naruto she had succeeded. Hanabi had used Naruto as a sore spot on several occasions, saying to look at how strong he was because of his own confidence. She had said to Hinata that lack of confidence would get her killed. It took a whole lot of effort and time. Finally though, after 2 months, Hinata's stutter had vanished. She still was insecure, but she wasn't as sad as she was, and because of this they were finally able to begin their revised training. They too had heeded Naruto's words and were branching out in different directions. Hanabi had a goal, and it was to surpass Naruto in power. The puppet user interested her greatly, and she didn't want to be a weakling in front of him. Hinata, although scared of Naruto, still found his strength something to admire. She wanted to be like him. Strong, confident, and tolerant of no one. That was her goal. And from the shadows with glaring Byakugan eyes watched and angry Hiashi. Those 3 might become a problem. He would keep an eye on them and put a stop to their actions if they got too out of hand. Scene change. Sasuke continued to push his body to the limits. He had to get stronger. He had to improve. He studied all of the scrolls and even began to wear weights. If he remembered correctly, Naruto wore weights as well. He trained his body and his mind to the limits and beyond. If Naruto could be as strong as he is, then so could he. He would reach the level needed to kill his brother. Now he was currently doing a vigorous chakra training exercise. He needed high reserves if he wanted power, right? Definitely. Especially if the person he wishes to surpass before he surpasses his brother was as strong as he is now and would only get stronger. Sasuke breathes as he refocuses his concentrations on hanging upside down from the ceiling with a cinder block hanging off of his wrists. Scene change. Shuichi was in the forest. The area around him was littered with weapons and what appeared to be claw marks from a large beast. He was breathing heavily while holding a large sitar in his hand. The item itself was a strange one. It was shaped like any other sitar, only it was black and much thinner than regular ones. The base of the instrument also sported a white crescent moon-shaped blade that curved perfectly with the shape of the base. It looked like a guillotine. Shuichi places the weapon in a case and straps it to his back. His training was done for now. It was getting dark and he had been out in the forest for 5 hours. Thoughts of Naruto crossed his mind. He had finally come to realize why it was that Naruto acted the way he did and felt a bit more respect toward him. But he still didn't like him too much. Quiet, emotionless people just clashed with his personality. It was natural to feel that way. He briefly wondered how his lost sister would have felt about him. That thought causes a bit of sadness and determination to well up inside him. I'll find you. That's a promise. Time skip. Naruto woke up to Yugao once again, giving him a loving hug. He sighs. When was she going to quit this? Naruto, do you know what today is? She asks. Naruto looks around, then spots his calendar. He grins and gently pushes Yugao off of him. It's the day I meet this Danzo and claim his head. Yugao nods and heads toward the door. Good luck, Naruto, she says. Naruto nods. Scene change. Finally the day had come. This was a day that he had been waiting for 6 whole months. Danzo grins as Sai appears before him. Report. Sai nods and says, the 6 months are up. Uzumaki is headed toward the Ninja Academy as we speak. The Genin exams will be held precisely 60 minutes from now at 3:30 p.m. Judging from Uzumaki's previous visits to the Ninja Academy, he will leave out of the southwest exit and head to the Hokage's office before heading back home once he has passed. I see. And Yuzuki? Sai shakes his head. She is still staying at Uzumaki's place. I will confront her myself. You talk with Uzumaki. Danzo frowns. The plan is for all of us to go after Uzumaki. Sai nods, then looks up with an alien glint in his eyes. But wouldn't it be wiser to kill Yuzuki before she meets up with Naruto should he refuse? Danzo smiles. Sai, you are indeed my greatest subordinate. Yes, go locate Yugao and eliminate her. Sai nods and says, hi. She shall not meet up with Uzumaki today. Thank you, Sai, that is all. Understood, says Sai before melting into the shadows. A second later, a group of 30 kneeling Root A and BU members appear. You are all to follow me when the time comes. I will go to Uzumaki myself and offer him a position. If he refuses, you are to kill him. Understood? There was a chorus of, hi Danzo-sama, before they vanish. Now all we do now is wait. Scene change. Naruto entered the class and made his way to the back of the room and silently waited for his turn for the test. The students around him were chatting excitably, talking about how they were going to make their parents proud and become great ninja for Konoha and all that. He scoffs. These bunch of fools are lucky their parents were wise enough to keep the ignorant mouths shut around him, otherwise they'd be orphans right now. The talking went on for another hour as the students continued to fall into an air of confidence and anticipation until finally Irika and Mizuki walk in. Good afternoon, class. Today is the day you've all been waiting for. Today is the day you all take the graduation exams. There was some cheering and others such yells of joy. Irika clears his throat and says, not the exam is quite simple really. All you have to do is make sure you can efficiently do the 3 academy jutsus. There were some whoops of joy, some groans of disappointment, and a big sweat drop from Naruto. One by one the students would leave the room with one of the teachers and come back 5 minutes later either wearing a Konoha forehead protector in victory or hanging their bare foreheads in defeat. Naruto didn't really pay much attention. He was not too happy right now. He watches as Sasuke is called up and sighs when he returns 5 minutes later wearing a headband. Naruto Uzumaki, says Irika. The class focuses its attention on he young puppet user and face vault at what he says next. Irika-san, I guess I fail because I do not remember how to do the 3 academy jutsus. Irika face vaults as well. What the hell do you mean by that? Naruto sighs. It means that I have been so focused on learning higher level jutsus that I forgot how to do these 3. Irika sighs. At least try and remember. Come on. Naruto sighs, gets to his feet and follows Irika out of the classroom to the room a few doors down. Once he arrives, he spots Mizuki and a table decorated in a few Konoha headbands. Welcome, Naruto. First I'm going to ask you to do the replacement jutsu, says Irika, not wasting any time. Naruto concentrated a bit and gathers a bit of chakra. He was mildly surprised when he actually managed to switch places with Mizuki. Irika smiles. Good, Naruto, now do the transformation jutsu. Naruto shrugs and without a word he transforms into a somewhat reasonable copy of Irika. The only problem was that fact that the hair was still blonde. Irika frowns a bit. Your henge needs work. Okay, now, do the clone jutsu. Naruto closes his eyes and gathers more chakra. He takes a deep breath and says, Banshin no jutsu. There were 6 puffs of smoke and 6 dead-looking Narutos appeared. They were way less than satisfactory clones. Irika looks at Naruto regretfully and says, I'm sorry Naruto, but you fail. Naruto says nothing. He merely turns to leave, but not before hearing Mizuki. Irika, that was a bit harsh. Why fail him when he obviously has the ability to be a great ninja? Irika sighs. It's the will of the council. If he can't do the jutsus then he fails. I would love to pass that boy. He has great potential. Naruto shrugs and adds Irika to his now 3-person-long, people he does not need to kill list, along with Yugao and Sarutobi. He could feel the sincerity behind the teacher's actions and respected him a bit more for it. Mizuki on the other hand, he didn't like that man. Naruto made his way back to the academy and is met with the startled gazes of the entire class. Holy CRP failed, yells the Inuzuka boy. How the hell did that happen? It was then that the class exploded into loud chatter. Naruto sighs in exasperation and exits the building. He walked across the small playground and spots an old swing. Now there was something that brought back some memories. Times of his early childhood before that incident. Back when he was still weak and defenseless. He takes his place on the swing and closes his eyes. Content to listen to all around him. Becoming a ninja for Konoha didn't matter to him. It's not like he would willingly serve under someone anyway. No one deserved the privilege except Sarutobi Gigi. Chances are he'd end up poisoning his sensei and turning him into a puppet anyway, traumatizing his teammates in the process. He grins a bit at that thought and another rises up. Perhaps he should create some more battle puppets. It would be nice to have a personal army and not just a bunch of security guards. Besides, if he aimed to be the greatest puppeteer then he would have to. But he couldn't just choose anybody. If they were alive then they had to have been powerful. If they are his own creations then they had to be as strong as human puppets. He looks up in thought. See that? It's that boy. I heard he failed. But imagine if that thing became a ninja. I know. After all he's the... We can't talk about that. Suddenly a pair of Senbon needles jams into each woman's legs and they fall to the ground with gasps of pain. Their legs were useless for the moment. They look up and see Naruto standing over them and gasp. Help the monst. Begins one woman but is cut off as Naruto touches a nerve on her neck, effectively shutting down the voice box. The other woman was too scared to say anything. Naruto looks down at the women with ice-cold, emotionless eyes that seemed to shine with anger. Those who cannot keep their mouths shut are always the first to die. Remember that so next time you'll know how to act around me. He then turns and walks away, leaving an entire group of terrified people. Up in the tree sat a root Anbu. He vanishes, trailing after Naruto. Time skip. It was dark. Naruto had, instead of going home, decided to take a stroll through the forest. Those two women had set him off and the only thing that stopped him from removing their heads was his logic. They hadn't openly tried to kill him so they were in the clear. Barely. On top of that he wouldn't dare kill a woman in front of her children. He would do it in private later. After all he couldn't stand crying kids and that's exactly what the killing of those two would have caused. Not to mention a lot of fighting. The two children and his logic had saved those women. But should they say something again they would die. He made sure to get that point across. As he walked, he became aware of numerous presences within the forest. 5 of them were a bit further away at different parts of the forest. Academy students training he guessed, stronger than average academy students. Then there were the high-level signatures that were trailing after him. There were 30 people altogether and he mentally thanked Yugao for insisting he train his ability to sense chakra signatures. He was tense, ready to fight at moment's notice. Then there were 2 familiar chakra signatures in conflict. His curiosity peaks a bit and he heads off in that direction. He arrives to a curious scene indeed. Irika and Mizuki were fighting a death match. Mizuki was carrying a large scroll and Irika was trying to get it from him. Naruto focuses on the scroll trying to find out what scroll it was. It was then that Irika spoke. Mizuki, I will not let you take away the scroll. I'll kill you if I have to. Mizuki grins and says, go ahead and try Irika. We both know that you're weak and near dead already. This scroll belongs to me now. With this scroll I'll become unstoppable. Naruto then sees the title of the scroll. Forbidden Jutsus. Now normally Naruto would have just stood by and watched Mizuki decapitate Irika and leave but that scroll was called the Forbidden Scroll. It was a scroll that held some of Konoha's most devastating jutsus within it. And he aimed to be the most devastating ninja. So naturally when Mizuki charged he leapt down and intercepted Mizuki with his foot and snatched the scroll from his hands. Mizuki gets back to his feet and glares at Naruto who was examining the scroll. Hey, give that back brat, it's mine. Naruto pays him no attention. He merely opens the scroll and looks at the first jutsu. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Interesting. And Naruto don't. Those jutsus are highly dangerous. They could kill you, says Irika. Naruto shrugs and says, staying in this village could kill me, yet I'm still here. He then proceeds to practice the hand sign for the Kage Bunshin. Mizuki scowls and says, I'll kill you monster and I'll be taking that scroll. Naruto looks over at Mizuki with a glare. No one called him a monster. Ignorant Konoha dumbass, he says before vanishing. A second later a fist buries itself in Mizuki's gut and slams him into a tree. Naruto glares into Mizuki's eyes and pulls out a kunai. I'm getting tired of your mouth. Mizuki grins evilly and says, I bet you want to know why everyone hates you, correct? Naruto stops. Irika, don't, that's forbidden. Mizuki looks into Naruto's eyes and continues. You want to know why they shun you, treat you like garbage and warn their children about you? Because... He never finishes because Naruto had hit the nerve and shut down his voice box much like the woman earlier. Mizuki baka, you think I do already know why? You're a fool. Mizuki's eyes widen. It's because I'm a Jinchuriki, the holder of the QB no Kitsune. Everybody should know that. I put it in my warning almost 2 years ago. He jams his kunai into Mizuki's throat and pulls out a large scalpel knife. I don't know how useful you'll be as a tool, but I'll give you a try. And before Irika could protest, Naruto opens up Mizuki's ribcage and begins to literally dissect the man. Up in the trees, Danzo signals with his hands, okay, do it now. Hi. 30 Rutenbu leap from the trees and surround Naruto, who merely looks up and says, about time you fools showed yourselves. Irika widens his eyes. Irika-san, take the forbidden scroll back to Sarutobi-san, says Danzo. Irika looks worriedly at Naruto, who is still working on Mizuki's corpse. We aren't here to attack him unless he is uncooperative, now leave, says Danzo. Irika nods, not knowing what else to do, and leaps away with the scroll. Naruto now looks at Danzo with a bit of a glare. Danzo approaches Naruto but stray a good distance away from him. Uzumaki-san, I have an offer for you. Scene change. Yugao was walking down the street with her friend Hayate when they are suddenly attacked by a huge ink lion. They leap to the side and run off to one of the training grounds to keep the civilians out of the way. Once they do, they turn to face their foe. It was a young man Naruto's age. He was dressed in black and had a bit of a pale complexion even in the dark. He had black hair and no emotions. An ink brush and a scroll was in his hands. Who is this kid? Asks Hayate. Yugao glares and says, his name is Sai of Root Enbu. Sai nods and says, that's right, and for failing to follow Danzo-sama's instructions you are to be put to death. A second later a huge ink dragon burst from Sai's scroll. The light of the flame that withers the root. Naruto removes his arms from Mizuki's chest and stands to face Danzo. An offer you say? He asks. Danzo smirks a bit and nods. Naruto looks up in thought. Attack plans were already forming in his head. And what make you think I'll join your little group of lapdogs? Danzo smirks a bit more and gestures with his hands. The 30 ANBU subordinates take up fighting stances and begin to enclose around the boy. Naruto-san, it would be wise for you to join me. We wouldn't want any unfortunate accidents. Naruto glares. Danzo-san, that is the second time you have placed a threat upon me. I think it's time for me to show you what that means. Danzo smirks a bit more and says, it is not wise to threaten me, let alone think you and attack me. Naruto scoffs. Many have said that and all have died. That fool back there is a prime example, says Naruto as he points to Mizuki's mutilated corpse. Some of Danzo's forces cringe a bit. Danzo narrows his eyes. Root is on a whole other level than that fool. Naruto looks up in thought. Still, it does not matter to me. I am not an idiot and I refuse to be used for your own selfish gains. I know your type. You see me as a weapon that needs to be controlled or discarded. I am no mere object fool. I have a will of my own. So I'm taking it you refuse to join me? Naruto scoffs. What was your first clue, old man? No, I won't be joining your little organization for one reason. He drops his scalpel and begins to flip through hand signs. Danzo, although joining your group would benefit me greatly and I could easily obtain more strength, you and you little lapdogs have threatened my life. No one does that and lives to brag to the whole world about it, and that, my dear old man, is something that takes more precedence than gaining more power. I will put up with no one's CRP above all other issues, be it offers of power, protection, or any other. That is my way. Danzo glares. And besides, I'm not a ninja. I failed the graduation exam and therefore cannot join Root ANBU without permission from Hokage Gigi. It was then that Danzo recognizes with stunned shock what hand signs Naruto was doing. Clear the area, he yells, but it was too late. Naruto slams his hands into the ground and says in a voice void of all emotion as a massive amount of chakra explodes off of him and spirals upward, fire release. Scene change. The village of Konoha was in an uproar. The people had gathered and were standing in front of Sarutobi prepared for battle. News of the stolen scroll spread rapidly after Irika had returned with it. Also the news of Naruto's presence had riled the people up. They were glad to be granted the chance to kill the boy now that he was out of his home. They waited eagerly for Sarutobi's order to go and hunt down the boy. Their weapons were drawn and their adrenaline was high. Sarutobi clears his throat in order to gain everyone's attention. But what he gets isn't silence. It was gasps of surprise. What the hell is that? Yells one villager in a voice full of fear while pointing at something behind Sarutobi. The old Hokage raises an eyebrow. What are you all pointing at? He turns around and gasps. All he could think to say was, no way. Hiashi isn't going to be happy, as a huge blaring orange flaming dandelion burst from the trees and towers above in the distance about half-mile out. The villagers were captivated by the beauty of the flaming flower and could do nothing more than watch in awe as it began to rain fireball down upon the surrounding area. Whomever that was hitting was one poor son of a beach, that's for sure. That is what most of the observers thought. Sarutobi, on the other hand, was worried. The Hyugas hadn't used that move in years and only one other person has had access to the Hyuga scrolls recently and not many have the chakra capacity to make the flower that big. Sheet. Naruto, he yells. He was getting ready to jet off in that direction when a huge black dragon suddenly rises above the north side of Konoha and gives a mighty roar. Sheet. What is going on? Quickly get over there, everybody. Suma, Kurenai, Kakashi, Enko, Ibiki, come with me. I think Naruto is in a fight with Danzo. What? No time. Come on. Scene change. Sasuke was about a mile away from Naruto training in solitude when he saw it. The flaming dandelion appeared towering above the trees. What the hell, he says as he take off in its direction. Scene change. Hanabi and Hinata had bulging wide eyes. They knew what that was. They had learned about it from their father a couple of years back. Come on, Hinata, says Hanabi as she grabs her older sister by the hand and races off with her. Scene change. Niji was also staring with wide eyes. This jutsu. He takes off in that direction. He had to know who was doing that move. Scene change. Shuichi was the closest one to Naruto. He doesn't say anything as the giant flower rises from the ground. He merely jets off in that direction with a raised eyebrow. And his sitar poised for battle. Scene change. The distant form of the dandelion glowed brightly in the distance and illuminated the scene of northern Konoha. Yugao looks at Hayate. He looks at Yugao. They both look at the huge ink dragon, then at Sai. Then they vanish. Sai had no time to react. Just who do you think you are, brat? Asks Yugao as she slams her fist into the boy's stomach and sends him smashing into the wall. Hayate had leapt up and tore the dragon apart with his dance of the crescent moon. Sai shakily gets to his feet and smirks before bursting into ink. Sheet, where are you, coward? Above you, Yugao leaps to the side to avoid a claw slash from an ink tiger. Please, brat, fire release. Fire dragon. Sai has to abandon his perch or get incinerated along with it. As he soared through the air, Hayate appears and slams the butt of his katana into his temple, sending him back toward Yugao, who had an almost devilish smirk on her face. Sai of Root A and Byuha? You die. Earth release. Earth javelin. She slams her hands into the ground and a large spike of earth bursts from the ground and soars at Sai. He does a quick replacement but is intercepted once again by Hayate, who slashes his legs. Sai grunts in pain and collapses to the ground, bleeding from his calves and his mouth. Damn it. I need more training. Yugao glares and says, Danzo is a fool to have sent someone of your level, Sai. What are you thinking? Just then the other ninjas of the Konoha arrive on the scene. Wait, says Yugao. She approaches Sai and burns his scrolls and ink with a small fire jutsu. You're helpless, Sai. Don't try anything. Sai just looked up at her with lifeless eyes. Eyes that revealed to her a child who has been stripped of everything that made him human, leaving a mere shell of himself behind. A young man whose sole purpose in life was to fight and serve like a loyal SLV. Blindly devoting himself to Danzo and Danzo alone. Inoichi Yamanaka approaches and asks, Yugao-san, who is this boy? Yugao looks down and says, he Danzo's student. Take him to the prison chambers, please. Inoichi looks down at the boy and says, it's like he's a machine. Yugao nods as the Yamanaka clan head picks the boy up and vanishes. Hayate looks at Yugao and asks, what the hell is going on? Yugao sighs and says, it's Naruto. I think he's in a fight with Root. Hayate widens his eyes and grabs Yugao's shoulder. Where is he? He asks. Yugao eyes the dandelion and says, the forest. Head for the flower. Hayate nods and vanishes with Yugao. Scene change. A hellish firestorm of death. That's what could describe the scene around Naruto. His body was covered in flames that swirled violently around him and towered in the form of the stem of a plant that rose up and connected to a blazing flower. 15 of Danzo's ANBU had been caught up in that attack. And the others had barely managed to get out of range. They didn't know what hit them. All they could remember was rain. Thousands, perhaps millions of tiny balls of flames that poured down from the top of the flaming dandelion like a hailstorm from the depths of Hades itself. Nothing within the immediate area survived. Everything was incinerated or up in flames right now. Naruto honestly hadn't expected that. He stood staring in front of him at the destruction the tears of the dandelion had wrought. There were several still barely alive roots struggling to stay away from the fires that kept coming to life. He smirks a minute later and dissipates the jutsu. He now knew why the Hyugas were deemed the most powerful clan in Konoha and why these jutsus were no longer used. They were powerful and sapped chakra like kid on lemonade. He was breathing a bit, but otherwise he was fine. Danzo, get out here and fight me, he says as he slashes the throat of another helpless root, sending blood all over. He receives his answer in the form of the other 15 root umbus dropping from the trees in front of him. Uzumaki, you'll pay for that, says one of them. Naruto smirks and does a few more hand signs. False freedom. ANBU break Naruto's personal genjutsu with little difficulty. Don't toy with us, Uzumaki. Naruto scowls and draws his katana. The roots smirk behind their masks before vanishing. Sure. Bam. Naruto receives a vicious kick to his head and then a punch to his mid-back. He skids across the forest floor for a second before jamming his katana into the ground. Earth release. Earth dragon bomb. Naruto widens his eyes and leaps to the side just as several fist-sized earth bullets whizzed past his head and tore through the trees behind him like paper towels. Damn it, he mutters as he reaches down to his ankles. I don't know how fast I am compared to your forces, Danzo, but I won't get made a fool of tonight. He unclasps the weights on his ankles, then unclasps the weights on his wrists before tearing off his tattered cloak, revealing a bare chest and a bandaged wrapped torso along with a chain scythe, a small warhammer and a patch of Sinbon needles. He glares as Danzo's taunting voice rings throughout the area. You wear orange? Quite unbefitting of someone of your caliber. Are you so arrogant to believe it does not matter who sees you? Naruto glances down at his baggy, slightly tattered orange shorts and smirks. Arrogance is but a tool to get you killed, Danzo. And your arrogance will be your downfall. He then vanishes. The roots were slightly surprised at the boy's speed but were still able to track him. The leader draws his katana and blocks Naruto's sudden downward slash. What he didn't expect was for Naruto's other hand to lash out and jam a poisoned senbon into his neck. He collapses in a seizure. Naruto smirks and ducks, narrowly avoiding a decapitating slash from a katana from behind. He then leaps high into the air. 5 of the roots follow, much to Naruto's pleasure. Danzo, I may not be more powerful than your lackeys, but I am definitely smarter. He then channels a bit of chakra and begins to rotate. Ninja art, Senbon Storm. Naruto's entire body began to glow with seals as he spun, and before the 5 roots could question what the hell Naruto was doing, they are assaulted by a massive wave of Senbon needles. The weapons flew from the seals on his body in all directions with deadly accuracy and force. 4 of the ninjas were killed while the last one somehow managed to block most of them and keep himself alive. As he and his dead teammates plummeted back to the ground, Naruto speaks again. I knew this day would come, Danzo. I have taken all of the necessary preparations. I have many tricks up my sleeve. The surviving root of Naruto's Senbon Storm couldn't help but feel his respect for Naruto increase. Right up until his head is removed by Naruto's sword. Ingenious, he mutters right before he hit the ground with a bit of force. Naruto merely looks at the downed man before vanishing again. Clashes of metal could be heard and sparks could be seen appearing at random spots of the battle's field. Another root falls to Naruto's katana. He had gotten cocky and dropped his guard. Somewhere a bit of a distance away, Danzo was smirking. Amazing, Naruto-san. He then gestures with his wrist and the rest of the members of Root appear. There were 60 of them and each was kneeling. Kill that Jinchuriki, he commands simply. The ninjas nod and vanish. 6 Root and Bu were left. They were breathing a bit and Naruto stood in front of them. His body was covered in cuts and bruises. One eye was closed and his katana had been broken. Blood was dripping from his mouth, arms and chest. Looks like all those spars with Yugao-san are actually paying off, he says as he draws the battle chain in one hand. And the hammer in the other. The Root and Bu were a bit weary of Naruto now. His speed was below theirs but his reflexes, intelligence and ingenious placement of traps on his body had made up for that. Every time one of them would hit a right spot on Naruto, a trap would be triggered. Senbon or any other variety of weapons coated in poison would shoot from a hidden seal and incapacitate the attacker. On top of that was his skill in other weapons. At one time an axe had burst from a seal on his chest and he had wielded it effortlessly and used it to behead the man in front of him before it shattered like glass. They were weary because striking Naruto could cost them their lives. This boy had come fully prepared knowing he couldn't beat them in a contest of pure sword fighting and jutsu wielding. Like the kitsune, he was hated for he had a mastery over tricks and deception. He was a worthy opponent. Danzo, show yourself, he says. He was reaching his limit and the weapon storing seals on his body were running out. He had to locate Danzo and end this. The 6 in front of him take up stances again. You shall not harm Danzo-sama, they say before vanishing again. Without thinking, Naruto channels chakra into the seals on his body and releases all of the remaining weapons stored within him. Ninja art. Metal hailstorm. Shuriken, kunai, senbon needles and hundreds of different daggers flew from the seals on Naruto's body and tore through the 6 Anbu who had rushed in foolishly hoping to end this battle. They knew this was a foolish thing to do but they would throw their lives away for Danzo-sama. It was their way. Their code. They could not let this boy get to him. After he had called for their leader for what must have been the 10th time, they realized that Naruto is after Danzo's life and would let nothing stop him from accomplishing his goal. Should he get to him, Danzo would surely be killed. They couldn't let this happen, even at the cost of their lives, so they stalled him and emptied him of his weapons storing seals. That was so the reinforcements that were coming wouldn't be burdened by Naruto's trap. As the 6 ninja dropped dead around Naruto, the rest of Root and Bu arrived on the scene. They landed in front of Naruto and gazed at the destruction before them, and the source of it all standing in the middle of it all. Flames continued to dance all over the area and the smell of death was beginning to linger in the air. Naruto looks at the newcomers and glares. Is your precious leader so worthy of having such a force throw away their lives for him? He asks. The ninja at the front of the group steps forward and says, we of Root will do anything for Danzo-sama. One such as you who merely lives for himself could never hope to understand. You who has become a monster could never understand how we humans feel. Naruto sighs and bites his thumb. You may be right. He slides his bleeding thumb across the seals on his right forearm and Fox Naruto, Oni Tenshi and Yoshino appear in puffs of smoke. I who has felt nothing but hatred from you all could never understand. You who all have been coddled and loved by someone in your lives have a valid reason for judging me. You who have never had to life through the hatred of an entire ninja village have a perfectly valid reason for seeing me the way you do. Fox Naruto draws it Zambu, Oni Tenshi draws it axe and extends the tentacles, and Yoshino takes up a Juken stance. Naruto looks down with his hair covering his eyes as he drops the battle chain and grips the hammer tighter in the hand, not controlling his puppets. You all don't have to deal with what I have to. Naruto looks back up with the fires of determination and hatred burning in his eyes and his chakra spiking to high levels again. You don't know the obstacles I have had to overcome. The pain I went through that day 2 years ago. You don't know what it's like to realize that no one will ever be there to help you. To realize that you were chosen as a sacrifice by the Yondaime to seal a demon within merely to save a village that probably deserved the death the demon was administering upon it. Up in the trees there were several gasps. Hinata, Hanabi, Sasuke, Niji and Suichi had arrived just as Naruto killed those last 6 Anbu and watched as the rest of them made themselves known. They didn't pay any attention to each other and merely stood there frozen. Naruto has a demon sealed in him? But that can't be true. Unless... It was Suichi who came to the conclusion first. Naruto held the Kyuubi no Kitsune within him. The demon that was so frequently talked about all over Konoha. This revelation causes him to gasp. I see, says Niji as he unconsciously touches the seal on his forehead. He looks over at Hinata and Hanabi, who both had tears in their eyes. Sasuke could only stare at Naruto. This blonde, killing, emotionless boy has a demon sealed within him, and judging from what he says, it was the Kyuubi. His respect for Naruto increased several-fold. The group of 5 watches as the members of Root circle around Naruto and prepare to attack. They watch as Naruto himself prepare to rush into battle with the aid of his 3 puppets. We have to help him, whispers Hinata. This draws the attention of the other 4. They look into her eyes and see the flame of determination. Suichi opens his case quietly and grabs his sitar. Yeah. Slowly, one by one, the flames of determination ignite within each preteen. Naruto smiles as the Root Anbu begin to circle around him, blocking any chance for escape. But no worries. It's all in the past. I am not as angsty as I may sound right now. He twitches his fingers and his puppets take defensive stances around him. Should I be killed here tonight, know that you must have a bit of skill. His grin grows a bit more. But should you all be killed, know you will serve a new emperor. The lead Anbu smirks and says, we are not like the fodder you have just dispatched, Uzumaki. On top of that, you are weak and half dead already. You will die. Oni Tenshi suddenly raises its shield and blocks a barrage of kunai. Naruto smirks. You all have to do better than that, fools. The lead Anbu smirks. Naruto, don't waste our time. Come with us. It is your last chance. Naruto glares. Why do you bunch of fools want so badly for me to join your group? It is not us who wish for you to join our ranks. It is the will of Danzo-sama. He sees potential in you, boy. And when Danzo deems you worthy of his attention, you do not ignore him. If you do so, you are severely punished or, in your case, killed. Naruto glares and prepares to charge. I have made my decision. Teach very well then. It was then that the battle of his life had started. The forces of Root surged forward like a wave of cloaked and masked death and converged upon Naruto with a single longing. The brutal ending of Naruto's life. Fox Naruto's tail split open and a wave of Senbon surged forth from the opening and into the wave. Oni Tenshi raises its shield-less arm and one of the canisters burst open and shoots a stream of fire. Yoshino takes up a stance and begins to throw chakra from her palms. One after another fell to the attacks of Naruto's puppets, but it wasn't enough. These ANBU were ready and well coordinated. They were easily adept at fighting in groups and against weapons such as Naruto's puppets. On top of that, Naruto was tired already. He leaps up and his puppets leap off in different directions. It was either fight or die. He dodges and blocks punches, kicks and swords while keeping solid control over his puppets. Give it up, Uzumaki. I know your weakness. You may be good at taijutsu while not worried about other matters, but now that you have your puppets out, you're doomed. Naruto takes a slash to the leg, but it only served to enrage him. He gets glint in his eye that causes the insulter's teammates to give out a warning. Hey, look out. But it was too late. Naruto had reached into his bandages and pulled out a pair of spiked brass knuckles. He slams his fist into the man's throat and watches in satisfaction as he drops. Fool, I may be a puppeteer, but I have overcome that weakness. I can engage in a full taijutsu match while simultaneously controlling my puppets. Do not underestimate me. You bastard. 3 more ANBU had converged upon him. He was overwhelmed and sent skidding across the forest floor toward Fox Naruto, whose movement had stopped due to Naruto's sudden incapacitation. Oni Tenshi had stopped as well, with his tentacles impaled through the stomachs of 3 roots. Sheet. Naruto quickly re-engages his puppets in battle with their opponents. Naruto was in pain. The wounds he had taken were healing a lot slower than usual and his fingers were getting tired. Still, he had to persevere. He wasn't about to lose to these BSTRDS. He looks up at the smirking faces of his opponents and glares. 10 faces were looking down at him while the others were still trying to take out his puppets. Ak. Another falls to Fox Naruto's sword. Immobilize Uzumaki's hands. Another NBU right before he too is killed by Yoshino and a Juken strike to the heart. The ninjas around Naruto smirk and one grabs Naruto's warhammer. Let's see who good he is without his precious dolls, he says. Naruto rolls to the side to avoid getting his hands smashed but are met with a vicious kick and a katana stabbing into his thigh. He grunts out in pain but does not scream. He was not weak. He would not give these BSRDs the satisfaction of seeing weakness. Blood was pouring out of his leg but he kept his fingers moving. Oni Tenshi spreads its wing and unleashes a wave of blades disguised as feathers. All 4 of the ANBU facing the puppet are killed quickly. Naruto does a couple of hand signs and says, "Ninja art, feather swarm." The feathers of Oni Tenshi's wing begin to swirl violently around it and slash at anyone who got too close. Unfortunately for the 5 more roots who had decided to charge Oni Tenshi. Naruto smirks at the satisfying sounds of flesh being sliced apart and screams of pain echoing through the air. Don't smirk, demon, just because you have managed to kill a few of you. Don't get cocky. Naruto receives a powerful punch to the jaw. I'm going to beat you within an inch of your pathetic life, then we're going to take you to Danzo-sama so he can deliver the final blow himself, understand? Naruto's eyes widen as Fox Naruto is lanced through with 6 katanas. Hehe, you're losing your control, demon, says the ANBU. Naruto glares and JRS his fingers a few more times. Fox Naruto's tails split open again and reveal 9 poison-tipped swords. Before the ANBU holding the swords in the puppet could react, they are stabbed and killed, pumped full of poison. Arg! Those hands of yours! Naruto hisses as his hands are stabbed with swords, effectively ending the puppet's movements. The 3 weapons drop to the ground motionless and vulnerable. This was it, Naruto realized. These bunch of Konoha BSTRDS were about to kill him. He silently counts all of the root NBU as they converged upon him again. He nods in satisfaction as he counts 30 survivors. It was merely sheer number S and exhaustion that had led to their victory. Haha, Naruto-san, you really are a brutal, aren't you? Just look at all these bodies. Naruto widens his eyes a bit as Danzo emerges from the shadows. He walks up Naruto and grins from behind his bandages. You put up quite a fight, but it looks like it ends here. Such a shame. You are a perfect candidate for root. Naruto scowls and says, "You old man," with no signs of pain or anger in his voice. Danzo glares and raises his cane. A jagged blade protrudes from the bottom and glistens eerily in the light of the fires burning all around the area. Now Uzumaki, time to die. Fire release. Grand fireball. The forces of root had to leap away as a huge fireball falls from the sky. Danzo glares as 5 figures jump from the trees. What is the meaning of this? We will not let you hurt him, says a quiet female voice. That's right. You old man will pay for what you are doing, says a younger female voice. The 5 figure rise from their crouching positions and glare at Danzo. Danzo widens his eyes then smirks. Well. 3 Hyuga children, the last Uchiha and the sitar-using orphan. How touching. Sasuke glares and draws a kunai. Hinata, give him a couple of soldier pills, says Hanabi. Hinata nods and crouches beside Naruto, who looks on in confusion. What are you doing? Suichi looks back at Naruto and says, we're Savonier but blondie. No one should have to put up with the shit you're going through without friends. Naruto chuckles. I have no need for friends. Acquaintances, whatever. The point is we're here to help. Danzo smirks and says, incapacitate them but do not kill them. Hi Danzo-sama. Hinata jams 3 soldier pills down Naruto's throat before he could object and leaps into battle alongside the others. Naruto watches on as Niji performs a perfect katen to throw the 6 Anbus surrounding him. He watches as Suichi swings his sitar around by a handle connected to the end of the weapon instrument and sliced 3 of his opponents. He watches as even Hinata takes out a couple of people. He sighs. Those fools are lucky Danzo doesn't want them dead. He could feel his hands healing and a bit of his chakra returning. Just a bit longer and Danzo's head would be his. Hinata duck, yells Hanabi as a kunai soars at her sister from behind. Suichi intercepts the attack and throws his own kunai. Stay together as a group, commands Niji as he jukens another man in the knee, dropping him. The 5 preteens stood protectively around Naruto and deflected any attacks they could. Unfortunately, there was just too many of them. Hanabi was stabbed in the shoulder while she was blocking an attack from the left. Sasuke was kicked viciously and had 5 ribs broken. Niji was hit with mild exploding notes and temporarily blinded in the right eye. Hinata was hit with a slow-acting poison and Suichi was stabbed in the stomach by a katana. Hinata gasps. Haha, some no-name demon-loving orphan. No one will miss you, the man had said right before her was jukened in the back by Hanabi. Why you bastard, says Suichi while coughing up blood. He positions his sitar as if he was going to pile it and does just that. I am the second remaining member of my clan. You know what we specialized in? No one answers. We specialized in summons via musical instruments. He then begins to play a tune. It was an ominous tune filled with sorrow and anger. Taste my music. A second later, a huge white wolf emerges from Shuichi's sitar and proceeds to slash and bite at all of the enemies in front of it, but that's not all. The chakra of the people it hit was consumed. Shuichi continues to play his tune, ignoring his gaping wound and the sword still impaled in him. Fire was burning in his eyes. You won't kill this guy. I won't let you, he screams. The ENBU were leaping all over the place to avoid Shuichi's wolf. The others' eyes had also lit up with flames, and they too began to attack more relentlessly. Hanabi, Niji and Sasuke charged at speeds that no one of their level should have and slashed and stabbed with their kunai in hands. Danzo was staring with wide eyes. Just where did these children come from? There is no way they are that powerful. He watches as Sasuke, despite having broken ribs, manages to lodge a kunai in the skull of one of his subordinates. It's not possible. These kids. Hanabi grabs a stray katana and leaps into a group of 10. Kaiten. She spins violently while holding the sword out and making her attack even more devastating. Danzo watches with a scowl as he realizes that he is losing his forces to a bunch of children. Children who wish to protect this demon with their lives. Kill them. Kill them all. He screams. And in a flash the tide had turned. Killing intent was unleashed. There were 25 root ANBU left, but that all that was needed. They charge forward. Water release. Cry of the splitting daisy. No one knows when Naruto had recovered some strength. They were all too focused on attacking the others. But everyone once again became aware of his presence the moment he yelled out that jutsu. Get down, yells Niji. Naruto slams his hands into the ground and expels the rest of his chakra. I will not lose. Danzo, he screams as the air above him compresses and takes the form of a glowing blue daisy made of water. Naruto leaps up and karate chops the flower with his right hand. It was instant. The flower explodes into water droplets shaped like needles and shower down upon everything around them. The remaining forces of Danzo's root were assaulted. The needles tore through some of them and froze, coating the area in a fine layer of ice and snow. Others were grazed or hit in non-vital areas but still had that area froze over. Niji, Hinata, and Hanabi looked on in awe as the water effectively wipes out half of the enemies in front of them. They could only stare, and Naruto collapses to his knees, breathing heavily. Take care of the rest, he says before he passes out. But they couldn't. They too were at their limits. They too were spent and injured. Shuichi was already unconscious. The remaining 20 root ANBU ninjas surge forward yet again and this time met no resistance. Shuichi is slashed deeply across his lower back, effectively paralyzing him. Sasuke was kicked in the temple and knocked out. Hinata and Hanabi had already passed out due to poisoning, and Niji was stabbed in the stomach. He screams out in pain and passes out. The R was a bloodbath. Over 80 ninjas had been killed this night. 80 members of Root had been slain. By children. Danzo approaches an unconscious Naruto with hatred burning in high eyes. Look what you have done, monster. You have nearly ruined me. I'll kill you. Danzo raises his cane but suddenly gasps. The reason was because a sword had suddenly burst from his chest where his heart was located. Not today, Danzo. Danzo coughs up blood and turns around and gasps. There stood Sarutobi, Ibiki, Kakashi, Asuma, Anko, Kurinai, Yugao and Hayate. Why you? He never finishes his sentence as his life leaves him. Yugao yanks her katana from Danzo's back and watches as he collapses, dead. Sarutobi glares at the remaining ANBU of Root and vanishes. None of them stood a chance. Just as Sarutobi reappears in his previous location, the Root members scream out in pain and blood bursts from their necks. They drop dead. Sarutobi looks around the battlefield in amazement. "Unfing believable," exclaims Anko. "Naruto," yells Yugao as she rushes to his side. The others approach as well and widen their eyes when they see Shuichi, Sasuke, and the 3 Hyugas. Sarutobi looks in disdain at Danzo's cops. Attacking children and going behind my back. Danzo, what the hell were you thinking? He approaches the group of downed children and looks at them proudly. We need to get them to the hospital. They're all severely injured or suffering from chakra exhaustion, yells Kurinai. Sarutobi nods. Okay, get them to the hospital now. We will clean up this mess later. Hi. Each person grabs a genin and leaps back toward Konoha. Sarutobi and Yugao stayed behind. Naruto was held in her arms. Sarutobi does a few water jutsus to put out the fires and then does the shadow clone. Each clone grabs a puppet and Shuichi's sitar. Danzo, it looks like the light of the flame within this boy has withered your roots. I hope you think about that in the afterlife. He then turns and heads back to Konoha himself. Yugao had stayed behind a bit longer. Naruto, you worried me, she mumbles as he hugs him tighter. Don't ever do that again, please. Naruto's eyes crack open just a bit and he mumbles 2 words. Yugao-san. Special Ops. Hokage's personal ninja. Danzo is what? Was heard all throughout Konoha that next morning. Word had spread so quickly that no one had a chance to stop it. Everyone in Konoha now knew that not only Naruto but also 5 other genin had wiped out most of Root and Bu before Sarutobi took care of the rest. The council was not happy. They were outraged and scared at the same time. And the fact that their Hokage stood on the side of Naruto didn't help the matter either. The clan heads of the Yamanaka, the Akimichi, the Nara, and the Inuzuka could be seen smirking on that day. Hokage-sama, are you serious? They're all dead. Sarutobi shook his head and said, actually no. A few did manage to survive. It was a spectacular battle. Naruto had outsmarted most of them with traps placed on his own body before using his puppets and 2 flower-style techniques. And that was before the 5 others came to his assistance. At this, Hiashi had stood up. Hokage-sama, do you seriously think I would believe that not one, but both of my daughters and my nephew ran off to assist this boy? Sarutobi nodded with a smirk. If you do not believe me, you can visit them at the hospital and question them yourself. They should be awake now as the medics did an excellent job at healing them. Hiashi sat back down with a heavy sigh. Hokage-sama, I do not understand. They don't even know that boy. Why would they help him? Sarutobi grinned and said, perhaps it was the skill he showed that day he fought you. Maybe they took his words to heart and decided to follow their own paths. Paths of their choosing. So you're saying the demon is corrupting others with his malicious intent? This came from a civilian council member. No, I'm saying we should look into my crystal ball and you all will see what I mean. Sarutobi then gestured toward his desk where the shiny sphere sat, and used for the moment. Scene change. As soon as Naruto opened his eyes, he was grabbed in a hug from Yugao. Naruto. I'm glad you're okay. Naruto nodded and pushed the woman off of him. A practice that became almost normal in his life. So we won, huh? He said to no one as he slid out of his bed and stood while stretching. Yugao smiled and raised herself to her full height, which was a foot over Naruto's head. She couldn't help but stare at the boy as he began to wander around the room collecting his personal items. She wanted to get close to him to become someone special to him. She sighed. He needed more time, despite his calling her Yugao-chan the night before. She watched as he located his puppets and sealed them back into his arm, then found his shorts and slipped them back on. What happened to those fools? Yugao's thoughts had been shattered by that sudden question. What was he talking about? Fools? Do you mean the other 5? Naruto nodded. They're fine. They're all in the large room 3 doors down and to the right. Wait, Naruto, where are you going? Before Yugao had even been halfway done with her sentence, Naruto had turned and left the room. She quickly recovered and followed him as he headed toward the door she had described just a few seconds ago. Without a word, Naruto entered the room and looked around. Yugao came in a second later and placed a hand on his shoulder. All of them were there. All 5 of them, and they were staring at him. Hinata reacted first. She eeped and hid slightly behind her blankets and eyed Naruto nervously. Hanabi was staring at Naruto with a look of contemplation and wonder. Niji had nodded in his direction before looking back out the window, and Sasuke was looking on with respect etched into his features. Wait, there was still one missing. Oh. So you finally awake, huh? Freakin' took long enough. Naruto turned to his right and saw Suichi. He was grinning and holding his sitar in his lap. Evidence that he had been playing it a moment before. Naruto felt his eyes widen just a bit as the reddish pink-haired boy rolled into the room in a wheelchair. Like Niji and Sasuke, his upper body was bare and wrapped up in bandages. He still had on his shorts, but that was it. Naruto continued to stare for a few more seconds before his knowledge of the human body kicked in. Paralyzed from the waist down due to a slash across the back from a katana. Your ninja career has been ended before it even began. Suichi just grinned a bit more. Yes, CKS, don't it? All just to save your doll using but. All you fools did was nearly get yourselves killed. Yeah, whatever. Naruto sighs. You are all a group of idiots. What the hell did you think you could accomplish against an ANBU, let alone a large group of them? At this, it was Sasuke who spoke up. Oi, baka, in case you hadn't noticed, you were about to get filleted when we showed up. I didn't ask for your help. Nor will I ever. We realize that, Naruto, said Hanabi. But that doesn't change the fact that you have help from us whenever things get too rough for you. Naruto scoffs. If you guys were any older, I'd kill you for being hypocrites. Niji smirks. But we're not hypocrites now, are we? We aren't part of the generation that was attacked by the QB and therefore cannot become hypocrites when we decide not to hate you for what you hold. Naruto's eyes widened. Who told you? Tell me now or you'll regret it. The tone in his face let them know that he was not playing around. Suichi sighed and said, Geez, calm down. Nobody told us. We were there when you started yapping about your life to that old man. We heard you tell the man that the demon QB was inside of you. I gotta tell you, it explains a lot. The other four nodded while Yugo's hand tightened a bit on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto himself had relaxed only slightly and he was prepared to strike should any of them start saying the wrong things. Sasuke and Hanabi seemed to notice this and approached him. Once they were close enough, Sasuke reached his hand out while Hanabi wrapped her small arms around his waist in a hug. Even if you still dislike us, know that we will never see you as the QB. Even if you should for some reason, snap and murder everyone in the village. We all know you are justified in your feelings, said Sasuke. That's right, Naruto-san. We don't fully understand everything that is going on, but we are willing to learn. Everyone needs allies no matter who they are. We are willing to become your allies, Naruto. Neji and Hinata approached next. That's right, Uzumaki. You have earned my respect and my allegiance. And mine too, said Hinata. Naruto couldn't really think of anything to say. These fools were willing to become his allies? People who would fight alongside him and not with the dumbass villagers? He closed his eyes then snapped them open again a second later as he felt a pair of lips on his own. You have my allegiance as well, Naruto-kun, said Yugao. Scene change. Hiashi and the council watched the scene with wide eyes. The Uchiha heir, the Hyuga branch prodigy, youngest main house prodigy and the heiress had just pledged their allegiance to the demon brat. And to top it off, one of Konoha's top ANBU had apparently developed feelings for him. This was bad. Sarutobi cleared his throat and said, Now I know what some of you are thinking and I warn you right now as my standing regarding Naruto has not changed. You all need to stop and think about what you are all doing before you begin to actively hunt the boy. We are losing shinobi to him and I will not allow that. Konoha is losing power because of the ignorance of the village. Hokage-sama, you must understand that what we of the council do regarding that boy is merely for the well-being of the entire village. He is corrupting others already and needs to be taken care of. Sarutobi glared and said, Make a move on him and I'll allow him to kill you myself. He turned back toward the crystal ball. Naruto deserves to have friends and happiness. You all have no right to try and rob him of that. What that demon deserves to be is eliminated. Sarutobi, open your eyes. The Hokage finally had enough and releases killing intent. Silence. The Hokage has spoken. This meeting is adjourned. Oh, and Hiashi-san, perhaps you should think about your position on this whole affair. After all, the three most promising Hyuga have just allied with Naruto. Will you help them or will you lament in your hatred and lose the three closest to you? And with that, Sarutobi walked out, headed to the hospital. Scene change. Hanabi's eyes widened a bit and Neji noticed that her face flashed with jealousy. For just a split second it was there, but Neji saw it. He decided to leave it alone for now. Naruto gently pushed Yugao away from him. You are all too close, he said. Shuichi decided to speak up. Oh, a bombshell beauty kisses you and you push her away? What the hell is wrong with you, man? Naruto scoffs. I have no longing for an NTMT relationship with anyone. Shuichi sighed and said, You really have been sheltered. Oh well. He wheeled over to Naruto and lifted his sitar toward him. I'm paralyzed. That means that I can no longer use this as an effective weapon. Well, maybe I could still use it, but I'm in a wheelchair so I won't be going anywhere. He pushed the weapon instrument into Naruto's chest and said, I want you to learn how to play this. Once you do, come to me again and I'll teach you how to summon the wolf spirit locked within it. Naruto's eyes widened. You're giving me your weapon? But I see no reason why not. After all, I'm an ally too, but since I can no longer fight, I'm entrusting you with this instead. Naruto examined the sitar and sighed for what seemed like the 1,000th time before strapping the weapon to his back. He was not used to getting gifts. Shuichi grinned and said, Oh, and if you ever meet a foul-mouthed girl with the same hair color as mine, drag her but to me so I can blacken one of her eyes. Knock her out if you have to. Sasuke, Neji and Yugao chuckled at this while Naruto merely nodded. Hanabi let go of Naruto and said, If you want I can help you with the Juken. I'm sure you haven't perfected Yoshino yet, am I correct? Naruto said nothing. He merely nodded and looked up in thought. Hanabi smiled a bit. I'm sure Neji-san and Hinata and I are willing to help you as well. All three of us use a different variation of the Juken and I want to see what they all look like when combined into one single fighter. Your puppet, for instance. Naruto looked into everyone's eyes and saw no hints of deception or malice. After a minute he finally nods and says, Fine, and in exchange I will teach you the forbidden flower jutsus I stole from the Hyuga clan. After all, they're your techniques, and if you are so adamant on helping me then I might as well help my allies as well. The group grinned a bit and Naruto grabbed Neji's hand in a handshake. Just then the door opened up and Sarutobi walked in. He was smiling a genuine smile when he entered the room and it seemed to grow when he spotted Naruto exchanging handshakes with everyone. Naruto, you are awake, he said with a bit of cheer. Naruto turned to the Hokage and gave a bit of a smile. Hokage Gigi. The other children were a bit surprised to learn that Naruto was close to the Hokage but decided to say nothing about it. Sarutobi patted Naruto's shoulder then looked at the other occupants of the room. First off, I would like to personally congratulate all of you in completing an A-class mission. I don't know how you pulled it off, but you did, and I am glad to call you all ninja of Konoha. Sasuke, Niji, Hinata and Shuichi swelled up a bit with pride, but Hanabi didn't look too sure. She looked down nervously. Sarutobi noticed this and smiled. Do not worry, Hyuga-chan, you are included in this praise. Hanabi looked up surprised. I know you are young, but already you have the strength of a strong ninja. I should probably promote you all to Chunin and Naruto to Jounin right now, but the council is already on edge about Naruto's strength, and promoting you all would throw off the graduating teams. Shuichi chuckled and says, well, I'm in a wheelchair anyway, so won't the team still be uneven? Sarutobi smiled and said, not if I add Hanabi-chan to the ranks. Hanabi gasped and looked up at the Hokage with wide shocked eyes. Sarutobi reached into his robes and pulled out 3 Konoha headbands and throws one each to Sasuke, Hinata and Hanabi. Niji already had one due to being an earlier graduate, and Shuichi was now unable to fight. Congratulations on becoming ninja, he said with a smile. He turned to Naruto next and pulled out a custom-made headband. It was orange and the cloth was long. He approached Naruto and tied it securely around his head and smiles as the 2 ends of the cloth hung down to his mid-back. The metal plate was vastly different than any other forehead protector. It still had the leaf symbol, but the symbol was a great deal smaller and in the middle of a fox's forehead. On either side of the forehead were 3 lines identical to Naruto's whisker marks and the kanji for special op engraved in small letters at the bottom of the plate. Naruto, you are now a personal ninja of the Hokage himself. You answer to me and me alone and are eligible for high-ranked missions. This caused numerous gasps. You have the authority of a Chunin and the protection of the Hokage and several clan heads. Which ones I'll leave to you to find out. This is an old tradition that hasn't been used since the 3 Sannin were elected, in which the Hokage will choose 1 or more potential ninja and form a special group kind of like the Mist Swordsmen. They are called the Konoha Special Ops, and Naruto, you have been chosen as the first member. Sarutobi grinned and headed back toward the door. Oh, and the bodies of the root are still in the forest. Have a nice day, and with that he was gone. Hanabi was gaping at her headband, Sasuke and Niji were gaping at Naruto, and Shuichi was looking slightly jealous and grumbling something about lucky non-paralyzed people. Naruto stared at the door for a second more before a small smile appeared on his lips. Just the way it should be, Hokage Gigi, he said to himself so that no one else would hear. Naruto. He is lifted into the air and squeezed by an ecstatic Yugao. Congratulations, Naruto. Personal ninja to the Hokage himself. That's one hell of an honor. Naruto could only nod slightly as his face is pressed against the purple-haired woman's chest. Yes, indeed. Now would you mind putting me down? Yugao blushed and complied with his wish, but as soon as he was put down, the others who felt the need to congratulate him in some way or another surrounded him. Sasuke gave him a curt nod, Niji shook his hand, and Shuichi slapped him on the shoulder. An action that nearly got a Senbon jammed in his neck out of reflex. Hanabi smiled and gave him a quick hug, and Hinata gave a quiet, congratulations Naruto-kun, before hiding a bit behind Niji. We should all go out and celebrate, suggested Shuichi after a few minutes, but is instantly met with a flat-out refusal. No, was all Naruto needed to say to get his point across. Shuichi was going to retort, but a slight headshake from Yugao silenced him. Naruto turned towards the door and adjusted the sitar on his back. All of you, have my gratitude, he said with no emotion before opening the door and leaving. Geez, he really is cold to everyone, huh? Asked Shuichi. Yugao nodded and said, yes, he just that way. Serves the village right in my opinion, said Niji. It's their own actions that caused this. Yeah. Scene change. As Naruto made his way through Konoha, heading toward the gate, he took notice of the looks of fear and hate. He ignored them for now. He had one destination and nothing was going to stop him from getting to that destination as soon as possible, so stopping to rip the throat out of that fool who just sneered and called him a demon's freak would have to wait. Villagers shied as far away as possible from him. No doubt fearing what he was capable of, since word of his fight with Root had spread all over. Even the 2 Chunin at the gate said nothing as he exited the village and headed toward the clearing where last night's battle took place. He walked for an hour until he arrived at the spot. It was a war zone. Scorch marks, weapons, broken trees, craters, and even some wood chippings from his puppets. He looked around at the carnage. Bodies, blood, innards and limbs were everywhere. It looked like the set of a corny horror movie. He looked around for a specific corpse and grinned when he spotted it. Danzo's body lay there in near-perfect condition with a stab wound where his heart was. He walked over to the body and said, I told you, and you would die for threatening my life. He then hoisted the body up onto his shoulder and walked over to a reasonably clear area and placed the body down on its back. Now then, he said while looking around. He placed his hands in a cross-shaped hand sign and says, Ninja Art, Kage Bunshin. Now the only knowledge Naruto had with this jutsu was the fact that it created solid copies of yourself when executed. He had never before used this jutsu, but his excellent chakra control and knowledge of the jutsu's rank of forbidden gave him all the pieces he needed in order to successfully create 30 copies of himself. He nodded in satisfaction when the clones appeared in puffs of smokes and awaited orders. All right then. Your task is to search the bodies here for the ones that are in the best condition. Bring them to me and arrange them in a neat row on either side of this one, he said while pointing at Danzo's corpse. The clones nodded and leapt off in different directions. He put his hand in the cross symbol again and did the shadow clone once again. 5 clones appeared. You 5 head back to my apartment and bring me my supplies. The clones nodded and dashed off toward Konoha. Naruto knelt down to Danzo and unraveled a scroll while rubbing blood on it. In a puff, a small set of puppet-making tools appeared. Now then, Danzo, let's make that old and battered body of yours into something to be proud of. Scene change. Niji, Sasuke, Hinata, Shuichi, Hanabi and Yugao were walking as a group through Konoha discussing one topic that had their interest. Naruto. Is he really going to do that? Asks a mortified Hinata who had heard little about Naruto's main ninja art. Yugao nodded. Yes, those are all the necessary steps needed in order to make a human puppet. But what does he do with the organs and such? Yugao shook her head. Beats me. I never really hung around after that step. Is that even legal? To mutilate corpses in such a way? Asked an intrigued Hanabi. I mean, I know he turned people into his puppets, but I didn't know you needed to do all of that. Yugao shook her head. In Suna the practice is highly illegal, but this is Konoha and Hokage-sama lets Naruto do pretty much whatever he wants, so I'm guessing it's legal only for Naruto. The group continued to talk about Naruto as they made their way through the village, ignoring the startled looks the villagers were giving them. Man, I'm just glad to finally be an official ninja, said Sasuke. Indeed. And I will further my training and become a member of that special ops with Naruto-san, said Hanabi. The others nodded with slight grins while Shuichi loudly encouraged them. They didn't notice Yugao smiling warmly as they talked about their new comrade. But suddenly they were cut off as several Hyugas landed in front of them. Niji-san, Hinata-sama, Hanabi-sama, Hiashi-sama wishes to speak with you immediately. Hanabi sighed. Fine then, come on Hinata, she said. And with that the 3 Hyugas left with the group. Shuichi looked up at Yugao and Sasuke and said, well, I'll be seeing you guys later. I gotta go and make my place more compatible with wheelchairs. Sasuke nodded and Yugao smiled. After he was gone, Yugao sighed and said, I feel sorry for him. To lose his legs like that. Sasuke nodded. Yes, it is a shame. But like him, we cannot think too much about it. Yugao smirked. This coming from a guy who thinks of killing his brother every waking moment of his life? Sasuke scowled then said, I'm going to see what Naruto actually does to create his puppets. Yugao chuckled as Sasuke left and then vanished, heading toward the Hokage tower. Scene change. Naruto had just removed the last of Danzo's innards when Sasuke walked into the clearing. Oi, that is seriously messed up, he said. Naruto shrugged and said, all is necessary if I'm to have my tools. Sasuke shrugged and approached him. He tried his best to ignore the pungent smells of rot and embalming fluid and leapt up into a tree to get a better view at what Naruto was doing. 10 minutes later, 30 or so clones stepped into the clearing, each carrying a corpse. Sasuke widened his eyes a bit and wondered when Naruto had learned such a move. He watched as the clones placed their respective bodies next to Danzo's body in a neat, organized line. Naruto seemingly ignored the clones until one last one stepped into the clearing carrying a body that Sasuke instantly recognized as their academy teacher Mizuki. Boss, began the clone as he laid the split open and already hollowed out body down at the end of the line. I discovered this body as well. It was obvious that you had started working on this one too, so I brought it back. Naruto looked up then spotted the body. He had forgotten all about Mizuki during the fight with Root and was surprised that a clone actually brought the corpse back. Bring him to me, said Naruto. The clone nodded and hoisted Mizuki onto his shoulder and walked over to his creator. After the body was laid down again, Naruto began to examine it to see how much damage the corpse had sustained. It was just as he left it except for a few scorch marks here and there. There's also something else, said the clone. Naruto raised an eyebrow and so did Sasuke. The clone pointed at Mizuki's neck and said, I sensed a powerful chakra coming from there. Naruto, intrigued, examined the area indicated by his clone and decided to focus a bit of chakra into that point. What happened next surprised him. A seal appeared and began to expand all over Mizuki's body, covering it in strange black markings. Naruto could feel the chakra getting stronger as the seal continued to spread. Well, this is interesting, he said as he focused more chakra into the seal. He watched intrigued as the seal spread even further and engulfed Mizuki in a purple light and began to literally transform his body. Sasuke was amazed. Just what the hell was happening? What was that seal the Naruto had discovered? Him and Naruto watched as Mizuki's body transformed into a powerful-looking tiger creature complete with yellow fur and black stripes. If Mizuki had been alive and used this power against Naruto, it would have been a more challenging fight. Well, Naruto grinned as the transformation ended and Mizuki began to revert back. Wait a minute there. He bit his finger and began to draw more seals on Mizuki's other seal and focus chakra. Sealing art, fusion. This jutsu was a technique that Yugao had shown him a while back. It was originally designed as a medical seal to help with the reattachment of severed limbs and such. He had learned this jutsu as a simple way to help in the eventual repairs of his puppets, but he also began to experiment with it, now really knowing what he was going to use it for. But now it seemed he found a use for this altered version. Mizuki's body began to glow again with the purple chakra and its own natural reaming reserves for a whole minute as the two chakras began to blend together and with Mizuki's corpse. Naruto watched with a satisfied smirk as the tiger markings seemingly exploded off of Mizuki and faded away. He watched as the seal seemed to get absorbed by the body and change it. A pair of tiger ears appeared on top of Mizuki's head. A tail spurted from behind, Mizuki's hands became claws and so did feet. His eyes turned cat-like and his canines grew into fangs. The skin on his forearms, back and legs also gained a light layer of tiger-striped fur. Once it was over, Mizuki looked like a normal man except for these news features that had come from fusing with the seal. There, Mizuki. You will be a much more efficient puppet this way, said Naruto as Mizuki stopped swirling with chakra. Sasuke leapt down with astonished eyes and bent over the new Mizuki. It was true. Naruto had fused him with that seal on his neck. He stood there gaping. If you want to know where I learned that seal, ask Yugao. She taught me the original version and I created a different version from it. Sasuke could only nod. Naruto turned his attention to his clones and said, You all possess my knowledge, right? They nodded. Good, because I don't feel like spending the next week out here. Pick a body and convert it into a puppet. The clones nodded and Naruto turned to Mizuki and Danzo. I have something special planned for you too, he said. Time skip. It was 5 in the morning when Naruto and Sasuke returned to Konoha. It was dead quiet and slightly foreboding. Sasuke was slightly green and Naruto was constantly smirking and sporting a new seal on his arm that said, Konoha root. Oi Naruto, said the Uchiha after a minute. Naruto looked at Sasuke out of the corner of his eyes and nodded slightly to let him know that he was listening. Where did you learn the puppet technique? Naruto raised an eyebrow. No one had ever asked him that before. He decided to humor the Uchiha. I learned it in Suno when I went with Hokage Gigi when I was 4. I stumbled upon MSTR Puppeteer's old training grounds and learned there. You learned all you do by simply reading scrolls? Naruto nodded. It wasn't so hard. When you live like I do, you learn to do things for yourself. Sasuke nodded in agreement. Anyway, I'm tired and still have to fix Fox Naruto. I will see you some other time, Uchiha-san. Congratulations on lasting as long as you did while watching me create my puppets. Not even Yugao could stand it after a certain point. Sasuke gave a slight smirk. Oh, and when you kill your brother, give his body to me. He has certain abilities that I find intriguing. You mean Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu? Naruto nodded. I could become more devastating with that kind of puppet under my control. Sasuke looked up and said, Fine, but you have to give me something in return. We will discuss the terms when you show me the Uchiha's corpse. Sasuke nodded and the two parted ways. All the more reason to kill my brother as soon as possible, thought Sasuke. Naruto didn't say anything. He walked into his compound and to his room. He was tired. He had to sleep. He opened his door and discarded his weapons and a large storage scroll before flopping onto his bed and closing his eyes. What a day, he thought as the images of the other 5 children, Yugao, his special ops forehead protector, and Mizuki drifted through his mind. I have to fix Fox Naruto as well. Scene change. Hinata, Hanabi, and Niji sat in their respective rooms wide awake. They could not get what Hiashi had said to them out of their minds. It unnerved them. Hiashi message. Niji, Hinata, Hanabi. What you 3 are doing by associating with that monster goes against all the nobility and credibility of the Hyuga clan. However, recent events have come to light and changed my opinion slightly of that boy. I no longer see him as the QB but the council and the rest of the clan does. I will give you a warning. You no longer have the support of the Hyuga clan. The council has more or less cut all of its ties with you 3. You have to train, learn, and grow on your own from here on out. Goodbye. Hinata felt like crying but steeled her resolve and told herself she would grow strong. She would grow more powerful than any other Hyuga. That was what she desperately yearned for. Niji was contemplative. Ousted from the clan? All ties severed? They even removed the seal on his forehead and told him he wasn't even worth having as a servant. The statements had hurt him deeply, but they had also liberated him. He was no longer a servant. He no longer had the threat of death lingering over his head. He felt free. Hanabi was angry. How dare they do this to her? Just because she helped someone that clearly deserved it? It was ridiculous. She had never felt so wronged in her life. The fools were blind. Whatever. She was leaving the clan tomorrow anyway. She wasn't staying here. Not like she had a choice anyway. She came to a conclusion at nearly the same time Hinata and Niji did. Naruto. Meanwhile, Hiashi sat in his office with a look of sadness. I'm sorry. It was either banishment or death. Please forgive me, Niji, Hinata, Hanabi. Scene change. Naruto woke up to the feeling of a pair of lips resting on his cheek. Yugao, this has to stop. Yugao smiled and stood back up. I was just congratulating you on becoming Hokage-sama's personal ninja. Why are you here so late? Yugao shrugged. My stuff is still here, so. I see. You used it as an excuse to be near me. Yugao blushed. Yugao, I don't understand your affections toward me, but I am well aware of them. I will tell you this again. Abandon this futile attempt at getting me to show emotions. It is useless. Besides, I'm 12 years old. You're like what, 25? Yugao became angry. I'm 19. Are you saying I look like an old lady? Older than 19, was Naruto's simple reply. Well, I never. Well, get ready, Naruto, because I will get you to smile. I will get you to show your bottled up emotions, and you know what? I'm going to take a picture each time. She then stormed out of the room and into her room. Naruto couldn't help but smirk a little. Yugao was indeed something else. He fell asleep with thoughts of his ninja career finally beginning and the prospect of all the puppets he would create in the future, be it from killing enemy Nin or coming up with own ideas. Yugao sighed and flopped down onto her bed. 25. That was nearly 30. Did she really look that old? Or was Naruto-kun just messing with her? No, he was definitely serious. She glared at the ceiling. Just for that, she was going to do everything she could to make Naruto show some sort of emotion. Perhaps she should get him to blush. Yeah, that was perfect. She fell asleep chuckling evilly to herself. Just you wait, Naruto-kun. First mission. The next day brought the smell of something delicious being cooked in Naruto's kitchen. He sighed and got up. Yugao, he muttered as he got dressed and headed toward the kitchen. But when he got there, it was not Yugao who was cooking. It was Sarutobi. He turned and smiled at the puppet user and placed a few strips of bacon and some eggs on a plate for him. Naruto, finally away? Have a nice sleep? Hokage Gigi, why are you cooking food in my kitchen? Sarutobi chuckled and said, actually I kind of just fell into it. I actually came here to give you your first mission. Already? Yes, Naruto, because it's noon already and the genin have been placed in their teams already and will be taking their Jounin Sensei's test tomorrow. Also, as my personal ninja, you take assignments directly from me. Naruto nodded in understanding and asked, what is the mission? Scene change. Yugao was walking down the street lost in thought when she bumped into a young woman with purple hair and less the subtle clothing. Hey Yugao-chan. It's been a while, yelled the woman happily. Yugao smiled and gave a slight nod. Anko. Anko smirked and said, so where have you been? Finally get yourself a boyfriend? Yugao blushed a bit and said, no Anko. I've just been busy. Anko's smirk grew and she grabbed the woman by the arm. Come on Yugao-chan, we're going out. Yugao nodded but was thinking, Demon, how did I get into this situation? Scene change. Naruto looked over the scroll and said, I see. So you want me to rid the area of some bandits? Yes. This is a borderline B rank mission. It all depends on the number of bandits, but I believe you can do it with little difficulty. You have 1 week. Oh, and get some training in while you're at it. Naruto nodded and gave a small bow. Sarutobi smiled and placed the plate of bacon and eggs in front of him. Eat. Naruto says nothing but he does dig into the plate. Hokage Gigi, what happened with those 5? What teams are they on? Sarutobi smiled and said, let's see. Sasuke and Hanabi are on the same team under Hatake Kakashi. Their third teammate is a pink-haired girl named Sakura. She shows potential and wields the double soul bloodline limit. At this, Naruto raised a curious eyebrow. If he remembered correctly, the double soul bloodline limit creates another you but stronger that can sometimes take control and save you in a life and death battle. Niji, as you know, is already on a team under Madogai. His teammates are Tenten and Rock Lee. Tenten is a weapons expert with skill that rivals or even surpasses your own, while Rock Lee uses only taijutsu. He could crush you in a pure taijutsu match. Hinata was placed on a team with the Aburame heir and the Inuzuka heir. Their sensei is Kurinai. She's a Genjutsu specialist. And that boy Suichi was taken into the hospital again to have his spine looked at. There is actually a slim chance that he may walk again. Naruto nodded and said, fine. Make sure they don't kill themselves, Hokage Gigi. Ha ha, will do, Naruto. After that, everything got quiet. Naruto pondered the info Sarutobi had given him. If what he said was true about that Lee kid and this Tenten girl, then he needed to put some serious work into his training with weapons and taijutsu. This is where another issue came up. He still didn't have a specialized style to his taijutsu. He was just a street brawler with great speed and reflexes. This would not do, but he didn't want any old style either. He wanted to learn something that perfectly complemented his image of a puppeteer. Perhaps he should create his own style. He finished the food a minute later and stood. "I'll get right on it, Hokage Gigi," he said as he bit his finger. Sarutobi was getting ready to ask what he was doing when Yoshino, Oni Tenshi and Fox Naruto appeared in puffs of smoke. "They are in need of repairs. I will fix them when I get back." "But Naruto, what about your tools? Do you have any other puppets?" Naruto's face contorted with a maniacal grin. "Of course I do, Hokage Gigi. Mizuki and Danzo along with 30 members of Root are with me." Sarutobi smiled and said, "But how do you plan on using all of those puppets at once?" Naruto shrugged and said, "I haven't figured that out yet. But all I'll need is Mizuki and Danzo for now. Konoha's Root won't see battle until I figure a way to control them all at once." And with that, Naruto got up and headed out of the door. Sarutobi sighed and began to eat his own plate of food. "Well, Naruto, let's see where your path will take you," he muttered with a slight smile. Naruto quickly gathered all of the necessary supplies and headed out of his door. Anticipation for his first missing gleamed brightly in his eyes. But as he exited his home, he smashed into Hinata, who was apparently getting ready to knock on said door. Naruto sighed as the girl squeaked before getting up and looking around. There stood Hanabi and Niji. He raised eyebrow before straightening out his cloak and continuing on his way. "I have a mission right now. If you need something, Hokage Gigi is in my kitchen. My puppets won't attack, so feel free." And before any of them could say anything, he left. Hanabi sighed. "I guess we'll have to wait for him to get back then." Niji only nodded as he woke up Hinata. Scene change. Naruto made his way toward the village gates while ignoring the whispers and the gasps of surprise and fear upon seeing his forehead protector. He walked up to the two Chunin and handed them his scroll without saying anything. A personal ninja to the Hokage himself? I don't believe it." "Well, here you go and congratulations," said one of the Chunin as he stamped the scroll and handed it to him. Naruto simply grabbed the scroll and headed out. "Geez, what a freaky kid, eh?" asked one of the men. "Haha, true." The two Chunin grinned and continued with their work. Scene change. Enko giggled as she slung a hand over Yugogo's shoulder. She was way beyond the point of drunk and was barely keeping her spot on her stool. "So Yugogo-chan, where have you been? It's been a while since I last saw you." Yugogo was getting a bit nervous. Enko had been asking her that question for about an hour now, and there was no way she was going to answer it. How easy is it to just say, "Oh, I've been living at the emotionless killing puppet using demon containers place for nearly a year." That was gonna get a positive reaction. She kept her lips sealed. "Haha, I bet you've been getting some and you don't want to tell, huh?" giggled out Enko. This of course caused Yugogo to blush and shake her head furiously. Enko giggled again, then hiccuped a couple of times. She gave Yugogo a mischievous smirk and leaned closer. "So who is it, eh? Come on, you can tell me." "I won't tell nobody." Yugogo, who was also getting a bit drunk, blushed a bit more and said, "It's not like that. Besides, he's too dim and caught up in his resentment and emotionless shell to acknowledge me." Enko smirked. "Ooh, so it's a stiff, eh? That narrows it down a bit. Let's see. I bet it's Hey-8, huh? You know, you two have always been close. Just drop it, okay? Hey, what about that Kakashi guy? Yeah, it's him, huh? He is rather emotionless and a bit of an aloof stiff. Hey, it's him, huh? No. And I'm not screwing anybody. Then where have you been, Yugogo?" Yugogo sighed and hiccuped slightly. "I've just been around, okay?" Enko giggled again as Yugogo got up and left quickly. "Well, make sure you bring him for me to meet Yugogo-chan," called Enko after her. The young woman glared at her friend with a slight blush before she body flickered away. "Diamond Enko. I'm just staying at his place for a while," she muttered bitterly. "Well, I might as well go see what he's up to." She made her way towards Naruto's puppet-guarded apartment complex. How he got those things to act on their own and attack intruders was beyond her, no matter how many times Naruto explained it, but that really didn't matter at that point. Besides, no matter how far from the mark Enko had been, she was still pretty DM close. Yugogo was indeed involved with someone, though it was more one-sided on her part. Naruto was, Aki was just too DM hard to crack, and he's nearly 7 years her junior. She ginned evilly to herself as she got to his door. That was all going to change today. Younger or not, she was going to completely shatter that barrier of his and get him to at least show her he cared for more than just Hokage-sama. When she opened his door, however, it was not Naruto she saw, but Sarutobi and the 3 Hyugas who now followed Naruto. She noticed that the older girl had been crying while the other two looked sad and sad at the same time. The Hokage himself was also looking slightly angry. "Yeah, sorry," said Yugogo nervously as she tried to back out of the room, only to be summoned back in by Sarutobi. "Ah, Yugogo-sen, just who I wanted to see." Yugogo stepped into the room, Naruto's living room, and suppressed a sigh. She just knew this was going to be a long day, and she hoped Naruto knew all these people were currently in his home without his knowledge. Scene change. It was the dead of night. The stars glowed brightly against the inky sky and the moon seemed to glare at everything below it in its intensity. The red-hot glow of a large bonfire illuminated the center of a rather large camp, and the boisterous laughter of men could be heard echoing through the woodland. The muffled cries of women could only barely be heard amongst all the activity, and the more desperate cries came from the tents toward the edge of the camp. The smell of roasting meat and sake was heavy in the air, and numerous weapons and other supplies were strewn haphazardly around the camp. Bandit camps. Though Naruto had never seen one, he knew what this place was as soon as he laid eyes on it. How could he not? The men here were nothing but a bunch of crude, ignorant dumb buttes who needed to be eliminated. And that's exactly what he was here for. Time to test my new tools, he said to himself as a bloodthirsty grin appeared on his face. Scene change. Makoto was never one to care about the world around him. He was a free-spirited man who did whatever he wanted, DMN the consequences. He was a bandit gang leader. The only things he cared about were money, SEC, and power. Hell, even as his captive SLV girl pleasured his loins, he was continually thinking of more ways to get more of his desires. He was not a barbaric man in any sense of the word. He was just a man with a dream. He smirked at that and pushed a stray strand of his long green hair out of his eyes. He would accomplish his goal and become the richest man alive. Then he would buy a country. It was foolproof. However, there was one little flaw in his plan that he continually overlooked until now. Ninja. The bane of any bandit's existence and also the very real threat of said existence. Ninja were by far the greatest threat to anyone who lived the life of a bandit. They hunted them down and used them for battle experience. They constantly crippled their resources and they showed more brutality than the bandits themselves at times. Makoto was prepared for that. Hell, he was prepared for many things. You had to be if you were to take on the life of a bandit. It was practically a written code. Makoto had learned to hate the ninja with every fiber of his being while at the same time learning to fear them. It took nearly every ounce of a bandit leader's skill and charisma to keep his men hidden from the predatory eyes of the ninja population, and that what he intended to keep on doing. After all, how was going to become the richest man on the planet if he had no men to control? Makoto-sama. We're under attack. The sound of his men shouting that came so suddenly it took a second for his brain to catch up and process. What? Yes. It's true. He came out of nowhere. He's Zack. The man stumbled forward, then fell over dead with a large shuriken in his back. Makoto's eyes widened and he quickly got dressed and armed himself with his halberd. He dashed outside and saw no enemy, but he did see that many of his men had been slain and that the rest were looking around desperately. Makoto took one guess at what could have done this so quickly, and that was one word. Ninja. Correct, bandit. Makoto gasped and whirled around. That voice had been right in his ear, but there was no one there. Show yourself, he called in an attempt to at least find out where his enemy was. He spun around in complete circles searching for the assailant but failed horribly. He positioned himself into a fighting stance and narrowed his eyes. Demon coward ninja. All of you are the same. Never man enough to face an enemy head-on. He knew that taunting his enemy was a bad idea, but at this point his judgment was overruled by his growing anxiety. He could hear more of his men fighting over by the SLV tents, so he rushed over there. Sheet. Ak. Clang. Sush. Crack. Makoto-sama. Arun. The green-haired bandit leader gasped when he arrived on the scene. Something incredibly fast was moving in and out of his men and leaving a bloody trail of death behind. Heads flew into the air and fountains of blood rained down upon the grass and the petrified LV women. Makoto stared in horror as every one of his men was wiped out. Then he glared as he prepared to rush at the attacker as he turned to face the women. Naruto looked down at the frightened women and girls before him. The lead female, a middle-aged brunette with bluish-gray eyes, looked defiantly into his own cold, icy blue eyes. She examined his two puppets with slight fascination. She had never seen such devices. She found it slight odd that he chose to add tiger features to one of them, but she could not deny the power that she felt emanating from the puppet. For a whole minute she examined Naruto. This guy was still but a child, but his eyes were of someone much older. She felt her anger rising when he began to examine the other females, some of which were still naked. "Are we your new servants now?" she asked with a hint of sadness and fear. Naruto just sighed and said, "Servants? Not on your life, woman. I do not need such things." Then why? Why would you save us? Naruto looked up in thought. "It is merely my job. My first ninja mission. And that is to rid the areas of bandits. Also, you women are innocents. I do not kill those who are innocent. Only ignorant BSTRDS and the people I am assigned to kill. You are not on either of those lists." But why not? Why not take us as your slaves? You clearly have the power to do so." At this some of the others flinched slightly and eyed Naruto fearfully, as if expecting him to change his mind and take them. But they were surprised when he knelt down and inched a bit closer to the woman's face, staring intently into her eyes. "I do not need slaves, nor do I want them. You women are all appealing, I'll admit, but that is no reason to force you to live a life of suffering. The woman felt ready to cry and grab Naruto in a hug, but before she could add on any of those thoughts her eyes widened. Look out, she screamed. I'll kill you. You bastard. Naruto turned around and saw Makoto practically flying at him with that massive halberd ready to cleave him in half. He raised his halberd and grinned as it stated to glow. Face the power of the legendary Banryu. He was upon the person now, which was revealed to be a demon child of all things. No older than 12 years old, and already he could kill in such a brutal fashion. He swung the huge blade down with the intent of cleaving him in half. Naruto smirked as the blade came down upon him and twitched his finger once. In a flash a new form was there, holding the halberd against its palm. He had silver hair and golden cat-like eyes. Naruto could hear the bandit leader gasp as this new person suddenly began to swirl with a foul purple and very powerful chakra. How? Naruto turned around with a murderous grin. Meet Mizuki, puppet number 34. Special traits. Very potent chakra and tiger strength. Makoto leapt back but not in time as another form appeared and bashed him with a metal combat boot. Makoto looked up and saw another puppet. This one was an older man with a cane strapped to his waist. Bandages covered most of his face and a cloak covered most of his body. The lower half of his right arm was metallic and mechanical like a gauntlet, and there was a large dinner plate-like shield on his back, and his left eye glowed faint blue. Meet Danzo. Puppet number 35. Special traits. Danzo raised his mechanical arm and said, "Get over here." Before a long WHP-like rope with a spear attachment at the end shot out of his palm and into Makoto's chest. The man gasped in shock and pain and dropped his halberd. Danzo yanked his arm back and brought the rope spear with it, along with the still impaled Makoto. Naruto approached the man as he tried desperately to free himself. Mizuki was right next to him and crouched down like a tiger ready to pounce. His tail was flicking back and forth, his ears were flat against his head, and his claws dug into the ground. Makoto looked into Naruto's cold, emotionless eyes and really began to fear for his life. Please. Let me go. I promise to turn my life around. Don't kill me." Naruto merely looked on for another second before he had Danzo throw the man over toward the group of shuddering women and girls. Naruto focused a bit of chakra throughout his beings and nodded in satisfaction as a fair amount of weapons emerged from the seals on his body and clattered to the ground. He turned and faced the brunette before he walked over and picked up the huge halberd with great effort. Oh, how he wished Oni Tenshi was with him at that moment. He carried the huge weapon and placed it down in front of the woman with a grunt. "Take this and do with him what you will," he stated blankly before turning to leave. Makoto gaped at Naruto and so did the women. Wait. Naruto turned around and saw the woman approaching him. He stood still and waited for her to get close enough. Once she was upon him, she knelt down and smiled. "Please tell us the name of our savior," she stated. Naruto was surprised. Sure, he had saved them if only because it was part of his mission, but he didn't expect for them to react like this. All of them had approached him by now, each one having eyes that showed great suffering but also a new light of hope and happiness. The ones that had no clothing really didn't seem to mind anymore, and they also stared at Naruto. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto." The woman nodded with a smile, then said, "My name is Setsuna and we are in your debt, Uzumaki Naruto-sama." Naruto sighed. "If you really feel that way, then repay your department by getting powerful. Don't let this happen to you again." Hi. Naruto nodded and sealed Danzo and Mizuki into his arm. He quickly flicked a Senbon needle past the women and nodded in satisfaction when it jammed into Makoto's neck and paralyzed him. "The filth is yours now," he said before leaping into the trees and out of sight. Setsuna continued to stare at the spot where Naruto was for another 30 seconds before she snapped out of it and faced the other females before her. There were 20 of them, counting herself, each one of them having lived the life of a lowly SEC/SLV, now finally freed by a blonde child ninja. She looked at each of the women and girls before her and sighed. She then looked over at the down Makoto and bent down to lift up the huge halberd. She groaned with effort as she struggled to lift up the blade. Damn, that thing was heavy. She approached the bandit leader and raised the blade with extremely shaky and strained hands. "Tonight we choose a new path. Thank you, Naruto-sama. We are yours from here on out," she said as she swung down. Scene change. Naruto leapt through the trees at a fast pace. He had another bandit camp to eradicate if his map showed right. On his way he encountered nothing. It was quite uneventful. He did stumble across a large wolf that was howling for its pack, but that was about it. For 3 days he ran through the forest toward the next target, then he rested for the 4th day, eating and fine-tuning his puppets. Then on the 5th day he continued. He had to pick up the pace a bit. He only had 2 more days to finish the mission and return to Konoha. At last he found what he was looking for at noon. This camp was considerably smaller and there were no traces of any SEC slaves. This would make it so much easier. He crouches down and does a few hand signs. Time skip. 6 days after he had sent Naruto out on his mission, he found himself in yet another meeting demanded by the council. This was getting old very fast. Hokage-sama, it has come to our understanding that you have made the demon boy your personal ninja. When were you planning on telling us this? Asked Homura, his old teammate. Sarutobi sighed. I am not obliged to tell you everything I do. Besides, you all would have found out anyway. And no, I am not going to strip Naruto's title. Some of the council members looked outraged and one of them even stood up to voice his opinion. One of the civilian council members looked livid. Hokage-sama, I can no longer sit and watch idly by as that monster continues to endanger the lives of everyone around him. And for you to bestow upon him the title of Special Op is absurd. Hokage-sama, I know you mean well, but you are failing to see what that boy is becoming. He has already corrupted the mind of an ANBU, killed off Root and several other civilians and ninja alike. He is a menace. I agree, Hokage-sama. That boy is far beyond the point of trying to protect anymore. You yourself has seen what he is capable of doing. The pure heartless way in which he can murder someone. Suddenly Inuzuka Tsum stood up. You know? You bunch of ignorant fools are really starting to get annoying. Wasting so much time and energy pursuing one boy who happens to be the most promising shinobi we've had in years. It's ridiculous. What? Do you even know what you are saying? Shut up. Sarutobi had had enough of this. It was the same every time. I will not say it again. Naruto Uzumaki is to be left alone. That boy is already an empty shell of his childhood self. We do not need him wanting to destroy Konoha in the future, which he will eventually become powerful enough to do. Your clouded judgment is going to get us all destroyed if you do not wizen up. Hokage-sama, listen to what you have just said. You yourself has just stated from your own mouth that the boy is a threat to Konoha. Only if you make him become a threat. Naruto right now cares for little. He has no emotions and does nothing but train. He has already lost his childhood. If you continue to lash out at him, he will lose his mind and his will to keep living in Konoha. He will grow to hate this village. Do you really want that on your plates? Sarutobi got to his feet and turned towards the door. Think about what I have said. And with that he was gone. Tsum huffed and left as well. Inoichi, Chuza, Shikaku and Shibi were next to go. That just left the civilian council members, Sarutobi's old teammates and the Haruno clan head. Damn it. They're all a bunch of fools. They have been blinded by that boy's silver tongue, said Homura with a voice filled with malice. I agree. I fail to sleep at night knowing that monster prowls the streets searching for his next victims to add to his little doll collection. I don't want my baby girl to live in the presence of such a vile thing, said the Haruno clan head. There were nods of agreement. Yes, but Hokage-sama has a valid point. We cannot send any assassins after the boy, for it would only weaken Konoha's forces. On top of that, the ones that are strong enough to actually maybe pull it off are indifferent toward him. Well, why not just simply hire an assassin of great skill from another village? Hey, that is actually a good idea. That way, should the boy kill the assassin and word gets out, we could claim to know nothing about it since they are from another land. Yeah, but who to choose? There are many candidates and only a few of enough skill to actually pull it off. At this, Homura smirked. Actually, I know who can do it. This ninja has phenomenal skill and is currently the 5th strongest ninja in her village and still growing in power. It is said that in a couple more years only a Kage will be able to take her down. Homura then pulled out a file and tossed it to the nearest person. Said person opened up the file and grinned widely a second later. Yes, she will do perfectly. We send a proposal immediately, no. Homura chuckled, then looked over at her teammate. Uzumaki Naruto, you will plague us no longer. Scene change. It was a blazing fire. One that had consumed everything in its wake and still continued to do so. It glowed brightly in the evening sky and sent black smoke billowing into the sky. And out from the very center of the chaos stepped Naruto. His face was blank and he was dragging the corpse of a very well-built. His throat was cut and there were burn marks all over his body. Humph, you put up quite a fight for a lowly bandit, stated Naruto as he dropped the corpse. And for that reason you shall not burn. Naruto then drew his katana and lopped off the man's head. He then did the cry of the splitting daisy to put out the fire before sealing the man's head in a scroll, then dashing back toward Konoha. Time skip. It took him 3 days to get back to Konoha and felt a bit disappointed in arriving past the deadline. He approached the 2 Chunin and revealed the head as proof of his mission's success before heading straight home. He would talk to Hokage Gigi later. For now he just focused on getting cleaned up and fixing his 3 other puppets. But when he got inside, Yugao and a tight hug greeted him. Good afternoon, Naruto-kun. How was your first mission? Naruto ignored the BRSTS pressed against his head and said, I eradicated 2 bandit camps. Oh, I see. She couldn't help but sweat drop. Now then let me go so that I may remove the blood, sweat and ash from my body and clothing. Yugao let go of the blonde pretty quickly. Sorry, she said. Naruto merely grunted as a response before heading to the bathroom. What the hell is this? Clang, smash, bam, sheet, yelled Yugao as she dashed over to the bathroom. She arrived to a scene that made her sigh. Naruto had his katana at the neck of a towel-clad and blushing furiously Hinata. Niji and Hanabi were in juken stances looking nervous, and several puppets were poised to attack at any of the slightest of wrong movements. Hinata was sweating bullets and trying to blend with her towel. Half of her body was still soaking wet and the tub was still draining. Naruto looked up at Yugao and glared. I want an explanation immediately. Yugao could only stare. Naruto's deep blue eyes were shining with great annoyance but nothing more. Though he did look ready to slit Hinata's throat at any moment's notice. Naruto-san, please forgive us. It was Hokage-sama's idea since we were exiled from the Hyuga clan. He said that even though you are cold towards people that you are very kind and would offer us a place to stay. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he reminded himself to have a talk with Hokage Gigi. What Hokage Gigi has told you is a lie. Hinata looked down and so did Hanabi. Niji just looked a bit sad. However, we have just pledged an alliance yesterday, so it would be wrong to throw you out. If those Hyuga BSTRDS have left you without a home, then fine. The dojo is in the basement, the greenhouse is on the top floor where I grow my herbs, and the extra rooms are located all over the complex. Do not mess with the seals controlling my puppets and supply yourself with your own nourishment. Hi, said the three Hyugas at the same time. Yugao just smiled. Naruto removed the katana from Hinata's throat and turned to leave. He is interrupted, however, by a hug from behind courtesy of a slightly blushing Hanabi. Thank you, Naruto-sama, she said in a quiet voice while ignoring the astonished looks from the other two Hyugas. Naruto just nodded before he pulled himself from Hanabi's arms and continued to another apartment room and therefore bathroom. He didn't see the slight glare Yugao sent at the younger female, but Niji and Hinata did. Niji just sighed and Hinata smiled. Hanabi has a crush, does she? She asked playfully. Shut up. And since when do you have enough courage to tease someone anyway? Hinata looked away with a slight blush. Couldn't help it. I have never seen you blush like that, and I've never heard you call anyone Sama, so that was quite a golden moment. Hanabi huffed and said, whatever. Just hurry up and get dressed. Hinata smiled as Hanabi stalked out of the door. Yugao was already gone. Heading toward the bathroom Naruto had went to. Yes, the next few weeks would prove to be very interesting. As soon as Naruto woke up the next day, he instantly got to work on his daily activities. He got dressed, gathered his weapons, brushed his teeth, and sealed his puppets into his arm. He was on a figurative mission that day, and that was getting to Hokage Gigi's office. He shot out of his room, ducked under Yugao's attempted glomp, and leapt out the nearest window. He didn't even spare her a glance. She giggled. He must be going to see Hokage-sama. Scene change. Sarutobi Asuma passed the Genin Squad 10 consisting of Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Choji. Yuhi Kurinai passed the Genin Squad 8 consisting of Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino. Sarutobi nodded, then everyone looked at the last jounin who had given a Genin exam. The said man finally noticed that the attention was on him and put away his little orange book. Hataki Kakashi, passed Team 7. There were some looks of surprise for a second, then a man dressed in green spandex stood up. So my youthful rival has finally found a team worthy of his test. Tell us who these 3 aspiring youths might be. Everyone's sweat dropped a bit. Kakashi looked up and said, well, first there's Uchiha Sasuke. He is very talented. Actually, he's abnormally strong. He's a bit arrogant but not above working with others. Then there's Haruno Sakura. She shows potential in Genjutsu and continually argues with herself. Probably her other self. She is very smitten with the Uchiha and often lets it cloud her judgment. The last is Hyuga Hanabi. She too is very strong and is as arrogant as any other Hyuga on the battlefield. Surprisingly, though, it was her that figured out the meaning to my test. She is also smitten, but not with Sasuke, with Naruto. She has already been in an argument with Sakura about which boy was better. Also, why does she call him Naruto-sama? There was a pause before someone spoke up. It was a chunin at the back of the room. Wait, what happened to that boy with the sitar? Did he quit? Sarutobi shook his head. Unfortunately, Suichi was paralyzed that day. He helped Naruto take on root, so he is effectively out of the ninja program. There is a slim chance he will regain his ability to walk, though. The chunin sat back down as another nin rose up. Hokage-sama, I also have a question. What happened to Uzumaki? He obviously has more than enough skills to become a genin, so why isn't he on any teams? Who cares? Asked that same chunin from earlier. Sarutobi sighed and said, Uzumaki Naruto has become a ninja but not a genin. He has a higher rank already. I see, said the chunin as a scowl formed on his features. Sarutobi was about to say something else when an ANBU materialized in the office. Hokage-sama, I do not need to interrupt, but there is someone coming this way and... Get your filthy hands off of me, you abomination. was suddenly heard on the outside. Then a few loud crashes, then the sound of something hitting the floor. What the hell is going on? Yells Ibiki. A second later a Chunin smashed through the doors and collapses in a broken heap in front of Sarutobi's desk. The group freezes when they see Oni Tenshi vanishing in a puff of smoke. Then they tense up as the sound of a woman screeching at the top of her lungs tears through their eardrums. You monster! I'll have you executed! Let go of me! Naruto walked into the office with a scowl and was dragging a brown-haired woman that everyone recognized as the secretary by her hair. The woman was flailing about frantically and shouting out insults left and right. The group was shocked. Sure, they knew of Naruto's personality, but they didn't expect him to be so violent. He normally just killed people quickly. Sarutobi was sweating nervously. He knew what this was about. Naruto, haha, what can I do for you this fine evening? Naruto yanked the woman up by her hair and forced her to face the Hokage. Well, first off, you can tell this beach to watch her mouth when talking to me. Being called a freak demonic abomination that no one will ever acknowledge is not a way to improve my already deteriorated mood. Sarutobi gulped and Kakashi stood up. And what exactly did Hokage-sama do to put you in a bad mood, Uzumaki-san? Naruto sighed and released the woman, who instantly lunged and was put into a near-death state by a sunbon to the neck. It involves 3 certain Hyugas suddenly moving in while I was away on my first mission. At this, Sarutobi gulped again while the others looked confused. I have merely come here to ask you not to do that again. If they were people I don't like or haven't met before, I would have thrown them right back out. At this, that same Chunin stood yet again. Hey you! That is the Hokage you are talking to. Show the proper respect. He can allow whoever he wants to live in that place of yours. Everyone tensed and waited for the kunai to get thrown, but were surprised when Naruto merely shook his head. I already know that, you dumb prick. However, just because Hokage Gigi can do it does not mean it is wise to do so. Understand? Because if I do not like the person or the person causes me any trouble, then I will throw them out regardless of who said they could be there, and if the person refuses to leave after I have told them so, then they will be forced to leave. That apartment complex belongs to me. No one else, and I will not have a bunch of people I do not know suddenly barging in. The Chunin glared and was going to retort but was cut off by Sarutobi. Enough. Naruto is perfectly justified in expressing his annoyance. After all, how many times do I get complaints from everyone else, huh? He turned back to Naruto and said, I apologize for my actions, Naruto. I couldn't really think of a safer place for them other than under the highly protected roof of the one they swore their allegiance to. After all, you're their only support now. Naruto sighed and said, fine, but I want full payment for my mission. I completed it but not within the time span. Sarutobi nodded and Naruto turned to leave. Oh, and I have allowed them to stay, he said before vanishing. Kurenai looked at the down secretary and said, that is one scary but kid. The others could only nod. Sarutobi cleared his throat. Now then, about your genin teams? Scene change. As Naruto made his way back home and thought about what he should do, he took little notice of his surroundings. He contemplated going back to Hokage Gigi's office and asking for another mission but soon decided against it. He contemplated stopping by Suichi's place to get a bit of lessons or perhaps a book on the basics of the sitar. He was getting tired of not knowing how to use it. He briefly wondered how his allies were going to handle their first missions. Oh, whatever. They're strong enough to handle themselves. Hey, look out. Naruto was suddenly barreled over by something smaller than him. A child, most likely. Hey, watch where you're going, ya imbecile. Definitely a child. He suppressed a sigh. This was just what he needed right now. Jeez. Hey, idiot. You gonna say something? Yelled the child. Naruto got to his feet with a suddenness that sent the kid sprawling to the ground and flopping onto the ground with a dull thud. Watch where you're going, brat. He then turned to continue on his way. Hey, don't walk away from me. Apologize. Naruto turned around with a glare that caused the kid to flinch. Leave me alone, he said. This was not the time to be on Naruto's nerves. The kid quickly regained his composure and said, screw you. After you knocked me over, you expect me to just drop it? Who do you think you are? Naruto turned around. By this time several villagers had gathered and were looking worried. First of all, you idiot. You crashed into me, so shut your mouth and leave. The kid scowled and ran up to him. Hey, do you know who I am? I'm Sarutobi Kenomaru, the honorable grandson of the third Hokage. Show some respect. As soon as those words left Kenomaru's mouth, he was roughly lifted into the air by the front of his shirt. He gazed into Naruto's cold eyes and felt fear. But before he could say anything, a sunglasses-wearing Jounin appeared and scowled and Naruto. Hey hooligan! Release the honorable grandson this instant, he shouted. Kenomaru felt a bit of courage return and he began to speak again. Ya, put me down. You don't want to have to face my grandfather, do ya? If you hit me, then you're screwed. Naruto narrowed his eyes as the kid began to smirk. Hey, release the honorable grandson, yelled the Jounin once again. The villagers were getting antsy. They wanted to say something but they knew they would only make things worse for the boy. Konohamaru gazed into Naruto's eyes defiantly and said, "So you won't put me down? Are you scared? You can't touch me. If you do then you face punishment from my grandfather. It's better for you to just apologize and put me down." "Yeah. Listen to what he says," yelled the Jounin. "I'm untouchable. You'd be an idiot to hit me." That was it. And the villagers saw it. They went to say something but it was too late. Without a word Naruto flung the kid up and over his head to the hard ground behind him. The kid landed squarely on the top of his head, skidded a couple of feet before collapsing into an unconscious heap. The Jounin was stunned. Naruto looked at the Jounin and said, "I wouldn't care if the brat was related to Kami himself of the Shinigami. Make sure he knows that labels and association mean shit to me, and if you don't avert those hateful eyes I'm going to pluck them from behind those ridiculous glasses." And with that he was gone. The villagers moved over to where Konohamaru was unconscious to give the boy any kind of help. They also made it point to tell him that Naruto was not someone to PSS off. The Jounin glared. "Don't think this is over, Fox," he grumbled. Scene change. Naruto arrived at his home feeling more annoyed than when he left. Neji, Hinata and Hanabi had gone but Yugao was still home. He opened his apartment door and found her sitting on the couch watching the TV in a bathrobe. "Hi Naruto-kun," she said as she stood up. "How was your meeting with Hokage-sama?" Naruto sighed. "I had a talk with him." Yugao approached him and smiled. "How come you seem more annoyed then?" "It's because I had a run-in with a pompous little brat." "I see. Would you like to sit down?" she asked. "No. I would like to rest in my room." He suddenly froze when Yugao placed her hands on his shoulders and began to massage them. "Why not just relax with me, Naruto-kun? I can help you with your stress." Naruto's mind was suddenly running at 1,000,000 miles a second. CP, since when was she so suddenly bold? He knew she was attracted to him but god damn it. Even now he could feel Yugao getting more NTMT with her little massage. He pulled himself away from her arms and sighed in annoyance. This day was beginning to grind on his nerves. Yugao, slightly disappointed by his rejection, tried again. She lunged forward and grabbed him in a hug. Unfortunately Naruto was not prepared for this and lost his balance. He fell onto his back with Yugao on top of him and sighed again. "Damn it Yugao, get off of me. Today is not the day to grind on my nerves." Yugao closed her eyes and rested her head on his chest. "Am I that ugly to you, Naruto-kun? If I say yes, would it get you off of me?" She gasped. "I know you're attracted to me. It's plainly obvious. But this is getting annoying. I already told you I have no need for an NTMT relationship." Yugao didn't seem to hear him. She ran her fingers through his hair and said, "Naruto-kun, just let me stay like this for a little while longer." Arg. Naruto was annoyed. Yugao, although she was very appealing, was too persistent for his liking. He admitted to himself that he was beginning to care a little for her, but he had cast aside such feelings. He wasn't going to expose himself to such things again lest someone capitalize on that and hurt him. He looked up and studied his ceiling as Yugao continued to play with his hair. "Yugao, get off of me." Was Yugao half-asleep response. He growled and looked around for an opening. He spotted one in the form of one of his security puppets. With a very supple finger movement he attached a chakra string to the puppet. There was more than one way to get her off. But before he could do anything else though, something else happened. The front door opened and 3 people stepped in. "Naruto-sama, I passed the Genin Exa?" Hanabi froze when she stepped into the living room and saw Yugao lying on top of Naruto. Neji and Hinata just walked over to the other side of the room and suppressed chuckles. Yugao looked up at Hanabi with half-lidded eyes and smiled. "Why you? What are you doing?" "Get off of Naruto-sama, you old hag." Yugao turned red and she leapt up. "What did you say, you little brat?" "You heard me. Someone like you doesn't need to be doing those kinds of things to Naruto-sama." By this time Naruto had leapt to his feet and opted to glare at both females. "Brat, what would you know of what I'm doing?" yelled Yugao. Hanabi scowled. "I know enough to know that Naruto-sama clearly finds you undesirable." Yugao let out a loud battle cry but was stopped when a sunban hit her in the neck and paralyzed her. Hanabi, Hinata and Neji looked over to Naruto and saw him glaring. "God damn it, both of you shut up," he said. "You two had better work out your differences right away or I'm throwing you both out." He turned and headed to his room. On his way, Neji approached him. "My apologies, Uzumaki-san, for not informing you of Hanabi-sama's infatuation with you. I honestly forgot about the ANBU woman's infatuation as well and therefore failed to see the common conflict." Naruto just huffed and said, "Just make sure they keep quiet. I'm going to sleep because this day is just not the day for me to be awake." Neji nodded as Naruto opened his door and slammed it shut. Scene change. In the land of lightnings, Kumogakure no Sato the Raikage sat at his desk and scanned over the scroll. When it had first arrived he nearly ripped it in half but decided against it. Perhaps Konoha actually had something worthwhile in this message. He was shocked when he found that the scroll was only signed by a part of Konoha's council and that this message was sent in secret without the Hokage's knowledge. It was a request. The request was a simple one really. They wanted to hire an assassin. The entire situation was described within the scroll. He couldn't help but smirk. Konoha wanted their Jinchuriki assassinated because he was out of control. The scroll described Naruto's skill level, which was extremely high, and the scroll explained that Naruto was an extremely talented puppet user. Oh, things kept getting better with each line. The message also explained that the Jinchuriki has under his protection 3 Hyugas, 2 of which were the main house heirs, and that if the assassin completed the task he or she was free to take one of them. The Raikage smiled. This part of Konoha's council had just gotten themselves a deal. Time skip. Time passed after that day with no more surprises. Naruto took on 3 more B-rank missions that dealt with assassination and trained more in the area of weapons and taijutsu. Niji, Hinata and Hanabi instructed him on the basics of their variations of Juken and he in turn translated them into finger movements for Yoshino. His puppetry if possible got even better. Able to make his puppets fight with the skill of an elite jounin and move at speeds of Anbyu. He still could only control 1 puppet per finger but he was trying to find a way around that. After all he still needed to use Konoha's root sometime before he died or something. It was only after he read a section of Sasori's instruction scrolls that dealt with armor did he finally have his answer. Currently that was his newest puppet idea and he was sure the others were going to be shocked once he was finished. Also he ventured to Suichi's home regularly to learn how to use the sitar. Suichi was a surprisingly good teacher despite being paralyzed and had shown him which attacks could be performed with which musical notes. He then handed Naruto 2 books. One that dealt with learning how to read music and the other dealt with learning how to use the guillotine-like blade at the base of the instrument. He then gave him a scroll that described the process in which members of the clan bonded a spirit of some sort with their weapon and how to call it out. Suichi had told him since the sitar is already bonded to a spirit, he merely needed to learn how to call it out. Naruto had nodded and began the annoying process of learning how to read music and how to fight with the blade part as well. Yugao was another person he trained with. She had worked with him on his ninjutsu and his taijutsu every time she was free and was quite impressed with his progress. He also increased the weight on his limbs after noticing that he had gotten used to them a while ago. Yugao was also the one who showed him the true secret of the Kagebunshin. This significantly upped his training. It was crazy. Naruto's strength skyrocketed. Even now as he made his way through Konoha toward the market district the villagers shied away from him. The way Naruto carried himself just screamed at them, powerful, so they stayed out of his way. He had grown a bit. His muscles developed nicely and if it weren't for the fact that he was Naruto he would have had an army of fangirls. Of course that didn't stop some of the more daring women to steal a glance or two. His attire hadn't changed much either. He still wore the tattered baggy orange shorts that went onto his shins and he still had his abdomen and lower back wrapped in white bandages. He no longer wore a cloak. He had replaced it for a sleeveless open orange trench coat. Yugao had caught him sewing and stitching the item together one night and when she asked him why orange his simply replay was, "I like orange." Naruto made his way into the market district and looked around. He hadn't been here in ages. The street was crowded with people chatting happily with each other and the smells of many different foods wafted through the air and cancelled out everything else. Naruto felt his stomach growl and sighed in annoyance. He decided to look around for a restaurant. After a minute he finally spotted one. It was called Ichiraku's Ramen Bar and an admittedly delicious smell was coming from there. He entered without much thought. "Welcome to my shop, young ma." The old man who owned the shop froze when he saw Naruto. There was no way this was happening. Knew who this boy was and he could only stare. Naruto didn't see any hate in the man's eyes but he was still getting annoyed. "Old man, I would like some ramen now," he said in a voice just above a growl. "Oh, yeah, right, what would you like?" Naruto looked down at the menu and said after a minute, "I want a bowl of miso ramen and a bowl of beef." "Right, I am. 1 miso and 1 beef." "Okay," said the voice of a young woman. While the meal was being prepared Ichiraku looked down and examined Naruto. So different than he was 8 years ago, he thought. Naruto noticed the man stare and narrowed his eyes. "What?" he said with a voice that could freeze and Amaterasu. Ichiraku snapped out of it and said, "Oh, nothing. I'm sorry if I'm annoying you." Naruto merely huffed and closed his eyes, waiting for his meal. Finally after a few more minutes a pretty brunette walked out with Naruto's order and placed it down in front of him. "Here you go," she said in a sugary sweet but not fake voice. Naruto nodded and took his meal. He broke his chopsticks in half, muttered a quiet, "Itadakimasu, SP," and began to eat. He ate in silence and paid attention to nothing around him. He ate quickly but not so fast that he had no time to taste the food. For 6 minutes he slurped away and emptied both bowls of their contents before getting up, placing the money on the table and walking out without a word. Ayam looked over at her father and said, "He was pretty cute." Ichiraku sighed and said, "That was Naruto." Ayam widened her eyes. "It was really him? That same playful hyperactive 4-year-old that came in here with Hokage that one time?" "I'm afraid so, and it appears the rumors about him are true." Ayam sighed. "I hope he's doing okay." Scene change. The Raikage grinned down at the young woman kneeling before him. Her long pale blonde hair was unruly from weeks of travel and uncare. Evidence that she had just gotten back from a long and difficult mission. "Rise," commanded the leader of Kumo with a voice of authority. The young woman did as she was told and stood to face the Raikage with cat-like slanted eyes. She was looking with a bit of contempt and a black collar glowing seal around her neck. "You will wipe that look off of your face, girl," he said with narrowed eyes. "Forgive me, Raikage-sama." The Raikage smirked and approached the girl. He circled around her several times and looked her up and down. It appears you had a bit of a difficulty on your latest mission, eh?" The woman tensed. "It was nothing I couldn't handle. There were some unforeseen obstacles, but they were easily overcome." "I see. Well, it seems I need to intensify your training program, wouldn't you say?" "I do not think that is necessary, Raikage-sama." Electricity suddenly pulsed through her form, the seal on her neck. "Ack!" The woman dropped to her knees and clutched in vain at her neck. "You are not here to think, girl. Get to your feet," said the Raikage as the current of electricity was cut off. The young woman got to her feet, gasping for air. "I have another task for you, girl." The Raikage then pulled out a scroll and tossed it to her. She opened it and read through. When she was done, her eyes were wide. "Konoha? Indeed. It appears they are having trouble with the target mentioned there." The woman nodded her head sadly and pocketed the scroll. "You know what you have to do." "Yes, Raikage-sama." "Good. Go clean yourself up and leave within the next 2 hours." "Yes, Raikage-sama." The woman then vanished and left the Raikage smiling. "Heh, I wonder how this will turn out." Scene change. On his way back home, Naruto ran into Shuichi. "Hey Fox boy," said the boy excitably. "How's your skill with the sitar coming? You getting any better yet?" Naruto shrugged. An action that he found himself unconsciously doing more and more often. "My progress is satisfactory. I can cast minor genjutsu with the weapon, but I still have some sort of mental block preventing me from being able to do anything more complicated. I have no talent for genjutsu." Shuichi nodded. "I guess that's understandable. What with your lousy chakra control?" "My chakra control is excellent, fool." Shuichi laughed and said, "Relax, I was just kidding, geez. No need to get all uptight. Perhaps you just ain't cut out of genjutsu." "Perhaps, but I refuse to acknowledge that. Whatever is up with my mind that keeps me from doing genjutsu will be taken care of. I won't be inadequate in any field of ninja techniques." "I think you're a bit obsessed, but whatever. We all have dreams, right?" Naruto said nothing. Shuichi and Naruto made their way toward Naruto's home in silence for a few more minutes before Shuichi spoke again. "So how's life living with 2 girls that want yo love, eh?" Naruto growled. "It's very irritating. Hanabi has even started sneaking into my room and cuddling next to me in the middle of the night, and Yugao wastes no opportunity to be alone with me. I'm going to start putting them to sleep at night with poisons if this doesn't stop." "What about Niji and Hinata?" Naruto's scowl deepened. "Those 2 fools find enjoyment in my problems. I'm going to paralyze them as well." Shuichi chuckled. "Well, I think you crazy to shirk those 2 off like that when they clearly longing yo company. First off, Hanabi is 9 years old, and second, I don't need company and those fools need to hurry up and figure that out." Shuichi chuckled and said, "I old enough to kill, old enough to do anything else, you know? But I do see what you sayin'. I certainly wouldn't screw any 9-year-old girls. Well, anyway, see ya. My place is right around this corner. Keep up with the sitar practice and maybe you'll be as good as me someday." Naruto just nodded and continued on to his place. Shuichi didn't live very far away from him at all. He entered his home by leaping up and jumping through a random window. That way Yugao couldn't glomp him out of nowhere. He came into an empty room and nodded in satisfaction before making his way to his apartment. "Hey Uzumaki." Naruto stopped and looked at Sasuke Uchiha as he finished eating a rice ball on his couch. "Uchiha," said Naruto. Sasuke nodded and got to his feet. "It's been a while, wouldn't you say?" asked Sasuke. Naruto shrugged and said, "I wouldn't really know. I do not pay attention to things like that." Sasuke shrugged as well and said, "I guess so." Things got quiet as Sasuke took out another rice ball and bit into it happily. For a few minutes no one said anything. They just opted to get lost in their own thoughts. Naruto had just sat down in a chair when Sasuke said, "We finally got a higher ranked mission." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Our sensei Hatake Kakashi deemed us worthy. Our mission is to guard an old bridge builder named Tazuna in the Land of Waves. We leave tomorrow." Naruto nodded. Sasuke smirked and said, "Well, I better get going. Your little purple-haired sensei Bien is on the way." Naruto growled and placed a hand on the hilt of his katana. Since when was it okay to make little barbs at me? You Uchiha and the others are heading toward a Sunban the back of the skull. Sasuke just smirked and exited the door. Naruto narrowed his eyes and twitched a finger. Bam. Damn it Uzumaki, yelled Sasuke. Next time you'll think Uchiha, said Naruto as Sasuke walked away holding his stomach. Time skip. Naruto headed to his room and stripped down to his boxers. He didn't bother unsealing any of his puppets and just opted to flop down onto his bed. The day had been quite an odd one. He hadn't spent so much time outside of his apartment complex since his last mission. H's closed his eyes prepared for the next day. Perhaps he should see the Uchiha and the Hyuga off as they left for their first mission outside of the village. He had to admit, those fools were beginning to grow on him a little. Scene change. She ran and ran without pause, dashing through small towns, across prairies, through farming fields and into the vast forest. For a whole day she ran at speeds that most jounin could only dream of. The power of her inner demon drove her forward. She had a task to complete and she had to complete this task no matter how much she didn't want to. A million thoughts ran through her mind as she neared Konoha in the dead of night. Another Jinchuriki? I didn't know any more existed. What should I do? No, I already know the answer to that. I have no choice. At last she came upon the massive walls of the hidden leaf. She paused for just a second then took a deep breath before leaping up and sticking to the wall with chakra. She ran up the wall and leapt down on the other side as silent as a cat and ducked to avoid being spotted. Now, where does he stay? She remembered the scroll saying something about the Konoha slums, so she headed in the direction of the place that looked the most run down. It didn't take her long at all to find her destination. It was instantly recognizable because of the puppets that continually clicked and marched around the premises. She was intrigued. His puppet techniques were extremely well thought out. She could see the seals and the wooden hands that controlled them. She approached slowly and severed the strings of the forest's 2 puppets and caught them before they made a lot of noise falling. She then quietly leapt up onto one of the balconies. Instantly she had to dodge a wave of senbon needles and kunai. She calmed herself and continued on cautiously. Green gas suddenly blasted her in the face. She smirked. Poisons didn't affect her. She weaved in and out of traps for 20 minutes and was starting to get worried. Surely the target was awake now. But she didn't let that stop her. She had a task to complete and she had to complete it or die by the seal around her neck. Finally she arrived at the door marked Uzumaki and turned the knob. Sheet. She slashed frantically at the numerous metal tentacles that tried to grab a hold of her and drag her into the void below. That was one hell of a trap. She could see a wooden floor below before the door and the floor closed up. She huffed a couple of times and examined the severed tentacles at her feet. There were 7 of them. Obviously meant to drag me down into an enclosed space, she thought. Should I try again? After a minute of contemplative thought she decided on another try. She turned the knob with tense muscles and inwardly sighed when the door opened to reveal a basic apartment room. Half the place was littered with wooden body parts, weapons and things preserved in jars. He's a charmer, she thought sarcastically. She made her way into the kitchen and looked around. It looked like he lived a pretty normal life. Though she knows firsthand that looks can be deceiving. She turned to the far end to the apartment and approached the room. She saw that there were numerous puppets on the ceiling but they weren't attacking. She wondered why. She approached the room and opened the door. She ducked just in time to avoid a horizontal slash from a katana. Who are you? The young woman looked up and saw her target. She gasped a second later. She stared. She stared and found she could not move. She was gaping at what stood before her. Naruto was there but he was wearing armor. Armor she had never dreamed of seeing in her life. His chest was covered in a protective plate. His head sported a beetle head-shaped helmet complete with a stag beetle's horn. His back was protected by an oval-shaped shell. His legs were covered in attachments that not only looked like some sort of demonic beetle's legs with 2 sharp toes instead of 5 but it also increased his height to more than a foot taller than she was and she was 5'8". But what really grabbed the attention were the 6 extra arms that had spines curving backwards out of the elbows and the 4 scorpion tails that jutted from a device at his tailbone and were arched over and ready to strike. Naruto looked down upon her with slight amusement as she finally got over her surprise. I do not know who you are, woman, but I knew you were coming as soon as you cut the strings off of 2 of my security puppets. And I also know you must be good to make it all the way to me. That or my traps need to be tuned up. The woman suppressed a look of surprise. He knew I was coming for that long? The room was suddenly filled with clicking noises and Naruto got closer to her. But now I have questions as to why you're here trying to kill me. And don't deny it because that is the only conceivable reason someone should be sneaking into my home at night. She was suddenly grabbed by the tail and lifted up to meet the gaze of Naruto. Naruto leaned closer and narrowed his eyes when he saw her headband. Kumo? A Kumo assassin? I'm going to enjoy draining the life out of you and the fools responsible for sending you. The young woman couldn't help but cringe a bit but she understood his attitude. Suddenly one of the tails shot forward at blinding speeds, aiming to take off her head. She used every ounce of strength she had in her body to JRK herself out of the way. The tail's tip barely missed her head by millimeters. Damn, this guy wasn't playing. She wrenched herself from the tails and delivered a fierce kick to Naruto's chest at amazing speeds and watched in satisfaction as he slammed into the wall. "I'm sorry Uzumaki-sen, but I have to kill you now," she said. Naruto paid no attention to her words and positioned his katana. It was time for this fight to begin. The young woman charged with great speeds and slashed with her kunai. Clang. Naruto blocked with his sword and grit his teeth as she pressed forward. She was good, but not good enough. He struck with 3 fists and they connected. She was thrown away with great force and sent crashing through the wall very loudly. "What the hell was that?" yelled Yugao as she leapt out of her bed with a kunai drawn. She saw the security seals acting up and could hear the sounds of conflict. Naruto-kun. Niji, Hinata and Hanabi had also woken up and were running down one of the halls toward Naruto's room when the wall to the left suddenly exploded and Naruto came flying through with a grunt. Rubble flew everywhere. The 3 Hyugas widened their eyes when they saw Naruto's armor and gasped when a blonde Kumo Kunoichi leapt out of the hole and tried to punch Naruto in the face. Naruto intercepted her blow by grabbing her wrists with 2 hands, swinging her around 3 times then releasing her into the wall at the right. She went right through it with a loud crash and grunt in pain. Naruto was right on her heels. Clang. His katana strike was blocked again by the Kumo Kunoichi's kunai. They both narrow their eyes and throw simultaneous punches. Bam. Naruto was thrown back out of the hole while the Kumo nin was slammed into the empty bed, breaking it in half. "Naruto-kun. What's going on?" yelled Yugao as she arrived on the scene. Naruto growled and was tackled by the Kumo nin a second later. The 2 of them slammed right through floor and crashed into the room below. Hanabi's room. The Kumo nin rolled to avoid a tail strike, the leapt back to avoid 3 more. The tails were striking at remarkable speeds and she was dodging with the speed, reflexes and grace of a cat. The room was quickly decimated and filled with wooden shrapnel. Naruto capitalized on this and dashed forward once again trying to kill her with his sword. "No!" she yelled as she bent backwards and kicked the sword out of his hand. Naruto growled in annoyance and struck with another tail. She jumped to the side and the tail stabbed into the floor, and when it was pulled back it pulled up floorboards and sent wooden splinters all over. "Woman, you are annoying," said Naruto as he dashed forward. She braced herself and was spear-tackled by Naruto. Both of them crashed through the window and landed outside. "Naruto-sama," yelled Hanabi as she and the others followed close behind. They arrived just in time to see the Kumo Kunoichi land a punch to Naruto's face. Naruto grit his teeth and prepared to charge again. "Naruto-kun." For a split second his attention shifted to Yugao. That was all the Kumo Kunoichi needed. With great speed she dashed forward and dug her kunai into his abdomen. He widened his eyes and snapped his attention back to the Kumo Kunoichi. "Naruto-kun. Naruto. Naruto-sama," were the cries of Yugao, Niji, Hinata and Hanabi respectively. Naruto widened his eyes and looked back at his opponent. He saw sadness in her eyes. "I'm sorry Uzumaki-san, but I have no choice." Naruto coughed a bit of blood and smirked. "Don't think so low of me, woman." A second later 6 fists slammed into her abdomen and sent her into the air. 3 tails lashed out and wrapped around her waist then slammed her painfully into the ground. He then raised the 6 artificial arms and said, "Goodbye." She widened her eyes as the arms split open and released a massive wave of Sinbon needles. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. She watched as the wave of needles came at her with enough force to rip through 4 inches of wood. She gathered her thoughts and reached within herself. This guy. He was strong. But so was she. "Yes, girl. Show this boy who he's dealing with." And with a nod she did. Naruto watched as the wave of Sinbon headed for his target with a look of satisfaction. But that look of satisfaction was suddenly gone when a wave of purplish-black chakra suddenly exploded off of the Kumo Kunoichi and threw the projectiles off in different directions. Naruto was overcome with killing intent and he could feel the tainted power rolling off of the young woman. "What is this?" he asked as the girl's eyes transformed into golden cat eyes and a flaming tail of chakra extended from her lower back. Instantly eyes all over Konoha snapped open. Naruto looked on in wonder as the chakra continued to swirl violently around her. "Uzumaki-san, that armor of yours has become useless now." She vanished a second later. Bam. Ugh. She sunk her fist into Naruto's abdomen and sent him smashing through the home of several civilians. Debris was thrown all over the place and the said civilians were running out of their house in fear a couple of seconds later. Naruto skidded for a few more yards and just as he was recovering, another fist slammed into him and sent him into the air. What is this? Such power. He looked down just in time to see the Catwoman flying up at him with a karate kick. Her foot slammed into his cheek and he was sent spinning away and through the roof of another home. He landed on his back and so was spared by the shell protecting it. DMN. This is no ordinary ninja. He stood up and brushed the debris off of his shoulders. Fine then, he said as he began to concentrate. All over Konoha people were running about in confusion. Half of the ninja population was rushing toward the slums of Konoha while the other half was trying to calm the panicking civilians. What the hell is going on? Yelled Sarutobi. I don't know. It appears to have originated from Uzumaki's home. But that wasn't the Kyuubi's power. Let's just get there. The Kunoichi came smashing through the roof just in time to see waves glow with seals and drop from Naruto's person. Naruto looked up with cold eyes and positioned his tails. Time to take it up a notch, woman, he said. She hissed and vanished. Naruto positioned his tails at lightning-fast speeds and intercepted her kick. She widened her eyes a bit at his smirk. A second later she had to dodge 2 fists but didn't see the third one as it extended and planted into her stomach and sent her through the wall and back outside. Naruto was on her before she had time to blink and delivered a fierce kick to her back that sent her up. She twisted in the air and met his uprising punches as they traded blows all the way back to the ground. As soon as the touched land they both vanished. Clang, smash, bam. As Sarutobi and numerous jounin and enbu arrived the scene they were met with these sounds, along with different parts of buildings and the street breaking apart. He could see the two as they traded blows at speeds that only high chunin and higher could follow clearly. He saw Naruto's armor and the Kunoichi's chakra and widened his eyes. Everyone, get the civilians out of this area, he commanded. He saw Naruto and the Kunoichi slam fists into each other's faces and in the process end up throwing each other off in different directions, resulting in more damaged property. He saw Yugao, Hinata, Hanabi and Niji watching with anxiety. Sheet, what hell is going on? Naruto slammed into a water tower and went through, resulting in water being thrown all over the place. Water release, water dragon. The water from the tower suddenly transformed into a large dragon and shot at the Kunoichi with great speeds. She avoided it and watched as the water slammed into the ground and transformed it into mud that went flying all over the place. She hissed when some of the water splashed onto her and dashed at the water tower with great speeds. You're good, Uzumaki-san, she commented as she slammed into his tails again. Naruto grunted and fell to the ground with the Nico girl on top of him trying to stab him with her kunai. Naruto wrapped one of his tails around her and spun around. This is getting old, woman. Half of Konoha is here and you're costing me sleep. I will end it now. He slammed her into the ground harshly and lashed out with 2 tails before she could react. Ack! The gathered crowd gasped as blood spurted up and splattered all over Naruto and his armor. He lifted the 2 tails and took the impaled form of his opponent with them. With one flick the young woman was thrown off of the tails and sent crashing in front of Sarutobi. Naruto looked up and wiped the blood off of his face and turned to face the crowd. They were looking with wide eyes for numerous reasons. There were murmurs of, "Look at his armor. He's a beast. Such a brutal way to kill someone." Naruto ignored the comments and looked back at his apartment complex. It was surprising how far away from the place they had traveled while fighting. It'll take me weeks to repair all of that, he mumbled as he began to walk back. Naruto-kun, what happened? Who was that? Asked Yugao. Naruto sighed and said, assassin. Someone hired her from Kumo. There were some gasps. Come on. I'm done here and I need tea. He suddenly froze as did Yugao and everyone else in the village as an extremely powerful wave of chakra suddenly exploded outward and threw anything that wasn't rooted to the ground away like garbage, including the weaker ninjas and the civilians. Ruarar. Sheet. Boom. Naruto and Yugao barely avoided the massive paw that came smashing down upon them and Yugao herself held back a gasp at what had thrown the paw. Uzumaki-san, you really thought that could kill me? I am Yugito ni. I am the Jinchuriki for the Nibi no Nekamata. And after years of forced testing and intense training I have become immune to poisons. You'll have to do better than that to kill me. And as Naruto suppressed his own gasp, a huge purplish-black flaming 2-tailed cat emerged from the dust and glared down at him with glowing yellow eyes. And like I said before, I am here to carry out your assassination. And just like that the battle was back on. Yugito lunged and swiped at unreadable speeds and slammed her paw into Naruto. The impact was something the Kyuubi Jinchuriki had never felt before in his life. A combination of heat and great force sent him flying for nearly half a mile and into one of the nearby training grounds. His puppet armor remarkably sustained little damage, but the same could not be said for his organic body. He knew that 3 ribs had been broken after that blow and his head was spinning. A sheet. Yugito appeared suddenly and swiped again. He narrowly avoided it, but it was not enough to count for something. Yugito leapt up and inhaled before breathing a stream of purple fire at her target. Sheet. Earth release. Earth barrier. A slab of rock rose formed the ground just in time to block the flames and give Naruto an opening. Water release. Cry of the splitting daisy. And as Naruto cut through the large daisy-shaped glob of water and prepared to slam both halves into Yugito's face, three things happened. First, Sarutobi and the Jounins appeared and tried to attack. Second, his chakra spiked, and third, a huge wall of fused-together skeletons appeared and blocked Naruto's attack. What the? Uzumaki-san, you continue to underestimate me. Part of Nibi's power is necromancy. And as soon as she said this, an army of skeletons rose up from the ground. Attack! The skeletons surged forward. The others tried to interfere but were stopped when several shadow clones of Naruto appeared and said, "Wait, I'll handle this one alone." They tried to object but it was too late. Naruto leapt up, bit his thumb and smeared it across his puppet storing seals. In 35 puffs of smoke appeared Fox Naruto, Yoshino, Oni Tenshi, Mizuki, Danzo and the Konoha root. The crowd watched in awe as the artificial limbs of his beetle-like armor and his left organic hand attached chakra strings to them, giving him control of each and every puppet on the battlefield. With numerous finger twitches, the area exploded into battle. Puppets and skeletons clashed. Fox Naruto started hacking skeletons apart with its Zanbatsu with the efficiency of any elite ninja. Oni Tenshi grabbed several with its tentacles while cleaving several more with its axe. Mizuki and Danzo worked as a team and tore through skeletons with ease, and the root were zipping in and out of the skeletons and taking them apart like toys. But the most impressive was the puppet Yoshino. She launched a wave of chakra from her palm that blasted away, then started using a fiercer version of the Juken to smash the skeletons apart. Then as she was getting swarmed on, she did a Kaiten that was reinforced by water. Each puppet was moving at great speeds, and it left many wondering how the hell Naruto was able to control all of that and still battle with Yugito. "Holy shit!" cried out one of the Jounin, a purple-haired woman by the name of Anko. The others were thinking along the same lines. Especially when Naruto drew a chain scythe with his right hand and swung it over his head a few times. "I will kill you," he said emotionlessly as he leapt up. Yugito leapt back and avoided a slash to the eye, then lashed out with one of her tails. It slammed into Naruto and it temporarily shattered his control over his puppets. It lasted only a second, but it was enough for Fox Naruto to lose a tail and Yoshino to get slashed across the chest by one of the skeletons. Naruto grit his teeth. "Is this all you can do, Uzumaki-san?" asked Yugito as Naruto took a knee and fought to regain his breath. He growled. Naruto stood up and locked eyes with the demonic cat. "Fellow Jinchuriki, I have one more trick locked away in this armor of mine." "Oh, indeed. I do not know what it can do, but perhaps it will give me a slight advantage. You see, I have been studying the flight patterns of the beetle and the exact motions the wings use in order to keep it suspended in the air." Yugito's eyes widened a bit and so did the gathered crowds. "There's no way," muttered Sarutobi. But indeed it was true. Naruto hunched over and focused chakra into the shell on his back. It split down the middle and parted, swinging into an upward position and exposing what was hidden underneath. Niji, Hinata, Sasuke, Hanabi, Suichi and the rest of the Konoha 12 genin arrived just in time to see a pair of transparent insect-style wings unfold from their protective shell and glow with Naruto's chakra. There were audible gasps as the wings settled into position. Naruto smirked at the huge cat and said, "Using automatic motion seals and my own chakra, I am able to use these." The wings began to flap, gaining more speed with each flap until finally they were nearly invisible. "I haven't had much practice, but I'm good at improvising." The wings finally gained the required speed and began to let out a loud humming noise. They vanished and the only thing visible was the faint glow of Naruto's chakra. "Fellow Jinchuriki, you will regret not striking me while I was doing this." And then it happened. Naruto Uzumaki. Jinchuriki for the Kyubi no Kitsune and aspiring puppet-using prodigy took flight. He launched high into the air and his puppets continued to decimate Yugito's skeletons. "No fucking way," yelled the Inuzuka boy by the name of Kiba. Beside him, the Aburame boy was stunned as well. Hanabi smirked. Yugito hissed and said, "That won't save you," before crouching and leaping up after him. Naruto grit his teeth and swooped to the side just as Yugito shot past him. He then had to move to the other side as she came down at him. As she descended, he swung his chain scythe and slashed her across the back. It affected her little, but it did leave a slight injury. The cat wasted no time in leaping back up at him. He reacted by stabbing her with all 4 scorpion tails and slashing across her snout with his scythe. She hissed and swiped with a claw. He avoided by a hair, but the strain of having to do so caused his broken ribs to shoot a wave of pain through his body. On the ground his puppets stopped and the skeletons returned to the ground. "Ack!" screeched Yugito as the scythe danced across one of her left eye. It healed in a matter of seconds, but it was enough of a distraction for Naruto to fly forward and jam his tails into her chest. "Akdimen-yu." She swiped with a paw as she fell back to the ground and it connected. He was sent flying to the huge fenced-off area of the Forest of Death before he recovered. The cat wasted no time and dashed after him. The crowd watched as Naruto and Yugito battled it out. They saw the huge cat jump repeatedly and to try and take Naruto out of the sky, and they watched as Naruto struck every opening he could. It was an exact representation of a house cat trying to grab a June bug out of the air. Sarutobi would have chucked if the situation wasn't so serious. Yugito hissed loudly as the scythe slashed her side before she slapped Naruto with tail. Naruto fell into the forest of death. He weaved in and out of trees trying to regain his flight pattern, but with a giant cat coming at him it made it difficult. Finally he recovered and opted to try and fly back up above the trees. It was a failed attempt as Yugito had a huge dome of skeletal bone encase both of them. Sheet, what now? Uzumaki-san. Naruto paused in and looked at the huge cat in front of him. Everything got quit except for the hum of his wings. Yugito's voice was so full of sadness and regret. Not the voice of someone who wanted to assassinate him. He raised an eyebrow. Your fighting ability is simply remarkable and your unique mind has granted you gifts that others only dream of. You are truly a worthy opponent. I'm happy to have met you. I enjoyed our battle. Naruto narrowed his eyes as Yugito's chakra began to spike. He looked at her and saw a tear fall from her eye. I'm sorry. And before he could say anything there was an intense flash of light and fire, then everything went blank. Sarutobi, Yugao, Anko, Ibiki, Kakashi and everyone else felt and saw the explosion of fire and bone coming from the hellish-looking dome and knew what was happening. Naruto-kun. Scene change. Naruto groaned and opened his eyes. He was on his back in 6-inch deep water. All signs of his puppet armor was gone, leaving him in only his boxer shorts. He sat up and cringed in pain as his ribs harshly reminded him of his injuries. Ugh, where am I? He said to no one as he looked around. He was in a sewer lit with a pale yellow glow. The place seemed familiar to him but he couldn't place his finger on it. He got to his feet and clutched his ribs before beginning his trek to look around. As he moved throughout the maze of cement and iron pipes, he suddenly got a lock on a powerful energy. He followed the trail for what seemed like forever until he came upon the source. It was then that his memory came rushing back. And as he gazed upon the pair of huge red demonic eyes locked behind the massive gate with a piece of paper that said seal, a rumbling laughter could be heard. Ah, Uzumaki Naruto. We meet again. Kyubi, said Naruto. Indeed, mortal. I've been awake now since that girl tapped into the Nibi's power. I must say you've grown since our last meeting from that pathetic 10-year-old into something a bit more respectable. What is it you want, Kyubi? You should already know what I want, but it matters not right now. Currently the Nibi container is attempting to use the Hellfire Jutsu on you, and I'm doing everything I can to keep us alive by encasing your body in a barrier of my chakra. And? I want you to defeat this girl, mortal. I am the Kyubi no Kitsune, the strongest of the Biju. You are my container. Show this girl what power really is. Use my power, boy, and make her submit to you. Naruto narrowed his eyes and said, What is it you want in return? Haha, straight to the point, I see. A good quality. Unfortunately we don't have time to discuss that. We will elaborate more on what I want in return after you defeat this girl. Naruto looked up for a minute then said, Fine then. Scene change. Yugito reverted to her human form and looked on as the jutsu finished hitting her opponent with the deep red-orange flames of the fire of hell itself and let a few more tears drop. She was holding a gash on her side and breathing heavily. I am deeply sorry, Uzumaki-san. I never wished to harm you. I could never willingly harm someone like you. She turned and began to walk away. She still had a Hyuga to kidnap. But she never got another step forward because there was a sudden pulse of energy more powerful than Nibi's and it froze her in place. And no, it can't be. She whirled around and saw something that would forever be implanted into her mind. Naruto was there. Looking at her with blood-red demonic eyes and a round sphere of demonic red chakra was just barely finishing fading away. He was unharmed. And the wings of his beetle puppet armor still hummed and glowed with chakra. He narrowed his eyes and vanished. She never saw the fist coming until it sank into her gut. She flew back and smashed through 2 trees before slamming into a thicker one. She felt several bones snap and she felt Naruto appear before her. Red chakra swirled violently around him. His canines were fangs and the whisker marks on his cheeks were jagged and thick and his hair looked more like rough fur. She could do nothing as he landed on the ground in front of him and approached with his scythe. The wings stopped humming and became motionless and the 4 scorpion tails arched over and prepared to strike. Never in her life had anything like this ever came even close to happening to her. It was at this moment that she acknowledged one thing. And was that she was about to be killed by this guy. Naruto looked at Yugito and examined her neck. He didn't like what he saw. So you are someone's SLV. Yugito, whose eyes had been closed in acceptance, snapped them back open in surprise and Naruto touched the seal on around her neck. The tails and the scythe had been retracted and he was now just examining the seal. What are you doing? She asked. Naruto simply replied by lifting her up bridal style. I won't kill you. Fellow Jinchuriki. She gasped as Naruto's wings began to flap again. I'd be a fool to kill someone who is like me. It would only destroy the only kin I have in this world. But why? Why spare me? My job is to assassinate you and kidnap one of the Hyugas under your protection. Naruto growled and said, and you will tell me who hired you for that job. I have no doubt in my mind that someone from here contacted your Kage, and the fact that you have a binding curse seal around your neck proves you had no choice in the matter. Yugito nodded and sighed sadly. It's true. The Raikage can kill me by flooding my body with electricity from this seal. I have to obey his rule. I will fuse your body with that seal and free you from the Raikage's grasp. Afterwards you will tell me who hired you, understand? Wait, what do you mean fuse my body to the seal? Naruto sighed and took flight. You will know in time. Scene change. Sarutobi didn't know whether to be happy or nervous when he felt the Kyuubi's chakra, and neither did any of the others. Some of the ninjas started panicking and saying that the demon was escaping but were silenced by Ibiki. Yugao was distraught, as were the rest of his allies. Sasuke was looking on anxious while Yugao was openly crying. It was a tense moment for everyone waiting at the edge of the forest of death. Then a red glow shot out and hovered above the forest for a second before it zipped over to the group and landed onto the ground. They gasped when Naruto stood up and looked at everyone as the Kyuubi's influence faded from his person. He was holding the Kumo Kunoichi in his right arm and was limping slightly from the pain in his ribs. He didn't say anything. He just approached his downed puppets and re-sealed them back into his arm before turning back to Sarutobi. Take her to the hospital. She holds valuable info as to why she is here and why she was trying to assassinate me and kidnap one of the 3 banished Hyugas. Sarutobi's eyes widened and he gently took the young Kumo nin from Naruto's arm. Naruto-kun. Naruto was suddenly grabbed in a hug from Yugao. He winced in pain and glared. I was so scared for you, Naruto-kun. Get off of me. My ribs are killing me. During this time several others arrived on the scene. Suichi smirked and said, that was one hell of a fight, man. Sasuke smirked and gave Naruto a nod. Hanabi grabbed him in a hug as well and said, Naruto-sama is alive. Hinata and Niji just smiled, and Yugao, who was still holding on to him, planted a kiss on his forehead. The other members of the Konoha 12 were stunned and therefore couldn't do anything but gape. Ibiki had a look of respect for Naruto and Anko was looking on in interest. Finally Sarutobi approached him and said, come on Naruto. We have to get you looked at as well. He then grabbed the boy's shoulder and vanished with him. Time skip. The next day it was all over Konoha. Naruto was once again the talk of the town. It was the clash of the demons, people would say. A battle of titans. Those who had witnessed it were very enthusiastic about letting anyone they could know how Naruto was able to obtain flight. Naruto himself was walking through the hospital with his chest and stomach wrapped in bandages. His armor was in his room and so was his trench coat and a good portion of his weapons. He was limping a bit but he took the pain. Finally he came to a door marked 203 and pushed it open. Yugito was there lying on the bed and looking up at the ceiling. When he entered she looked at him with sad eyes. Hello Uzumaki-san. Naruto merely grunted and approached her. He pulled out an in-bottle and a small pint brush and said, hold still, before he began drawing around the seal on her neck. What are you doing? I said hold still. He finished drawing and began to flip through hand signs. Sealing art, fusion. Yugito's body was suddenly filled with the strangest sensation she had ever felt, and she could feel the power of the binding cursed seal on her neck flowing into her and granting her power. Her eyes turned yellow and that was the only physical change. The whole process took only a couple of minutes but it felt like forever to her. When it was over she looked at Naruto with wide eyes and asked, what did you do? Naruto shrugged and said, I fused you with that seal. That is the only way I know how to get rid of such a thing. It worked for one of my puppets who was once human, so I figured it would work for you. Since this seal electrocuted you when the Raikage wanted, you should now have the power over electricity. Yugito was shocked. Why, you really did that for me? He nodded. She didn't know what to say. This guy who was supposed to be her enemy. The guy that was supposed to spare no one after fighting them had not only freed her but given her a new power as well. She did the only thing she could think of, and that was to launch herself at him and grab him in a tight hug. Thank you Uzumaki-kun. Naruto winced in pain but took it. You can thank me by telling me who hired you. Yugito nodded and said, I don't know the specific details of the Raikage's clients but I do know this. The people that sent the message to the Raikage and hired me as your assassin were a few members of your village's council. At these words Naruto froze. And as the reality of the situation began to take hold in his mind, his face twisted into a scowl. I'm going to kill them. Kyuubi's want. As Naruto left the room and continued to mumble about the brutal slow death of the council, Yugito could only stare. So that's the type of person he has become. A cold, mostly emotionless killer. She could relate to Naruto though. She herself being a Jinchuriki knew of what type of life her kind was exposed to and it could yield numerous results. Mostly they were all bad. Though she couldn't believe Naruto had the ball to directly threaten the council of a ninja village. Either he was that powerful, that arrogant, or he had allies in high-up places. She did notice while she was fighting him the night before that the Hokage seemed worried about him. She was about to get up when said Hokage walked into the room flanked by 6 ANBU. Young woman, I know you were under orders and that you were forced to do what you did, but I still have to take you to prison for a while. You understand? Yugito nodded. She could fight back, but that would cause more problems. For one, that was the Hokage. No matter how old and feeble, he was still the Hokage and therefore the most powerful ninja in the Hidden Leaf. Then there was Naruto, who was probably the second most powerful ninja here. Add to the fact that Naruto had just defeated her a few hours ago. On top of that, she was still pretty messed up. Yes, she wasn't going to make it if she tried. I understand, Tokage-san. Anbu stepped forward and helped her out of bed to let her out. Scene change. Naruto stepped back into his room and found Yugao sitting on his bed. Hi Naruto, she said. Naruto raised an eyebrow at her sullen tone but shrugged. He made his way over to his bed and grabbed a few extra bandages. I'm sorry. Naruto looked at her confused. Yugao chuckled mirthlessly and said, I'm sorry for last night. I'm supposed to be an ANBU captain, right? But when that cloud shinobi attacked you, I panicked. The thought of you dying scared me. I froze up. I must seem pretty pathetic to you, huh? Naruto just shrugged. Yugao frowned and said, well, fine, don't cheer me up any. I'm fine. Naruto frowned as well. Good, because I don't cheer people up. If you can't get over it, then sit there and wallow. Yugao felt a bit hurt by his brutally direct statement. Besides, I'm still alive, aren't I? So quit with all of the emotions. It's pointless. Yugao leapt to her feet and grabbed Naruto. She planted a kiss on his forehead and kept her lips there for a few more seconds. When she was done, she let the boy go and smiled lovingly into his eyes. It's never pointless to care for someone. She then vanished. Naruto looked at the ground with the faintest of blushes on his cheeks. Demon woman, he mumbled. Time skip. You idiots. You moronic assholes. Do you have any idea of the severity of the situation you have placed not only yourselves but the entirety of Konoha in? It took every ounce of persuasive power I have to convince Naruto not to come here and kill you all. This is unacceptable. And now we have Kumo's Jinchuriki in custody that has sworn her loyalty to Naruto now. If Kumo finds this out, all hell is going to break loose. Explanation. Now. The civilian half of the council flinched at Sarutobi's tone. He was not playing around. His eyes held the bright flames of fury and they seemed to pierce right into the very soul. But despite all of this, several members found their courage, mainly Hamura, Ko, the Haruno head, and the woman in the red kimono. Hoka-sama, we understand that you feel for the boy, but you must understand that the sooner that thing is gone, the sooner Konoha will be safe. We have taken into account all of the risks and handled them appropriately. And furthermore, we believe we have the best interests of Konoha at heart. Sarutobi exploded. His chakra flared all over and his killing intent shot through the roof. You idiots! He took a couple of deep breaths to calm himself. You fools have no idea what you are getting yourself into. I may have talked Naruto out of killing you now, but there's no stopping him the next time you try something. If you keep this up, you all will be killed by Naruto and his companions. The council glared. Sarutobi sighed and said, and I will not stop him again, before he vanished. This left a stunned group of Konoha council members. Sama. No, he didn't mean that. He couldn't have. Scene change. Naruto made his way toward the front gates of Konoha deep in thought. Sarutobi had practically begged him not to burst into the council room and behead every single member of the civilian half and add them to his puppet collection. It took the Hokage an entire hour, but they had managed to dissuade Naruto from his goal. He found that odd. He normally didn't listen to anyone when he was angered. Perhaps it was because it was the Hokage himself and not someone else. If Naruto could truly say he had anyone he cared for, it would be the Hokage. The one person that had been there for him since the beginning. The only one in all of Konoha who gave AF back when he was little. I guess I owe it to Hokage Gigi to listen to him, he said to himself. Naruto-sama? Naruto looked up. He was at the gate already and there was Hanabi smiling happily up at him. Sasuke was behind her smirking at him while the pink-haired girl hid behind Sasuke and peered from behind his back. Naruto raised an eyebrow at her but didn't comment. He looked back at Hanabi and nodded. She smiled and said, what are you doing here, Naruto-sama? Did you come to see us off on our first higher mission? She looked a bit hopeful. Naruto examined the 3 genin before him. The pink-haired one was feeling a bit less nervous but was still half hidden behind the Uchiha who looked exasperated, and Hanabi was smiling at Naruto. I guess, he said at last. Hanabi's smile brightened and she went in for a hug. However, that was stopped when Naruto vanished and reappeared next to the pink-haired girl, causing her to gasp and widen her eyes. No hugs, said Naruto simply to Hanabi, who looked pouty. It was proven too when she huffed and said, You let that purple-haired old hag hug you all the time. No hugs, said Naruto again. Sasuke chuckled a bit but hid it well. Naruto looked up and said, so where's the old man you're supposed to be guarding? Sasuke pointed to a short, unimportant-looking man with graying hair and a sake bottle in his hand. He looked at Naruto and said, you don't look so tough. Naruto's eyebrow twitched but luckily Hanabi who said save the man, don't insult Naruto-sama. He's done things most ninjas could only dream of. Yeah, if they wanted to use dolls, said Sasuke. Watch it Uchiha, said Naruto. Yeah, watch it or I'll jukin you in the ball, said Hanabi. The pink-haired girl widened her eyes. Sasuke just crossed his arms and looked up with a smirk. It was then that the pink-haired girl spoke for the first time. My name is Sakura Haruno. Naruto tensed for a split second at the last name but regained composure. He looked the girl right in her bright emerald green eyes and said, Naruto Uzumaki. She moved from behind Sasuke and gave a polite bow. It's nice to meet you. Aichin, was Naruto's response. Sakura didn't say anything but her inner self had something to say. See? I told you he wasn't all that bad. Mom is being an idiot. Why, maybe. She gave Naruto another quick bow and then hid back behind Sasuke. Hanabi scoffed but before she could say anything Kakashi appeared. Uzumaki come to see of your comrades, eh? I assure you they're perfectly safe with me. This is just a C rank mission after all. I'm not worried for their safety. They should be able to look out for themselves. Kakashi's sweat dropped. Well anyway it's time to go team. We can get to Wave by tomorrow if we leave now. Hi sensei, they all said. The team turned to leave. Bye Naruto-sama. I'll miss you, said Hanabi with a bright smile. Sasuke just nodded at Naruto. He nodded back then turned away. But when he turned around his vision suddenly blurred and went black. He opened his eyes a few seconds later and found that he was in his mind looking up at the huge glowing eyes of the Kyuubi. Hello Uzumaki Naruto. Scene change. Yugito was taken underground to the dark and dank prisons of Konoha where Ibiki was waiting for her. She knew of this man. He was the specialist in interrogation and torture. She wondered why he was there but it passed by quickly. He probably was there to make sure she was telling the truth when she told the Hokage what she knew. Anbu skirting her placed her roughly into the chair and faced her toward Ibiki. Thank you Anbu. I can take it from here. The Anbu bowed then vanished. Ibiki looked down at the girl and focused his gaze on her. She sighed and said, killing intent of that level will not work on me. Ibiki smirked and nodded. Indeed, you are a Jinchuriki after all. Living your whole life with a demon sealed within you would make you immune to such things. Yugito nodded and said, so do you wish to ask me why I have told your Kage what I told him? No not really. I already have a good idea. No I'm merely here to keep an eye on you. Hokage-sama should be arriving back soon from his meeting with the council and then he will ask you more. Or perhaps just talk about your newfound loyalty to Naruto-san. I see. But I on the other hand have all kinds of questions to ask. Yugito snapped her head to the left. There was a purple-haired woman smiling insanely at her. She looked to be about 18 and was wearing fishnet, a skirt and a tan open trench coat. Anko what brings you here? Anko just grinned more and walked up to Yugito. She placed her fingers on her chin and inspected her face carefully. Very pretty you are. Yugito didn't say anything. So it's my understanding you have pledged your loyalty to Naruto. Is this correct? What about your village? Yugito sighed and said, I no longer have any ties to Kumo. Uzumaki-kun has freed me from that place and therefore I owe a great deal to him and the only way I can think to repay him is to become his to do with whatever he wants. To serve him and him alone. Anko raised an eyebrow. Plus the Nibi seems attracted to the Kyuubi. Anko almost laughed. Well that's certainly a strange thing. Freed from one MSTR to willing serve another. Oh well it's not my business. However I do wish to know one thing. Yes. Is it true you had a binding seal on your neck and that Naruto has taken that away from you? Yugito nodded. Yes it is true. Uzumaki-kun freed me from the binding seal's influence by using a modified medical seal to fuse me with the seal's power. He said I should have the power of electricity now since the seal was designed to electrocute me. Anko nodded. I see. It seems there is much to that guy. Thanks for the info. She turned to leave. Oh and if you want to serve Naruto be prepared. He's quite the chick magnet and has 3 girls already living with him. She then vanished quickly to hide her smirk. Yugito didn't say anything but her inner demon was quite talkative on the subject. So, you have sworn loyalty to the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Quite strange indeed. Yugito turned to the right and saw a cell. In that cell was a young man about Naruto's age. He looked like he'd been there for a while. He wore a black shirt with on sleeve longer than the other and only covered his chest and upper back and wore a pair of black briefs. Yugito notices that his skin was very pale and that his face showed no emotions whatsoever. His arms were chained above his head. Who are you? She asked. The boy looked at her with dead eyes for a whole minute before he said, "Sai. My name is Sai." Scene change. Niji and Hinata stared at the ruined remains of their home and sighed. 3/4 of the place was unrecognizable and none of the security puppets were functioning. "Now where are we going to live?" asked Niji with a loud sigh as a piece of the roof fell to the ground. Hinata didn't say anything. "You won't be living anywhere, demon lovers. Trash belongs on the streets." Niji and Hinata turned around and saw a few main house Hyugas smirking at them. "Hey Hachi, I wouldn't get too close to them, they might taint you with their foul demon-loving presence." "Hehehe Hiashi-sama did the right thing in exiling you too and that little skank brat sister of yours." Niji narrowed his eyes. Perhaps we should kill you right now?" Niji scoffed. "You couldn't kill us even if you tried. We're stronger than all of you fools." Hachi glared and took a step closer. Niji took up a fighting stance that different from the Jukin and so did Hinata. "You're lucky they removed the seal from your head branch, trash. And you're lucky Uzumaki-san isn't here to kill you slower than we will. Care to try that out?" Niji smirked and Hinata glared. "Gladly." But before anything else could happen, Yugao, the Inuzuka clan head Sum and the Nara clan head Shikaku appeared. "Step away from the two Hyugas," said Sum. Hachi scoffed and said, "Those two are not Hyugas. Either way they are not to be touched. Like Uzumaki-san they are under our protection." "Get it?" asked Sum with a death glare. The Hyugas bristled but got the message. "Fine then." They then turned and left. Once they were gone, the three elite ninjas looked at the two ex-Hyugas. Hinata gave a bow and Niji said, "I thank you for your assistance. Even if we didn't need it." Sum smirked and vanished while Shikaku sighed and said, "Just don't get yourselves killed. It would too much of a hassle to clean up your corpses." "Yeah." Shikaku vanished as well, leaving Yugao with the two. "Then this is going to take forever to clean up," she said. Hinata and Niji nodded in agreement. Scene change. Enko was lost in thought. The information that Cloud Kunoichi had given her had her thinking. She didn't know that Naruto was capable of such a thing. To fuse a curse or a binding seal to the person it was meant to enslave and grant them whatever power the seal may have held. She briefly wondered what would happen to her if Naruto were to do something like that for her own cursed seal. She crushed the slight feeling of hope that had began to rise up. There was no way she was going to crawl to Naruto. It was beneath her to do such a pathetic thing. Besides, Naruto would probably call her pathetic if she appeared and asked him to fuse her with the seal on her neck, sounding all desperate and sheet. "I'll think more on this later," she said to herself as she made her way to her favorite dango place. "Perhaps I could become an ally of his. A comrade in arms that he would see as more efficient with complete control over the cursed seal." She placed her usual order and began to talk to herself again. It seems the popular thing is to either pledge loyalty to him alone or try and win his love. She frowned at this. Naruto was 7 years younger than her if she remembered correctly. Way too young to try and get involved with. Though she had to admit his strength, knowledge and mindset were far beyond his years. He was mature enough. Mentally, that is. He could handle a night SEC should any of the girls he's living with manage to succeed in getting him to participate in the action. But everything else about him was still just a 12-year-old boy. And the thought of pledging loyalty to him left a sour taste in her mouth. "I'll think on this later." She ignored the sneers sent her way. Scene change. Yujito looked at Sai as he finished telling his story. "So you were defeated by a woman named Yugao Yuzuki, an elite ANBU who has affections for Uzumaki-kun." Sai nodded. "Yeah. It wasn't very long ago at all that Uzumaki and his little group of 6 completely wiped out the root. Such a task should be impossible, but it happened. You are lucky to be alive today. Uzumaki is a fearsome opponent. I hear the guards talk about him daily. Most of it is out of hatred for him, but there are a few that hold him in high regard." Yujito nodded. "Indeed. Never in my life have I had such a challenging battle and lost. I don't know how strong the Raikage was compared to me because he merely needed me as his SLV, not a sparring partner, so I cannot compare Uzumaki-kun's strength to the Raikage." Sai nodded and looked up. "I would like to meet Uzumaki." "You've never met him?" asked Yujito, surprised. Sai shook his head. "No. On the night Danzo-sama was to try and convince Uzumaki to join the route, I was to eliminate Yugao. But I overestimated my strength and underestimated hers and Hiate's as well. They were more than a match for me. So no, I have yet to meet Uzumaki." Yujito stared at Sai. "Perhaps he'll come here. Maybe the Hokage will bring him here to talk with me and then I can direct his attention towards you." Sai looked down and said, "That might not be a good idea. Uzumaki thinks all of Root is dead. If he discovers I am still alive, he may lash out. Just don't tell him you're from the Root." "I'll have to if I wish to speak with him." Yujito sighed. "We'll just have to wait and see, I guess." Time skip. Sarutobi sighed and stamped a few more documents. It had been a few hours since his talk with the council and he still had yet to visit the Kumo Kunoichi in the prisons again. He had to make sure she was telling the truth. He knew she was, but it never hurt to verify it in front of a few other ninjas. And I'm getting too old for all of this shit, he said to no one. And where is Naruto? This was a question that had came to his mind repeatedly ever since he had managed to convince Naruto not to murder the civilian half of the council. Naruto had vanished after that. Deep down he still didn't know how he had done it. Naruto was dead set on killing the fools too. Flashback. Please let go of me, Hokage GG. Those fuckers will pay with their blood. And nothing is going to stop me. Naruto. Please think this out. You can't kill them. Listen to me. Hokage GG, those BSTars sent an assassin after me. Another Jinchuriki. From an enemy village. I will kill them all. Sarutobi had Naruto in a bear hug, trying desperately to keep Naruto from busting into the council room. They were a block away from the council room and many villagers were watching in fear and fascination as Sarutobi struggled to restrain Naruto. Naruto, please. I know they're all idiots, but I need them alive for now. They are vital to keep the village going. Naruto growled and bit his thumb before summoning Oni Tenshi. The puppet dashed toward the council room. No, Naruto. Please listen to me. Listen to the Hokage. The puppet froze and so did Naruto. Sarutobi capitalized on this. Naruto, I know what they have done was stupid and arrogant. I know that you have vowed to take no one's CRP, but please spare them this one time. I will put them in their place, I promise you that. But if you go and kill off the council right now, Konoha will fall into disarray. And I simply cannot let that happen. Especially with the Chunin exams only 3 months away. Naruto turned towards Sarutobi and for a second the Hokage thought he was going to attack, but he was relieved when Naruto visibly calmed down and said, fine. I will spare them this one time and this one time only. They will not get a second chance to mock me. Be sure to let them know that. Sarutobi nodded and let go of the puppet. User. I thank you, Naruto. Naruto merely grunted and vanished. And flashback. That boy can be so much trouble sometimes, he said with a sigh. But he didn't feel any anger towards Naruto for it. It was Konoha's own fault anyway. He stamped a few more documents before he stood up. Just then a messenger bird flew into his window. There was a scroll on its back and it looked to have been written in a bit of a hurry. He took the scroll off the bird's back that gave the bird a well-deserved snack before opening the scroll and reading. Hokage-sama. Tazuna-san has apparently been withholding on his info. This mission is not a C-ranked mission as there are powerful people after Tazuna-san's head. Shortly after arriving in Wave Country, we were attacked by a pair of Chunin nin from Kiri called the Demon Brothers. Then we were attacked by the A-rank criminal known as Momochi Zabuza. I know for a fact that he will attack again. Tazuna is currently not safe right now with just us 4. Requesting some backup. Signed Hataki Kakashi, Hataki Kakashi. Sarutobi sighed again. Damn it, who am I going to send? Everyone else is busy with something. Oh wait, there's Anko. No, she seems distracted right now. He pondered for a few more minutes trying to see who he could send. It was then that he had a sudden idea. Naruto hasn't had a mission for a while. Yeah, he'd be perfect. He got to his feet. Now I just have to find him. He pulled out his crystal ball and activated it. Locate Naruto Uzumaki. The ball flashed through a few scenes until it finally located his target. Naruto was at the front gate of Konoha, but there was something wrong. For one, he was passed out on the ground. Sheet. Scene change. QB, said Naruto with no feeling. Indeed, boy. I suppose I'm here to discuss your payment for me using your chakra? The QB grinned and said, indeed. I have spent the last few hours looking at your memories for the last 2 years, and I must say you've intrigued me. This puppet jutsu is quite interesting. Able to create soldiers only you can command, whether from wood or from the bodies of your fallen foes. And your brutality is impressive. Naruto didn't say anything. Uzumaki, I have decided on what I want from you. I want my freedom. Why would I do that? I have no longing to meet an early death. Hehehe, such an entertaining human you are, boy. Know what I have in mind will not kill you. Ever hear of a transfer rune? Huh. A transfer rune is a type of ancient magic. This magic is called ancient runes. Its power far surpasses that of any of your human seals. They hold great power, and if used correctly they can help a person achieve impossible things. I see. You wish for me to use this rune to transfer your consciousness somewhere else. A new body preferably. Now you're catching on. And I have the perfect body in mind. An image of Fox Naruto appeared. You want my puppet to become your new body? The fox chuckled. I will teach you how to draw runes and you will give that doll to me for a new body. Once that is done, we will both be able to draw upon my chakra. The Shiki Fujin seal will not be broken and I will still be bound to you. If you die, I die, there is no way around that, but I will not live out the rest of my existence trapped within a human boy. Naruto looked up in thought. Fox Naruto would come to life if he accepted this deal. The terms seemed fair enough. Also, there will always be a chakra string attached to you and me connecting us. I won't be able to travel more than a mile away from you. Why the hell would you choose to live like that? Bound to me? Idiot, I'm already bound to you. This would just be a different form of that bind. Now do you accept the deal or not? He looked the fox in the eyes and said, fine then. Haha, excellent. I will begin to instruct you in runes tomorrow. For now, wake up. Naruto's eyes snapped open and he sat up quickly. Demon Fox, he mumbled. He had been out for a few hours, it looked like. He yawned and turned to head to his home only to bump into Sarutobi. Hokage GG, he said. Sarutobi smiled and said, I thought something had happened to you. I saw you passed out there so I got worried. No need to worry, Hokage GG. Now is there anything you wish to talk to me about? Sarutobi nodded. Yes, actually. It seems Kakashi's team has met difficulties on their mission. It's not AC rank anymore, it's an A rank. I see. Naruto, you are to go and give them support. Naruto nodded. But first I need you to come with me. We are going down to the Konoha prisons. Why? Because a certain Jinchuriki who has pledged her loyalty to you is there and you need to pick her up. She will accompany you on this mission. Naruto nodded. I understand, Hokage GG. Wait, did you just say, pledged loyalty to me? Sarutobi nodded with a grin. Yes indeed. Yugito asked a lot of questions about you when I visited last. She seems quite taken with you already. Naruto didn't miss the grin. Damn it. Naruto said nothing as he and Sarutobi entered the dark hallways of the Konoha prison ward. He saw numerous criminals staring back at him from behind their cage bars. Some were pleading while others simply looked crazy. He ignored them all. Finally, after a couple more minutes, they arrived in a large open cell. Yugito was there, sitting in a chair and looking into the cell to her right, and Ibiki was to the left keeping an eye on her. Sarutobi widened his eyes when he saw just who was in the cell Yugito was looking into but decided to say nothing. Yugito finally turned from the cell and bowed slightly when she saw them. Hokage-sama, Uzumaki-kun. Naruto sighed. Ani Yugito. I trust your stay in here was enjoyable? Yugito smirked and said, yes, but one is not supposed to enjoy being imprisoned. The Hokage chuckled. Indeed. Anyway, I have come here to inform you that you are free to go. I was originally going to confirm in front of a few ninja that what you told me earlier was the truth, but I've decided that would merely be a waste of time since I used a truth serum on you that day and everything. Yugito was going to state that she was immune to such things, but a subtle nod from Sarutobi shut her up. However, before you do anything, I have a request. Yugito looked on with attention. I want you to accompany Naruto on an A-rank mission to Wave Country. It seems Kakashi and his team is having problems. I know you're still recovering from your fight, but I'm sure you can handle it, right? She widened her eyes and gave a glance in Naruto's direction. The puppet user merely sighed and said, we must hurry as there is little time. She nodded and got to her feet. Ibiki, his job over with, vanished to get a drink while Sarutobi handed a scroll to Naruto. Here are the details of the mission. Naruto nodded and pocked the scroll. I'll make sure to succeed, Hokage GG. Yugito smiled. Okay then Naruto, I'll take my leave. Try and be gone within the next 10 minutes, okay? Naruto nodded and turned toward the exit. But before any of them could leave, a new voice rang out from one of the cells. So you're Uzumaki, huh? Strange for one of your caliber to be so young. Either way, I am honored to meet you. Naruto wordlessly approached the cell and remembered that this was the cell that Yugito was staring into. He peered inside and raised an eyebrow at the kid inside. He had never seen this guy before. He sort of resembled the Uchiha but had flat black hair and emotionless eyes. He had pale skin and was chained to the wall. Behind Naruto, Sarutobi looked a bit surprised and worried. Who are you? He asked. The kid looked up at Naruto with a fake smile and said, my name is Sai. Formerly of the group of ANBU with the title Root. Naruto narrowed his eyes and stepped closer to the cell. Root? That pathetic band of ninja I turned into my tools. At Sai's nod, Naruto grew a bit angry. How is it you are still among the living? Did you run and hide like a coward? Sai shook his head. No. I was merely on a different mission that day, Naruto-san, so I was spared a death by your hands. Naruto examined Sai for a bit longer and said, how long have you been in here? Sai shook his head. I have been in here since the day the root fell by your hands. You see, my task was to kill Uzumaki Naruto that day. Naruto narrowed his eyes. But as you can see, that was a failure. Naruto looked up and thought. You're quite young to have been in an ANBU squad. No doubt you have an unusual amount of skill. Sai said nothing. On the back, Sarutobi was looking on with Yugito by his side. I'm surprised that Sai isn't dead yet, said Sarutobi. Yugito didn't say anything. She just continued to observe Naruto as he continued to talk with Sai. So you worked directly under that pompous fool Danzo, huh? Naruto then summoned his puppet and showed it to Sai. That fool works for me now, he said with a sadistic grin as he stared into Sai's eyes. When Sai didn't react, he raised an eyebrow. No hint of anger for your lost comrades, huh? Sai just gave that fake smile and said, "En route we are taught to have no emotions. Feelings such as anger will hinder our performance. Besides, you were merely doing what you had to in order to stay alive and to increase your own strength." Naruto examined the ex-root member for a couple more minutes before he turned around to face Sarutobi. "Hokage GG, I would like to talk more with this person when I get back from my mission." Sarutobi nodded and Naruto turned back to Sai. "I shall return in the future." He then placed a hand on Yugito's shoulder and vanished. He's different than a couple of months ago." Sarutobi nodded. "Yes. He seems to be opening up more. If only to listen long enough for someone to speak before deciding on whether or not he should kill them." Sai said nothing and looked down at the floor. Sarutobi examined the boy for a good 3 minutes before he sighed as an idea came to him. He remembered that Sai uses a type of jutsu, one similar to Naruto and Yugito but so very different as well. He grinned unconsciously. He may have found a team for the puppet user. Sai looked up in confusion as Sarutobi approached the cell and released him from his chains. "Boy, come with me. I have a proposition for you." Scene change. Naruto appeared at his damaged home and gave a slight glare in Yugito's direction. The Nibi Jinchuriki had the grace to try and look sheepish. Naruto leapt into one of the holes and proceeded to fish out any salvageable supplies. He grabbed several tools and numerous weapons. He decided to go with a war hammer for his primary weapon since his katana was broken the previous night by Yugito. On the outside, Yugito waited for Naruto to return and was not disappointed when he returned with a storage scroll as long and his forearms strapped to his waist. "Now we leave," he said without much feeling as he turned toward the exit of Konoha. Yugito nodded and followed, not really up for saying anything since she felt bad for destroying his home. The two made it to the gate in almost no time at all and Naruto handed the scroll to Yugito. She rose an eyebrow and stored it in one of her pockets. "The Copy Nin's team has encountered more than they were hired for. We are their backup." Yugito nodded and said, "And the Hokage wanted me to accompany you in case you run into trouble. I will not leave your side." Naruto shrugged and said, "It matters not to me. If you wish to leave and return to Kumo, then I won't stop you." Yugito quickly shook her head and said, "No, I won't return to that place. I am yours now." Naruto sighed and said, "I'll tell you the same thing I told a group of women some time back. I have no want or need for living slaves or servants. If you really want to please me, then get strong and put up with no one's CRP. You can do as you please after that." Yugito looked up and smiled. "Well, that's certainly something I have never heard before. Given a choice to make my own decisions, it's new." Naruto grunted as the two neared the gate. "Hey, Uzumaki-kun?" "Sai. Why must you call me that?" Yugito smirked and said, "Because I want to." Naruto glared and said, "Just get on with your question." Yugito grinned and stepped a bit closer to him. "Anyway, Uzumaki-kun, I was wondering about the so-called powers over electricity you granted me. Is it some kind of new bloodline limit? If so, how do I activate it? Have you done something similar to yourself? What about the Nibi? Will this affect her in any way?" "Enough with the questions, damn it. I do not know if the electric manipulative abilities you now have is a bloodline limit or not. I do not possess a bloodline limit, so I wouldn't know how to activate it. And you'd have to talk to the Nibi to find her stand on it." Yugito placed a finger in her chin and looked up. "Oh, I see. Anyway, we're here. Be prepared." Yugito snapped out of it and looked forward. The two had reached the gate and Naruto was busy eyeing the two Chunin, as if daring them to say something. They didn't and Naruto seemed a bit satisfied. "Hey, Uzumaki-kun, I think the Hokage is coming." No sooner than Yugito had finished that sentence did Sarutobi appear in a puff of smoke. "Oh good, I caught you just in time," he said while breathing slightly heavily. Naruto raised an eyebrow and said, "What seems to be the trouble, Hokage Gigi?" Yugito raised an eyebrow at Naruto's familiarity with the village leader. She knew the Hokage cared for the blonde, but she didn't know the two were so familiar with him. She found herself thinking she was right when she thought that Naruto had friends in high-up places and that's what allowed him to get away with threatening the council. Not that many could stop him anyway. She was a testament to that. Sarutobi seemed a bit hesitant but continued anyway. "Well, during your time visiting the dungeons, I came to a realization. And that is that you do not have a team. So, I work directly for you. I have my puppets. That is all the team I need." Yugito felt a slight feeling of sadness at his blunt words but crushed it quickly. She felt the same way, of course. It was probably how all Jinchuriki felt since they were generally disregarded by society itself. But still. Yeah, you may think that way, but I think it is smart for any ninja to have a team to back them up. You know, in case there is someone you cannot handle on your own. So how about it? Naruto nodded. Your logic makes sense. So who will be my teammates then? Sarutobi gestured to the spot behind him and the kid from the prison stepped forward. "Hello, Naruto-san," said Sai with that fake smile. Naruto held back his look of surprise. So this Root will be my teammate now? He asked. Sai bowed his head and said, I am no longer part of Root. HW could I be with them being used for your puppets, Naruto-san? Indeed. Fine then. Now who will be the other? The Hokage raised an eyebrow in surprise. You accepted far too fast. Naruto just shrugged and said, I wish to hurry up and get to wave. Sarutobi sighed and gestured toward Yugito, who widened her eyes in surprise. She so wishes I can grant her citizenship in Konoha and I can enlist her into the ranks of Special Op Ninja. She and Sai are very skilled and have no team. And she may even be able to help you with your tenant's chakra. Give you pointers here and there. Naruto looked at Yugito, who was looking up with a clouded look in her eyes. Finally she snapped out of it and said, that is acceptable. The Nibi seems happy as well to be around the Kyuubi. What the hell, I'll try this out, she said with a smile. Sarutobi grinned and said, okay then. Sai, Yugito and Naruto are now an official 3-person cell. Good luck. And with that he vanished. Naruto looked at the 2 ninja in front of him and sighed. The idea of a team was not something he thought would suit any of them, but he decided not to complain. Alright then. We'll spend the time heading to Wave to get a feel for each other's abilities. Let's go. Sai and Yugito nodded and the 3 ninja vanished. The 2 Chunin let out breaths they didn't know they were holding. I'm beginning to dislike this job, said Izumo. Kotetsu just nodded. Scene change. Sarutobi ran into Yugao, Hinata and Niji and frowned at their disheveled states. What happened to you 3? He asked. Yugao glared and said, we've been trying to repair Naruto-kun's home, but that Demon Cat Beach did too much damage. Hanabi-chan's room is completely destroyed and villagers keep coming by and doing more damage to the place. It's beginning to PSS me off. We're heading back right now so we can continue. Sarutobi sighed. The villagers were so dumb at times. Well, I wish you luck. Oh, and you just missed Naruto. He just left on a mission. Yugao widened her eyes. What? And you didn't come and get me so I could see him off? What the hell? Sarutobi chuckled. Oh, relax, he won't get killed. Besides, I managed to create an ideal team for him so he isn't alone. Niji raised an eyebrow. A team for Uzumaki-san? Who could possibly work well with him on a team? Sarutobi held back a smirk as he looked at Yugao. Well, first there's Sai. The only Root that wasn't killed that night. Yugao instantly snapped her head in the direction of Sarutobi. The Hokage grinned. This was gold. Then there's, well, I'm sure you know who she is. Wait a minute. As in another woman? Sarutobi's grin turned devilish. Yes, of course. A team must have one female. Her name is Ni Yugito. I believe you know her as the Cat Beach Yuzuki-chan. What? Scene change. Naruto-san, I believe I heard someone yelling, said Sai. Naruto shrugged and said, ignore it. We have a more important thing to worry about. Sai nodded and the 3 continued to wave in silence. The trip was rather uneventful in Naruto's opinion. They spent the entire 3 days of travel just monotonously asking each other about their fighting skills and ninja careers. Naruto found that Sai's style if ninjutsu was rather interesting. Able to bring paintings to life and use them like summons. It was this thought that led him to draw the conclusion behind the formation of this team. It was a team that would specialize in fighting large groups of enemies at once. With Naruto's puppetry, Yugito's necromancy and Sai's living paintings, they would easily be able to take on a small army alone before the main force even got there. He inwardly complimented Sarutobi's ingenuity. The boat ride didn't cost a whole lot either. But judging from the man's nervousness, that was probably because of Naruto's ever-cold gaze. That's Tazuna's bridge, explained the man. Once it's finished, Wave will come out of poverty and Gatu's solid grip on this land will slip away. Tazuna will become a hero. Naruto gazed up at the bride. It was impressive. So this Gatu does not want that to happen then? And has hired strong assassins, said Yugito. The man shrugged. That sounds right. Naruto's face remained expressionless, but his words were heard by all. I will kill Gatu. Sai nodded in agreement while pulling out a scroll and an ink brush. The man seemed a bit more relieved at Naruto's declaration and was more open and enthusiastic by the time they arrived on the other shore. Tazuna lives near the center of the village. Here's his address. Naruto took the slip of paper with Tazuna's address on it and turned to leave. Thanks, said Yugito while Sai just nodded his head. The man smiled. What an odd bunch. Scene change. Kakashi sat at the edge of the forest as Sasuke, Hanabi and surprisingly, Sakura continually walked up and down their assigned tree. He hadn't really expected them to already have this type of control over their chakra, but then again, 2 of them helped kill Root. He briefly wondered if they could water walk as well. His thoughts then traveled back to their fight with Zabuza. Sasuke and Hanabi were something else. He resolved to talk to the Hokage once they got back in Konoha. These 2 were far stronger than and normal genin. He concluded that it had to do with Naruto's presence. Well guys, we might as well return to Tazuna's place since you all have this thing straight. Sasuke and Hanabi shook their heads no and said, "We will continue this until we are exhausted. It helps to increase our reserves." "I agree, sensei. I need to practice more, otherwise Sasuke-kun will never love me," said Sakura with starry eyes, causing Hanabi to scoff. Kakashi just shrugged and vanished, leaving the three genin to their devices. As soon as Kakashi was gone, Sasuke smirked at Hanabi. "Hey Hyuga, how about we do some real training eh?" Hanabi smirked and said, "A Hyuga training with an Uchiha? The idea is ludicrous." Sakura looked confused and a bit nervous. Guys? What do you mean? Real training? Hanabi looked at Sakura with an evil glint. "Do you want to find out?" Sakura gulped. She contemplated declining the offer, but one look at Sasuke gave her confidence. "Okay then. Show me what you can do, Sasuke-kun." Hanabi glared. Scene change. "The living conditions of this place are abysmal. How could someone even do this?" commented Yugito as her anger levels began to rise. "'Tis the way of the world. It's full of greedy bstrdis," said Naruto as he and his new team passed a group of ragged-looking children playing tag. The village of Wave was in such poor shape that it had even Naruto in thought. Children ran around orphaned and covered in dirt. The vendors barely had scraps of food for sale, and disease and starvation ran rampant all over. He saw the looks in the villagers' eyes and couldn't help but feel a bit of pity for them. They had the eyes of one whose spirit had been broken down, crushed to dust and blown away in the wind. Inwardly his respect for this Tazuna grew a bit for his trying to reclaim their town and trying to bring his people hope again. "Naruto-san, I think this is the place," said Sai as he pointed to a rather good-conditioned looking home. The address on the paper the boatman had given them and the address on the house were a match. "Indeed. Let's proceed." Naruto then walked up to the house and knocked on the door 4 times. "I'm coming," called a female voice, followed by quick footsteps. When the door opened, it revealed a appealing dark blue-haired woman of about 25. "Hello. I'm Tsunami, may I know who you are?" Naruto gave a nod and said, "My name is Naruto." "I'm Yugito. And my name is Sai. We are the ninja that were requested for backup by the copy nin Hatake Kakashi." Tsunami's eyes widened and she swung the door open. "Oh, come in. Dad, the reinforcements are here. Please make yourselves at home. Dinner will be ready in a bit." The three wordlessly entered the house and found comfortable positions in the living room. Sai sat on the couch and pulled out a drawing book while Naruto pulled out a brush and some ink. Yugito chose to sit close to Naruto but began to chat with the Nibi about the eventual power of electricity. For 6 minutes it was quiet until Kakashi entered the room. "Yo Evrio." He stopped mid-sentence when he saw who was in the room. "Naruto, the Root Kid and the Kumo assassin? What the hell is the old man thinking? Naruto I can understand, but to send the other two? Hatake, I do not like it when people stare at me like that. Please avert your eye," said Naruto, cutting Kakashi out of his thoughts. "Oh sorry Naruto-san, just spaced out there for a second. So Hokage-sama sent you 3 as backup, huh?" Naruto nodded. "Yes, but we do not know much about the situation." Kakashi nodded. "Well, it seems there are 2 powerful nin working for Gato. One is the infamous demon of the mist Momochi Zabuza. Then there's his partner, posed as a hunter nin, but we do not have a real reading of his skills. Zabuza was powerful and he quickly had us outclassed. Even 2 of my students displayed an unusual amount of power and skill." "I see. And you sent for backup in case there are more powerful nin working under Gato." "Exactly. Though I wonder about his choice of people though." Naruto narrowed his eyes. "It's just he sent someone the only recently tried to kill Naruto, and he sent a member of Naruto's first enemies. You have nothing to worry about, Hatake-san. We won't betray you," said Sai in a flat, emotionless tone. Naruto nodded in agreement and leapt up to one of the corners of the ceiling. "What are you doing?" Naruto said nothing. He merely began to paint on numerous seals before channeling chakra into them and muttering, "Fuin." He then pulled out another scroll and swiped blood across one of the kanji, and in a puff of smoke a chunin puppet appeared. Instantly a chakra string attached to the puppet from the seal and brought the puppet to life. It leapt up to the corner and became motionless, waiting to strike. The whole process took 5 minutes. "I'm adding a bit of security to Tazuna-san's home," Naruto explained as he repeated the process in another corner. "That way Tsunami and anyone else living here will be protected somewhat while we are out." Kakashi and the others watched quietly as Naruto proceeded to add security puppets to each corner of the living room and on the ledges of the roof as well. Pretty soon there were 10 puppets strategically positioned on all sides of Tazuna's home, each ready to attack as soon as an enemy gets too close. Yugito looked around and grinned. "I think I'll add to that," she said as her hands began to glow with the chakra of Nibi. Ninja art, Shinokukyo's no Jutsu. A second later about 30 zombie samurai appeared in puffs of smoke. "Position yourself around the perimeter of this house, stay hidden and slay any enemies that approach," she commanded. The zombies nodded and took off in different directions. Wow, I didn't know you could summon zombies, said Kakashi. It's part of the summoning contract given to me by the Nibi, she responded. Sai, not one to be outdone, quickly drew several paintings of tigers and a dragon before skillfully tossing them in different directions. The paintings attached to different positions on the walls and glowed with chakra for a brief second. Kakashi looked at the three in front of him and said, a bit of an overkill, don't you think? Nope, said Yugito with a grin. I agree, said Sai. If they are so stupid as to try and storm the house, then they deserve to die. Our mission is to protect Tazuna and his family. I could care less about the fools trying to get to him. Kakashi just shrugged and pulled out his perverted book, causing Yugito to gasp. Is that Aika Aika Paradise Volume 16? Kakashi paused and chanced to look at the member of the gender that despises the book and widened his eyes in surprise when he saw a set of starry eyes. Oh, you gotta let me read that when you're done. Kakashi's sweat dropped. Sure. At Yugito's excited squeal, he decided to ignore the questions bubbling up in his mind and get back to reading. Naruto, on the other hand, was cursing. A perverted female that wants to be mine. That's all I need right now, he thought as Yugito appeared behind Kakashi and peered over his shoulder with a curious cat-like expression on her face. She even had the cat-like paws instead of hands. Sai just looked on in interest. Not really know what to think in this situation. Soon Tazuna and Tsunami appeared. Dinner is ready, said the woman with a warm smile while Tazuna just pointed at Naruto. It's you. Naruto just smirked. Yes, it's me, old man. Kakashi chuckled and said, why don't we catch up at the dinner table? Good idea, I'm starved, said Sai. Dinner was a pretty enjoyable affair in Naruto's opinion. Tazuna explained to his daughter how he had a brief encounter with the blonde shrimp and how the young girl Hanabi seems to have a crush on him. Tsunami thought this was very cute but was a bit unnerved by Naruto's blank stare. Sai had said something about Tazuna being dickless, and that started whole 10 minutes of ranting, yelling, and attempted subduement of one bridge builder. Yugito kept trying to steal Kakashi's book, and a young boy named Inari kept glaring at everything around him. Dinner was already half over when Naruto's senses started going off. Someone is coming, he said as his fingers tapped on the handle of his hammer. The others tensed up as well for 3 minutes until the front door burst open and in came 3 people. Scene change. I don't care how stunningly CC Sasuke-kun is without a shirt on. I'm never, ever going to train with you two psychos again. You got that? Never. Oh, stop being such a pansy, Haruno, said Hanabi. Shut up, rat. You two are not human. I swear. What the hell was all that? Though even if you aren't human, I'd still be yours, Sasuke-kun. Just thought you should know. Sasuke groaned and said, can you give it a rest already? The 3 walked into the living room completely messed up. Sasuke's shirt had been burned completely off and Hanabi was covered in soot, bruises and cuts. Sakura wasn't much better and neither was Sasuke. And what the hell is element fusion? Trying to combine fire and water. What the hell were you thinking? Hey, I almost had it. But then you had to get all lovesick fangirl when the Uchiha managed to create a blade made of fire. That banshee squeal needs to die or I'll kill it myself. What? You heard me. Both of you shut up, yelled Sasuke. The 3 looked up and saw Kakashi looking at them with a critical eye. What were you all doing? Training, was Sasuke's simple reply. More like trying to kill each other, and me, yelled Sakura. Hanabi glared and began to say an insult, but something else caught her eye, something more important in her eyes. Nana-sama. In an instant she was attached to puppet user, giving his midsection the strongest hug she could muster. Naruto's eyebrows started ticking and so did Yugito's. Get off of me, Hanabi. Hanabi just buried her face deeper into his stomach and said, you're here. Why you here? Did you come to see how I was doing? Huh. Naruto wrapped chakra strings around the girl and pried her off and dangled her in the air, causing her to giggle. My new team and I are here as reinforcements to you all, he said plainly. Hanabi's smile grew a bit more until she laid eyes on Yugito. Naruto-sama. What's she doing here? Naruto sighed. That is my new teammate. Her name is Yugito and I expect you two to get along. Hanabi huffed but nodded her head. Just so long as she stays away from you. I already have enough rivals as it is. Naruto sighed while Yugito raised an eyebrow in amusement. A little girl like you wouldn't know how to please a man of Uzumaki-kun's stature. This caused numerous gasps and one sigh from Naruto himself. I'm 12 years old, damn it. Keep your thoughts to yourself and do not attempt anything. It's bad enough that Yugao does that. There were a few laughs and, old hag. I'm glad she's not here, from Hanabi. Dinner proceeded relatively normal after that point, except Hanabi made it a point to be next to Naruto at all times. Yes, that night was full of joy and humor, but the next day was going to get serious. Naruto fell asleep with thoughts of new puppets and a fox that wanted to begin his lessons on runes. Confrontations in the land of Wave. Naruto stood before the Kyuubi once again with eyes of curiosity. He didn't really think the fox was actually serious when he said he would instruct him on the ancient art of runes until he was skilled enough to transfer his being into Fox Naruto. Why the demon wanted to become a living puppet was beyond him but also understandable. He himself would much rather be a living puppet than a prisoner within someone else. Well, he'd have to make sure to upgrade Fox Naruto before he did the transfer rune for the Kyuubi. He stepped closer to the fox and eyed him expectantly. "So what's first?" he asked. The fox chuckled wickedly and said, "Impatient. Good, because I want out of the crappy but mind ASAP. Just get on with it," was Naruto's emotionless reply. "Insolent whelp. Anyway, the first thing you must know is that runes are extremely powerful. I believe I have told you this before. Runes are to be respected and handled with care. Treat them poorly or draw them half-butted and you will pay dearly." Naruto nodded his head. Also, runes are activated and used with mana, not chakra. At Naruto's raised eyebrow, the Kyuubi sighed. Mana is a type of magical energy, a prior energy that existed before the creation of chakra. Every Biju has mana reserves and each specializes in one type of magic. For me it's rune magic. For the Nibi it's necromancy. Jinchuriki also have this, should the need arise. In order to harness this energy you will need my help. Seeing as you have already grown past the point of being able to develop mana reserves, I'm going to have to instill some of my own. Naruto's eyes widened a bit. Now hold still because I'm starting. Naruto barely had time to say, "What?" before he is swept away by a tsunami of green. Sai, Yugito, Tsunami and Inari were trying to wake up Naruto when the boy's body suddenly jerked violently and began to glow green. "This is unexpected," said Sai as Naruto began to float due to the energy suddenly bursting from him. Tsunami and Inari stood there frozen at what they were seeing while Yugito stood there with wide eyes. I can't believe it." Sai looked over at his teammate and raised a questioning eyebrow. Yugito, understanding Sai's silent question, muttered so only he could hear. "He's gotten his demon on gift him with his mana. The same energy I use for my necromancy." Sai just stood there, not really understanding. Naruto-san was getting some sort of new energy from the Kyuubi? How could you get a demon to agree to such a thing? His interest in both teammates began to rise again. For 10 minutes, they watched as the green glow enshrouding Naruto increased until the light permeated the entire home and claimed all of their eardrums with a high-pitched squeal, causing Inari to cry out and Tsunami to drop to her knees until it suddenly stopped and Naruto crashed back to the bed he was using at the moment, breathing heavily and still very much unconscious. Sai looked at Yugito and Yugito looked at Sai. "It's best if we leave him here to rest," said Sai. Yugito nodded in agreement and got to her feet while helping Tsunami up. "What the hell was that?" screamed Inari, earning himself a slap to the head. "Watch your mouth, young man." Inari groaned and rubbed his sore head. "Stupid blonde," he muttered, causing his mother to glare. "Anyway, as his teammate I apologize for any damage he may have caused," said Yugito. Tsunami just smiled and said, "Oh no, it's quite alright. I'm sure he has some issues to work out so I'm not worried. Now go ahead and assist Kakashi and his team." The two nodded and gave their thanks and shunshined away. Tsunami gave one more look to the unconscious Naruto before she eased out of his room. He looks so peaceful now. Not at all like when he was awake. I wonder what he's been through. Scene change. Huff huff huff, goddamn fox, what the hell did you do? Naruto was on one knee, his left fist planted into the sodden floor beneath him and breathing very heavily. What he had just gone through was the most painful experience he had ever gone through. The beatings he used to receive. They had nothing on what he had to go through a few seconds ago. I suggest you quit beaching and pay attention. I have 9 basic rune names and their symbols to teach you. Fine. The fox sighed and looked him in the eyes. Incendia is fire, Glacies is ice, Levitas is lightning, Terra is earth, Umbra is shadow, Ventus is wind, Lux Lucas is light. There's also metal then under which is water. These are the 9 elements. If you learn how to completely harness the powers of these runes, more paths will open up to you. These runes are the beginnings of all the paths that will open for you. Naruto nodded. Also you must learn the 3 words for rune magic. Ayashio, Cancer and Inficio. Those 3 mean, cast, cancel and imbue respectively. These words will allow you to use any runes you may come to learn how to draw in the future. They are a rune scriber's most valued asset. Do not forget these words for I cannot tell you them again. Naruto nodded again, his entire being was straight and attentive. This impressed the fox a bit. Now for the rune symbols themselves. Scene change. Yugao, Hinata and Suichi were walking towards the market district in relative silence. Or it would have been if Yugao wasn't constantly mumbling about cat beaches and little Hyuga brats. Something that had Suichi growling and contemplating whether or not he should use his new harmonica to put her in a powerful genjutsu that depicted her, Naruto and whipped cream just to get her to shut up. He quickly dismissed that idea for reasons he dared not think about. Hinata was in a similar position though not as extreme as her reddish pink-haired friend. She was worried for Naruto as well as Sasuke and Hanabi. She hadn't the gist of it but apparently Naruto had a new team, both of which were his enemies at one point. That was all she had managed to get out of Yugao before she started sulking again. Hinata wondered how Yugao could be so serious one second then childish the next. Sure, she could understand her feelings for Naruto. She herself had felt the same before his personality change, but still. Yugao, perhaps it is best to think about something else. Training or food perhaps. Yugao glared at the ex-Hyuga then said, Naruto-kun is on a mission away from the village, with an ex-root and an assassin that was just trying to kill him not even 5 days ago. Hinata couldn't help but sweat drop. But, Yugao, I think you need to relax. You're acting like a child right now, said Shuichi. Yugao rounded on the boy in the wheelchair and let out a glare that could scare the Hokage. Don't trust his so-called team. Shuichi shrunk a bit in his chair. I think we need not worry about Naruto. He's strong and I don't think the Kumo Kunoichi will try and harm him after what he did for her. This statement came from Hinata as she placed a reassuring hand on the Anbu's shoulder. Yugao sighed and visibly calmed down. Yeah, you're right. But now I'm worried she'll stuck him. Cats are known to be frisky. Who knows what other attributes that girl has received from her demon. Overabundant lust could be one of those. PFFFFTG. Ha ha ha. Shuichi couldn't help but burst into hysterical laughter right then and there. Shut it, brat. Shuichi just continued to laugh while Hinata sighed. None of them noticed that they were being watched. Enko frowned. Yugao likes the boy? Well, that's not overly surprising. Damn it, I'm going to have to talk to some people. She quietly leapt off in another direction. She didn't know why she was wasting all of her time trying to find out more about the ruthless puppet using Kyubi Jinchuriki, but she really didn't care. She had to know more about him, especially if he could get rid of the curse on her shoulder. She once again crushed the feeling of hope that had begun to rise up. She wasn't about to hope for sheet. That's not something she did. No, she got things done instead. If Naruto could get rid of the curse seal for her, then she'd have to find a way to get him to do it. She wasn't about to delude herself into thinking that all she'd have to do is approach him and ask and he'd feel all sorry for her and agree right then and there. He wasn't that type of person and she wasn't so pathetic as to do something like that. Damn it, I need more info. Meanwhile, Yugao had taken off to train, leaving Hinata and Shuichi to converse alone. Shuichi was playing a soft melody on his harmonica while Hinata listened with a smile as she wheeled him around. You know, I never see Blondie using that sitar I gave him. He better not be slacking, said Shuichi after a couple of minutes. Hinata giggled and said, I'm sure he's training right now and getting good at using that weapon. Shuichi just shrugged. I just wonder what my sister will think when she eventually meets Naruto? You're sure they're going to meet? Shuichi grinned. Demon right. I know Naruto's rep will eventually begin to spread and it will attract all sorts of attention. My sister will be one of those many people that come seeking him out. Hinata nodded then looked up in thought. I wonder if we can be there next to him with tales of our power being told all over as well? Hee, everyone will know of us. Hinata? You okay? Hinata just continued to stare up at the clouds with a grin on her face. Scene change. Naruto was in pain. It hit him like a wave as soon as he had woken up and it flooded his body. It was going away but it's still. Demon Fox, he muttered as the pain in his chest faded away. He looked around confused for a second until he remembered where he was. He quickly deduced that he was in a guest bedroom and that Sai and Yujito had proceeded to Tazuna's bridge while he rested. He slowly got out of bed and stretched his sore body. Today was the day to end this mission. I wonder how good a tool Zabuza would make? This thought echoed in his mind as he got dressed and armed. He had a bridge to get to after all. But when he stepped out of his room he was met with the sight of 2 samurai holding blades to Tsunami's throat and 1 more holding Inari by the throat. How the hell did you get past the defenses my team and I set up? Was the question he wanted to blurt out but he didn't. The surprise of the 3 men still showed on their faces so he had time to strike. Without a word he launched several Senbon needles at the 3 men and hit the right pressure points. They fell to the ground unconscious and paralyzed. Then without another word he drew his hammer and brought it down 3 times, crushing the skulls of his victims and splattering Inari and Tsunami with blood. Holy shit, yelled Inari while Tsunami just gasped. Naruto looked over at the 2 and said, apologies for the blood. He then pulled out a scroll and sealed everything inside of it, including the splattered blood. There now, stay inside until we get back. He then turned and leapt out of the door. Inari just continued to stare for a few more minutes until he spoke up with a shaky voice. He killed Higata's men. Just like that. Gone. Tsunami could only nod. Inari's face went through several sudden revelations. Perhaps there was hope. Scene change. Naruto faced Tsuna's home and sent a wave of chakra through the area and nodded in satisfaction when the security puppets activated. He figured that in their haste, Sai and him forgot to activate their respective security after installing them. He had no idea where Yugito's zombie samurai were. After that was done, he turned and dashed off towards the bridge, unsealing Danzo and Mizuki. Scene change. There were several levels of bad in Kakashi's mind. Things were annoying when they arrived at the bridge and numerous workers approached Tsuna and quit, fearing for their lives. He became tense when a mist started rolling in at an unnatural rate. He became on edge when the agonized screams of the rest of Tsuna's workers started echoing through the mist. He became worried when the mist cleared, revealing the unconscious and seriously injured forms of the workers crumpled about on the bridge. And he finally dubbed it a bad day when the mist cleared, revealing a man wielding a huge zanbatsu and a young man that looked like a woman. "Kakashi, we meet again," said Zabuza with that grin of his hidden from behind the bandages. Kakashi got into his fighting stance and said, "Yes. It appears so." It was at this moment that Yugito and Sai appeared, causing Zabuza to glare. "Called for backup, huh? It won't make any difference to me. I'll take you all on." Sai tensed and pulled out his brush, ink and scroll. "Wait," said Kakashi. "You and Yugito take on Zabuza's apprentice. I'll take on Zabuza with Sasuke. Hanabi and Sakura guard Tsuna." The group nodded and assumed their positions. Sai and Yugito rushed at Zabuza's partner, who met them halfway with an impressive display of speed. The nin clashed a Senbon against Sai's knife while Yugito threw a few shuriken with deadly accuracy. The nin ducked under them but was met with a foot to the face curtsy of Yugito, then a fist from Sai. The nin was sent flying back to Zabuza. Impressive brats you have working for you, Kakashi. I didn't think mere genin could have that level of skill." Kakashi's sweat dropped as Hanabi screamed. "Did you not pay attention the last time we fought? Sasuke and I nearly killed you. And Yugito-san and I aren't genin, Sai." Zabuza frowned. Hanabi glared but was calmed down by Sakura placing a hand on her shoulder. Sasuke looked at Kakashi and Kakashi looked back. 2 seconds later both were clashed up against Zabuza's blade. "Katon, Gokayaku no Jutsu." Zabuza was surprised by Sasuke's action and therefore was blasted back by the large fireball that erupted from the Uchiha's mouth. He had little time to recover as Kakashi appeared and slammed a foot into his abdomen, sending him into the water. Kakashi leapt after him but Sasuke stayed where he was, looking a bit sheepish. "I still don't know how to walk on water." Kakashi nodded and continued his assault on Zabuza, or he would have had it not been for the giant tornado of water that slammed into him and sent him back to the bridge. Kakashi sighed and pulled him his headband up, reveling the Sharingan. This caused Zabuza to smirk and say, "Sueten, Kirigakure no Jutsu." The area was quickly covered up in a thick white fog. "Sheet," said Kakashi. Zabuza chuckled and said, "That damnable I won't work on me twice. I've figured out its secret. You're dead, Kakashi." Kakashi began to feel a bit worried now. Meanwhile Sai and Yugito were still going at it with Zabuza's partner. This ninja was strong. And his speed was superb. "You cannot win. I can tell already that both of you are not at your best. From looking at you I can tell that you women are injured and you with the black hair has not seen a fight for a while. Probably locked away in prison somewhere." Sai showed no visible reaction while Yugito seemed to get angry. She crouched over as purple-black chakra began to seep from her body. "You know not who you are facing, fool," she said as the chakra began to swirl around her and grant her great strength. The nin froze but then went into overdrive preparing a jutsu. Whatever this woman was, she was powerful. The killing intent alone was messing with his mind. He felt like he was staring the Shinigami itself in the face. Yugito stood back up and smirked with slitted cat eyes. Zabuza's apprentice finished his jutsu, causing a dome of mirrors made of ice to appear around the pair. "I see I should not take you lightly then. Not even with your enhancements will you be able to match my speed." The two then watched as he melted into one of his mirrors and brandished several Senbon needles. Sai looked at Yugito and said, "I trust you can track him?" Yugito smirked and nodded. That was a second before both of them were riddled with Senbon needles. "Demon. I told you. My speed is unparalleled while I'm in these mirrors." Sai pulled a few needles from his arms then proceeded to gather chakra into his legs. "I have faced faster opponents than you. Yugugo-san would be an example." And with that he vanished, and so did Yugito. Scene change. Sakura was a bit scared when Yugito released a bit of the Nibi's chakra. Like everyone else present, she was there the night she fought Naruto. But she didn't get much time to think because Hanabi suddenly shoved her out of the way with a yell of "Look out!" A millisecond before several shuriken embedded into the spot where she just was. She looked at the projectile weapons for a few seconds before she looked up to see that Tsuna was hiding behind an earth wall. "Haruno, get up already!" yelled Hanabi. "We're getting attacked." Sakura gasped and leapt to her feet. It was true. Hanabi had her back against the earth wall, trying not to get ran through by one of the demon brothers. His face was wrapped in bandages and his left arm was still covered in cuts and bruises. "You little beach! You'll pay for killing my brother." The Chunin leapt at Hanabi, intent on running her through with his claws. Hanabi's surprising and very impressive skills had caught the man's brother off guard and he ended up getting simultaneously dismembered by wind blades and incinerated by fire. It was an element fusion kaiton. Sakura remembered that day vividly and for a few hours after that, wondered how a 9-year-old girl could kill so ruthlessly. Sakura could only stare in open shock as Hanabi gave a yell of, "Katon! Kaiton no ho shuriken." The man never stood a chance. Hanabi's body exploded with chakra as she started to spin rapidly. But at the same time the chakra turned into a swirling vortex of orange flames. Hanabi was truly a genius with the juken, or more specifically, the kaiton. She had come up with a style that involves fusing elements and weapons with her kaitons and therefore making her overall style extremely dangerous and highly unpredictable. Without the limits and restrictions placed on by the Hyuga clan and her PRDS of watching Naruto training with his Hyuga puppet Yoshino, she was free to study and integrate whatever she wanted into her fighting style. And the results were a devastating array of different heavenly spins. The Kiri Chunin slammed into the superheated chakra dome full force and was thrown back. Before he could even begin to yell out in pain, about 16 shuriken exploded from the fire dome, each one glowing red from the heat. 3 found their target and melted right through his body like a hot knife through butter. The man screamed in agony as he fell into the water. Hanabi stopped spinning and the fire chakra vanished. She gave a smirk in Sakura's direction and said, "Get your act together, Haruno." Sakura glared. "Shut up, brat." Hanabi merely continued to smirk. She felt so superior right now. She turned back to Tazuna and noticed that he was shivering in fear, with a red-hot shuriken a mere inch away from his manhood. Hanabi's sweat dropped and said, "My apologies, Tazuna-san." Tazuna responded by yelling, "Watch where you throw those things." "Hey, I said my apologies. That doesn't excuse the fact that you nearly castrated me." Sakura sighed and turned her attention back to Yugito and Sai, just in time to see Zabuza's apprentice rush from a mirror at Yugito with an ice version of Zabuza's sword. Gasp! "Look out!" she yelled, but Yugito could not react in time. The masked Nin dashed at the Nibi Jinchuriki with the intention of running her through from behind. But something happened. Just as the sword was about to plunge into Yugito's back, a large lion made of ink latched on to the blade. "Please do not forget that you have more than one opponent," said Sai a second before he vanished. The fake hunter Nin had little time to react before a short sword danced across his chest. He leapt back with a hiss of pain before blending back into one of his mirrors. "You too, Aristodesh." He was cut off by a black-purple chakra-covered fist slamming into his face and throwing him several yards away. The mirror he was hiding in shattered like common glass. As he skipped across the ground he couldn't help but feel worried. He was failing Zabuza. Sai and Yugito stared down at him, their breaths shallow and ragged, a testimony to the inhibitions on their strength. "Give up or die," said Yugito with a glare. The boy shakily got to his feet. "No. I am Zabuza-sama's tool. I will not fail him." Yugito scoffed while Sai conjured up a large ink eagle. "Suit yourself." Scene change. Zabuza blocked a strike from Kakashi while simultaneously burying his heel into the solarplex of Sasuke. "Really now? Is that the best you two can do?" he taunted as he ducked under the jab from Kakashi. Sasuke jumped to his feet while breathing. He couldn't see shit in this mist and it was making him angry. He was mentally cursing himself and all things related to water. Fucking damn it. Inan missing Kiri Nin. He pulled out several kunai and a length of ninja wire. If he listened carefully enough he might be able to locate him. Finally he caught the sound of footsteps heading to the left and smirked. "There." Without a second though he hurled his shuriken attached to wires in that direction. Zabuza was about to cleave the unsuspecting Kakashi in half with his Zanbatsu when he felt the wires wrap around him and de-tighten to the point that they were drawing blood. "Sheet. Hey, looks like I got you." Zabuza scowled as Sasuke emerged from the mist glaring with a spinning Sharingan and a smirk. "I was only half positive that I hadn't snagged Kakashi instead of you. I'm glad I got the right guy," he said, causing Kakashi to sweat drop. "Now," said Sasuke as he started flipping through hand signs. "Prepare to die by my newest jutsu. Element fusion art. Electric fire dragon jutsu." Where Sasuke had learned lightning abilities would forever be a question running through Kakashi's mind. But it wouldn't start running through his mind until later because at the moment everything within a 5-meter radius was about to get super obliterated by Sasuke's jutsu. "Damn it, Sasuke, restrain yourself," yelled Kakashi as a massive fire dragon coursing with electricity blasted from Sasuke's mouth with the force of a hurricane and raced down the wires and at the wide-eyed Zabuza. Both Konoha shinobi had to leap back in order to avoid the intense heat and the random strikes of electricity. From a distance, Yugito, Sai and Haku paused when the bridge rumbled because of Sasuke's jutsu while Hanabi smirked at the gaping Sakura and Tazuna. What was that? Asked Haku. That was impressive Uchiha, muttered Yugito. Meanwhile Kakashi was staring at Sasuke with a bit of scolding and shock. Sasuke, just what the hell was that? And why the hell don't you warn a guy before you use something like that? The Uchiha was about to respond with an arrogant smirk when Zabuza burst from the water with a few burns on his body and a slightly melted Kubikiri Hocho. Brat. I'll kill you. Kenjutsu. Suiryu Yaiba. Sasuke and Kakashi were caught by surprise and therefore could do little to defend against the Mist Nin's attack. Zabuza swung his sword down with great force, causing a huge dragon made of water to spring forth from it and flood the entire area with water cold enough to freeze blood in seconds. Kakashi and Sasuke were swept off of their feet and sent towards Haku, Sai and Yugito. The water was like a powerful river. No one knew Zabuza had this kind of power. Impressive Zabuza-san, said Sai with no real emotion as he used his chakra to stay rooted to the bridge. Zabuza looked positively enraged. This group of arrogant gakis dare mock him? The demon of the Mist Village? They were scum in his eyes. They were nothing. His anger began to rise and the grip on his weapon increased in strength. Haku, come here. Haku immediately vanished and reappeared by Zabuza's side, but Yugito appeared along with him and sank her Nibi chakra-covered fist into his stomach and sent him further up the bridge. Rorgek. Zabuza swung his blade at Yugito with a frustrated scream, but she avoided it with the grace only a feline could possess. Again they mock him. Haku had recovered and enshrouded himself in ice armor, a smaller replica of Zabuza's blade forming again in his hands. He looked at Yugito and vanished. I won't allow you to harm Zabuza-sama, he yelled as he slashed her across the back, getting a loud hiss from her. He was about to strike again when 2 feet slammed into his face and sent him skidding back. Sai and Sasuke were poised and ready to keep fighting. Sasuke with the ever-arrogant smirk while Sai just looked neutral. Kakashi himself had recovered as well and was glaring at Zabuza. You see Zabuza, you cannot win this one. You're outnumbered and outgunned. Give up. Zabuza scowled and was about to shout out his refusal to give up when a cry of ice release. 100 javelin jutsu rang out from above. Zabuza-sama, guard yourself, yelled Haku a second before everyone was assaulted by hundreds of ice spears coming down upon them like rain. Sheet, yelled Yugito and Sasuke at the same time. Dimin, take cover, yelled Kakashi. Numerous counters to Haku's mass assault jutsu were then activated in order to preserve their lives. Tazuna-san, Haruno, get behind me. Kaitan, yelled Hanabi as she began to spin. The blue rotating dome of chakra enveloped all 3 of them and deflected the spears that came their way. Yugito crouched down and said, Shini Kuchios no Jutsu, before she slammed her hands into the ground, causing an overhead disc made of pressed-together skeletons to appear in a puff of green mist above them. The spears bounced harmlessly off of the disc, causing Zabuza to curse loudly. Damn it, why won't any of you die? He yelled. He was about to charge when something suddenly burst from his chest, spraying blood all over a gasping Haku. Zabuza could only look down in shock as a metal spike slowly slid back out of his torso. They won't die, because you're weaker than they are. That voice. It was even colder than his was at times. Such an emotionless, unfeeling voice, one that actually sent shivers down his spine. Though the shivers could also be attributed to shock due to the hole in his chest. Zabuza turned around to face his new foe, only to lock eyes with the coldest blue eyes he'd ever seen. Eyes that should belong to only the oldest of battle-hardened warriors. He felt his own eyes widening in shock when he saw that it was merely a boy with yellow hair. His face was in an uninterested scowl as he twitched his fingers, causing the puppet design to look like an old man to retract the rope spear jutting from his right hand. Haku was yelling Zabuza's name in fear, while a couple of the Konoha nins such as Yugito and Hanabi were excitably calling out the name Naruto. Zabuza clutched at the hole in his chest and suddenly felt his vision go blurry. You are jeopardizing our mission, Momochi Zabuza, former swordsman from Kirigakure no Sato, and for that you die. And no, yelled Haku as he appeared from a mirror and tried to take his head off with his ice sword. The blade was caught suddenly by another puppet. This one swirled with a tainted power as it held the blade with one hand. Haku gasped when the puppet snapped the blade like it was nothing, then jammed its clawed hand into his chest. An ice bloodline limit. You'll make an excellent tool, said Naruto as Haku struggled to keep breathing. However, you first need to die to become just that. You and that fool Emtar of yours. Haku tried with the last of his strength to form a jutsu, but Naruto caught on and grabbed his hammer with his free hand. It's too late for you, he said before his hammer slammed into Haku's temple, killing him instantly. Naruto wasted no time and he directed both puppets to descend upon the wavering form of Zabuza, Mizuki slashing his throat and Danzo slashing his spine with a kunai. The only ones not affected by such effective killing were everyone but Tazuna and Sakura. Both were just gaping at the boy as he proceeded to seal both bodies into scrolls. Sasuke walked up to him and said, "Show off. You only took them down so easily because we weakened them for you." Naruto shrugged and said, "That is a fact that is already known, however it matters not." Sasuke gave another smirk and headed over towards Sakura and Tazuna. "Naruto-sama, that was amazing," yelled Hanabi just to get on Sakura's nerves as she collided with Naruto's torso in a tight hug, not even remotely aware of how close she came to getting a kunai jammed in her neck out of reflex. Naruto sighed as the Hyuga girl continued to smother herself in Naruto's chest. He was still a bit sore from the Kyuubi's earlier actions. "Hanabi, let go of me." She was just about to respond when the sound of a cane slamming into the cement echoed from the end of the bridge. Well, it seems that Zabuza and his little goon couldn't cut it. "Saya just can't find good henchmen anymore." "Well, at least they're dead now and I don't have to worry about killing them now." The group turned and saw a short man wearing sunglasses and a business suit standing at the end of the bridge accompanied by a large army of thugs. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he pried Hanabi off of him. "Are you Gato?" he asked. He was not one to waste time. The man smirked and said, "And what if I am?" A second later he fell to the ground with a kunai in the back of his head as Naruto appeared behind him, much to the shock of the hired thugs. "Then you die," he said tonelessly. The men that were with Gato could only stare for a few seconds before someone yelled, "Hey! That was our meal ticket." "Hey ya! So what are you gonna do about it?" "I say we go and plunder the village for all it's worth." "Yeah." However, their little plan was interrupted by the arrival of Inari leading the villagers of Wave. "Take another step and we'll kill you ourselves," yelled the boy as he pointed a crossbow at the group. Yugito summoned a dozen skeletons, Sai drew up a few wolves and Kakashi created several shadow clones. Naruto himself rejoined his comrades and gave a sadistic smirk towards the group. Common sense finally overrode their greed and caused the group to flee, not wanting anything to do with Wave ever again, and before long there wasn't a single bandit left. The group finally relaxed. Inari looking at Naruto with a look that clearly said, "I admire you." Hanabi grabbed his arm and grinned at Yugito, who huffed and walked ahead. "Let's go get some rest," said Kakashi. Time skip. The villagers of Wave were gathered at the end of the completed bridge to see the group off. "Hey Naruto, make sure to visit again sometime," said Inari excitably while Tsunami nodded in agreement. Naruto gave Inari a slight nod and said, "I will consider it." Tazuna stepped forward and gave each one of them a handshake. "Thank you all for everything. We will always be in your department." Kakashi gave one of his eye smiles and said, "Just be sure to pay us when you can and we'll call it even." Tazuna grunted out, "Greedy ninja," but in a playful manner. Sai and Yugito stood off to the side. Although they contributed, they still felt a bit out of place. Sasuke was of course basking in the attention while Hanabi was trying to get Naruto to be a bit more open. Sakura was over by Sasuke trying to get his affection. All in all, it was a pretty happy mood. "Well then, take care Tazuna-san," said Kakashi as he and the rest of the Konoha nin turned and began to head out. As they did, Tazuna eyed Naruto's back. "That boy is the one who killed Gato and therefore deserves to have this bridge named after him. The Great Naruto Bridge. Named for a hero who knows not yet his greatness." Tsunami giggled. "That was very deep too, San." "Hey, I have my moments." "So anyone disagree?" When no one said anything, Tazuna smiled. The Great Naruto Bridge is complete. There were some cheers. Scene change. As the group exited the bridge on the other side, Hanabi suddenly spotted something and dashed to the side and onto the shore. The group watched surprised as she approached the body of one of the demon brothers. He looked like he'd been in the water for a while. Hanabi grabbed the man's clawed gauntlet that still had the long chain dangling from it and placed it securely on her own arm. "I'm gonna create a very cool kaitan using this weapon," she said with a smile in Naruto's direction. Said blonde just polished his hammer while thinking about his own new tools, a powerful swordsman, 2 lower-level swordsmen and a bloodline user. He couldn't wait to finish them. His last thoughts before he exited the wave were, another bloodline puppet. "Yes, I think this one will do just fine, Haku." Return to Konoha. The trip back to Konoha was interesting in Kakashi's eyes. Never in his life had he met such a constantly personality-changing group of people. Hanabi went from being quiet, serious and arrogant to a squealing hyper little girl when Naruto was around. Thus was evident in the fact that she had her arm clutched around his and kept saying, "Play with me, Naruto-sama." And despite the fact that Hanabi's requests sounded totally perverted, he knew she didn't mean it like that. She just wanted his attention and was competing with Yugito for said attention. Yugito intrigued him. Who knew there were female fans of Ika Ika out there, because he certainly didn't. At the moment she had his book and was nose deep in it. Though she did occasionally bump her hip into Naruto's and say, "Oops, my apologies Uzumaki-kun." which would get Hanabi to start yelling and declaring that Naruto-sama hated Yujito's guts, so leave him alone, which in turn would cause Yujito to scoff and tell the girl to stop dreaming, and that Uzumaki-kun would never sully his hands by touching some little exiled Hyuga girl, which would get Hanabi to yell loudly and charge the Nibi Jinchuriki with her new gauntlet. Naruto himself was taking all of this in stride, whether it was because he was distracted with thoughts of new puppets or just because he was used to this and didn't have the energy to get both girls away from him. Whatever the reason, Kakashi admired his patience. Right up until Naruto jammed a sunban in both girls' necks, knocking them out. "God damn it," growled the boy as he continued on. Kakashi's sweat dropped. Then face planted when Yujito sprang up a second later and said, "Oh, I didn't know you were into that sort of thing, Uzumaki-kun, but I must inform you that sleeping drags are useless against me. However, you can still use me as a hostage while I'm still conscious. It's no big deal." Kakashi slung Hanabi over his shoulder and continued on his way with the group following him. Sai and Sasuke didn't bond. The exact opposite of that happened in fact. As soon as the Uchiha found out that Sai was part of Root, he declared loudly and angrily, "You bastard! How dare you show your face to me? Fight me now or die a swift and messy death." Half an hour of jutsus and ink followed soon after. She just stayed close to Kakashi and examined the special op Nin shyly, still trying to determine if Naruto really was the monster her mother constantly yapped on about. Then suddenly did a 180 and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Gio, get him, Sasuke! Eye him to shreds," when said Uchiha and Sai started fighting. All in all, Kakashi was greatly relieved when the gates to Konoha came into view. Izumo and Kotetsu were once again stationed at the gates when the group appeared in front of them. They watched as Naruto walked past them without a word, Yujito following and stashing Kakashi's Ika into her weapons pouch. Then they saw Sasuke throw a punch at Sai just as Sai's foot slammed into his head. Both flew off in opposite directions from the force of their blows while Sakura screamed loudly for her eternal love. "As you can see, we're back and the mission was a success," said Kakashi tiredly to the two Chunin, who merely nodded with sweat drops and motioned for him to proceed into the village. "Wow," was all Izumo could say. Scene change. Naruto was halfway to his home when the memory suddenly hit him. He spun around and glared into Yujito's surprised orbs and said, "You're going to help me rebuild my house?" Yujito chuckled nervously and said, "Yeah, of course." Naruto grunted and spun back around. He wanted to get this done as soon as possible so he could convert Zabuza, Haku, and the two would-be samurai into puppets. But when he and Yujito got there, both were surprised to find the place already rebuilt. The complex looked as good as new and even improved upon in a few places. "It looks like they already finished it," he said as he turned back to Yujito. "But do not think you are off of the hook yet, woman." Before Yujito could respond, several shuriken embedded into the ground at her feet. Both Naruto and the ex-Kumo Kunoichi looked up and found none other than Yugao on the roof glaring down at Yujito. "What the hell do you think you're doing here?" she growled. Yujito merely smirked that infamous cat smirk and linked an arm with Naruto. "I'm his teammate now, so I get to spend lots of time with him." The purple-haired Anbu vanished with a burst of inhuman speed and reappeared with a katana at Yujito's neck. "Only during missions, Beach. Until then I don't trust you enough to leave you with Naruto-kun, so beat it." She then leaned over and planted a kiss on Naruto's neck. "It's good to have you back, by the way. I hope you like what the two Hyugas and I managed to do with the place." Naruto merely grunted and stepped into the apartment complex turned huge house. "Don't kill each other," was all he said as he disappeared around a corner. Yugao glared back at Yujito and said, "I'll give you to the count of 3 to leave and I'm cutting your demon fingers off." Yujito's smirk only grew as Yugao proceeded to count down. Scene change. Naruto did indeed like what was done with the place. The walls were all freshly painted and repaired, the roof no longer had cracks in it, and the empty rooms no longer smelled like old folks and embalming fluid. He was quite impressed. They even managed to carpet the floors. Weapons were displayed on every wall and puppets patrolled the halls endlessly. Though numerous security seals and puppets were missing or broken. He'd have to remedy that. He turned to a door marked eating quarters and entered without a thought. Then became surprised when he laid eyes on an area that obviously used to be 4 rooms converted, combined and transformed into a large kitchen. 4 stoves lined the walls with small counters in between them, a large sink sat at the right of the stoves and a large round table lined with 5 chairs sat in the middle of the kitchen where Hinata and Niji were drinking tea. "Oh hello Naruto," said Hinata quietly when she noticed the blonde looking around at the kitchen. "I hope you like what we've done." Naruto looked around for a few more seconds and nodded. "Impressive," he said. Hinata smiled, then a loud explosion sounded somewhere from outside, causing Niji to spill tea everywhere in alarm as he leapt to his feet. "What the hell was that?" Another explosion. Naruto sighed and said, "Yujito and Yugao are fighting. It should be over in a second." The 3 sat and waited as the explosions continued for another 5 minutes before suddenly coming to a stop. "And now we wait for a few seconds," said Naruto as he sipped a glass of his own tea. Exactly 6 seconds later there was a knock at the door. Naruto sighed, got to his feet and went to the door. When he pulled it open he was unsurprised to see Sarutobi with both females slung over his shoulder and a large company of enbu. The Hokage looked exasperated as he handed both unconscious females to the puppeteer. I think these belong to you, Naruto. Please refrain from letting them fight over you in the middle of the village. Naruto sighed and took the two, nearly falling over from their combined weight but managing to stay on his feet. I'll be sure to inform them, Hokage Gigi, he said. The Hokage smiled and ruffled Naruto's hair. Good. I'll see you later, Naruto. Naruto nodded. Hey, demon, keep your pets on shorter leashes, muttered one of the enbu, only to have a fist smash violently into his face courtesy of the Hokage himself. Watch your mouth, fool, before I kill you myself, he said. The other ninja looked stunned. Anyway, Naruto, I want you and your team to come to my office later. Naruto merely grunted and nodded before turning around and re-entering his home. He took 2 steps when someone knocked on his door again. Pushing aside his annoyance, he placed the unconscious women on the hallway floor and reopened the door. To find Kakashi with Hanabi still slung over his shoulder. I think this belongs to you, he said lazily as he handed the girl to the puppeteer. Naruto merely nodded and turned back into his complex. Oh, and can I get my book back? I'm not done reading it yet. Naruto sighed and pointed to Yugito. It's in her weapons pouch. Take it, he said. Kakashi seemed a bit hesitant but he paid little attention to it. Niji and Hinata entered the hall still drinking tea to see what was going on just in time to see Kakashi take the book out of Yugito's kunai pouch and Shunshin out of there as fast as possible. Naruto pointed to Hinata and said, take her to her room while I deal with these two. Hinata nodded and carefully took Hanabi from his hands and headed to the young girl's rebuilt bedroom. So how was your mission? Asked Niji. Naruto gave a slight smirk and said, I've gained 2 powerful new tools and 2 more security guards. Niji nodded and headed back into the kitchen. There was not much to say. One would say that Naruto has changed. 2 months ago no one would dare approach him. People only had bad things to say about him and everyone cringed in fear when they heard his name spoken. Now though the boy seemed more relaxed. Many doubted he noticed it himself but the people of Konoha did. He was more approachable and was not so quick to bury a kunai in your skull if you insulted him. Some believed that he was just biding his time. That a demon couldn't change its nature while others knew it was because of his growing group of companions. Most noticed most of this change after his fight with the Kumo Jinchuriki. Instead of killing her like he would usually have, he spared her, took her to the hospital and even went to visit her while she was being held in prison. Rumors spread all over Konoha about Naruto and for once not all of them were bad. So when he crouched down to wake up Yugito and Yugugo it was unsurprising to see his eyes take on a near invisible but still slightly there warmth as he spoke. Wake up you two. We have some things to talk about and now. He gently shook the two until they both snapped their eyes open at the same time. Where am I? What happened? Asked Yugugo as she tried to shake the cobwebs out of her brain. Yugito on the other hand grinned and shot up, grabbing Naruto in a tight hug and saying, now this I can get used to. Waking up with an Adonis's face looking down at me. Hey, let go of him this instant beach. Yugito merely smirked, causing Yugugo to yell and charge. Only to oof loudly as her abdomen collided with Naruto's arm, which proceeded to wrap tightly around her waist. Yugugo was about to protest until she saw his ice-blue eyes shining with anger. Naruto turned to stare at Yugito in the same way. Now listen up, he began in a low and deadly-sounding voice. Learn to get along or I'll make you learn. Yugito is going to be staying here now and Yugugo you had better accept that. I will not have this place getting destroyed again and your constant fighting over me gets on my nerves. To myself. Clear. When both females nodded Naruto released Yugugo. Good. Yugito, find a room and make it yours. And with that he was gone. Wow, said Yugito with wide eyes. I know. He's such an intimidating guy isn't he? Said Yugugo with eyes full of attraction. Yugito smiled and said, all the more reason to make him mine. Yugugo glared but said nothing else. Humph, she said as she headed to her own room, leaving Yugito to tour the place. Naruto was quite pleased to see that his room had also been repaired and that all of his puppet-making tools had been organized and arranged on his walls. Yugugo, Niji and Hinata had done a wonderful job at repairing the place and it made him glad to know that he wasn't going to have to waste time making a suitable spot for making his puppets. Without a word he took off his cloak and revealed his bare upper body. He noted that his hammer was still stained with the blood of the samurai from Wave but paid it little mind as he took that off as well. His body was covered in storage seals, for the weapons he used for his metal hailstorm attack. An attack he suddenly realized that would suit Hanabi more. He made a mental note to ask her if she'd like to have the attack. He certainly saw no more use for it himself. There was also the sitar Suichi had left him. That was another weapon he suddenly realized he had little use for. Though it was obviously useful it didn't fit his fighting style well. He made another mental note to fix Shuichi's legs whether he wanted them fixed or not, then give him back his weapon. He noticed his other puppets, Yoshino, Fox Naruto and Oni Tenshi hanging on the wall. They were still in need of repairs. He sighed as he released Danzo and Mizuki and hung them on the wall as well next to his beetle armor. He had a lot of work to do. He started off by emptying the seals on his body of all weapons stored inside of them before he wet down a towel and wiped the seals away. Then he pulled out the 2 storage scrolls and unsealed the bodies of Haku, Zabuza and the 2 samurai. He showed no reaction at all to the sight of the corpses and immediately went to work by summoning 3 shadow clones and pulling all of the necessary tolls to him and his copies with chakra strings. He had a special plan for Zabuza and Haku, especially since he didn't really know much about Zabuza's techniques other than the Kirigakure, the Suryuden and his Genjutsu. Haku's Hayatan bloodline he knew a lot about, and he figured with a sadistic smile that instead of having 2 strong puppets he would have one that possessed both of their abilities. Yes, this was going to be interesting indeed. He summoned more clones as an afterthought and said, "Repair Fox Naruto, Yoshino and Oni Tenshi as well." The clones nodded, just as reactionless as the original, and went to work. Scene change. Yugito, when she found the training grounds, became ecstatic. The place was so well advanced she couldn't wait to try it out. Uzumaki-kun's home was the most exciting place she had ever been in. Puppets were everywhere waiting to strike. A few of them did strike actually, and her cat-like grace and immunity to poisons had saved her from a gruesome death, though eventually the puppets stopped their assault, apparently satisfied that she had no ill intentions. Either way, during her tour she had found several unoccupied rooms, a room that belonged to Niji, one that belonged to Hinata, and she found Hanabi asleep in her room with the Demon Brothers gauntlet still on her arm. She found the kitchen and numerous bathrooms. She also saw that all of the walls had weapons on them, and she couldn't help but admire some of them. They were obviously made or stolen by Uzumaki-kun himself. She wondered if he would care if she took that blood-red scythe hanging on the wall. Uzumaki-kun was a genius. Both she and the Nibi had agreed on that. She was just about to turn and exit the dojo when a voice spoke up from behind her. "I see you've taken the liberty of touring our home. Tell me, what do you think?" Yugito turned around and locked eyes with the pale lavender ones of Niji. He was standing there with his arms crossed and staring with a slight smirk. Yugito smirked back and said, "I love it. You guys sure have a nice place." "No thanks to you," was Niji's reply. Yugito shrugged. "It's in the past now." Niji seemed to contemplate on his answer before he shrugged and drew 2 kunai. "I'm looking for a sparring partner. My sensei has informed my team and I that we will be participating in the Chunin exams in a few weeks." "And you want to practice with me?" Niji shrugged again. "I see no reason why not. Besides, I can see the longing for a fight in your eyes. You might as well spar with me." Yugito smiled and grabbed the red scythe off of the wall. "Uzumaki-kun won't care, will he?" Niji shook his head. "No. Especially since I'm the one who found that weapon." Yugito squealed with girlish delight and leapt at the ex-Hyuga. "Well then, let's get started." Scene change. Sarutobi sighed as he went over the mission report given by Kakashi. It turned out to be a success thanks to Naruto and his team. He smiled slightly at that. Naruto's skill was very impressive. He wondered if Naruto would accept his team arrangements for long. He knew the boy didn't really care at the moment, and he knew that Naruto seemed interested in both Yugito and Sai. However, he also knew that Naruto liked to be alone. But then again, Naruto has accepted several people into his home, so who knows? He'd figure it out later. For now he'd just finish signing the documents on his desk, then he'd send for Naruto's team. Time skip. Hanabi awoke to a slight rumble of her bed. "Echa? What happened? Where am I?" She rubbed the sleep from her eyes and looked around, trying to guess where she might be when she recognized the familiar surroundings of her own room. She gave a slight smile. It was good to be home. Suddenly her bed rumbled again. "What the heck was that?" she questioned as she got out of bed. She activated her Byakugan to try and see if there was a specific source to the rumbling and saw that indeed there was. It was in the dojo. Niji and the cat girl? They're sparring? Wait, since when is Ithji allowed in here? She watched as Niji ducked under a swing of a scythe, then leap up and fire a huge beam of chakra from his palm, causing another rumble as it slammed into the ground. Hanabi gasped. "Niji can do that? No way." She was so enthralled in the battle between her cousin and the Nibi Jinchuriki that she never heard Hinata come in until she spoke. "Hanabi-chan, hey." Hanabi had spun around, throwing several shuriken as she did so and nearly taking Hinata's eyes out. "Oops, Sasori." Hinata took a couple of deep breaths before she spoke again. "Anyway, I've been informed that Yugito-san will be living here from now on and that Naruto wants you, Yugao and her to all get along. He also said something about a sunbon in the neck, but I'm not sure." Hinata suppressed a smile as she exited the room. Hanabi was no doubt getting ready to head down to the dojo to join Niji in fighting Yugito. Everything went on quite normally for the next couple of days. No one had seen hide or hair of Naruto the entire time. Yugito and Niji were still in the dojo along with Hanabi and Yugao, and Sasuke, Suichi and surprisingly Sai had stopped by for a visit. Though there was a lot of tension whenever Sasuke and Sai were in the same room. There had also been a small group of rowdy drunk villagers trying to attack and burn down the complex, saying the demon and his little lackeys and whores deserved death. Naturally they were dealt with only mortal injuries but no deaths, as long as they got to the hospital in time. Finally, in the middle of the third day, Naruto stepped out of his room covered in blood and smelling like something straight out of something's butt. He had a satisfied smirk on his face and 2 puppets slung over his shoulders. They were the 2 samurai from Wave. He said nothing as he went to the front of the apartment complex and proceeded to set up the 2 puppets as guards, and villagers passing by dared not say anything. Finally, when he was done and making sure the puppets were functioning correctly, he headed back into the complex, back to his room and to his shower. Hinata peeked into the room and saw a huge mess of blood and persevered organs in jars of embalming fluid, along with Zabuza's massive blade and several other weapons that glowed with strange symbols. A hammer, a katana, a kusarigama, a bow staff, a naginata, a spear, a clawed gauntlet, a scythe and a giant 4-point Fuma shuriken. The hammer glowed with a tan symbols that looked like hills or mountains. The katana glowed with a blue wave-looking symbols. The kusarigama glowed with black smoky and very ninja seal-looking symbols. The bow staff glowed with turquoise snowflake-shaped symbols. The naginata glowed with white symbols that looked like blowing winds. The spear glowed with lightning bolt-shaped symbols. The gauntlet glowed with bright yellow symbols that looked like rays from the sun. The scythe glowed with red flame symbols, and the shuriken glowed with silver indistinguishable symbols. Each weapon was very appealing and they radiated a power that was different than chakra. Hinata couldn't help but stare at the weapons. This is how Naruto found her 20 minutes later when he exited his bathroom. Impressive, aren't they? He said with a smirk, causing her to squeak in surprise and jump. Sorry. I couldn't help it. They were so appealing and... She was cut off by Naruto placing a finger on her lips. There is no need for all of that apologizing. You were merely fascinated. I am not going to attack you. Hinata nodded. Why yes. Naruto nodded as well and used chakra strings to gently push her out of the room. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to get dressed and clean up the mess. Hinata blushed and went to apologize again, but a stern look from the boy forced her to stop. Boys. Well, goodbye then, Naruto. Naruto merely grunted and closed the door. Hinata wordlessly made her way back to her room. What were those strange symbols? Perhaps Yugao or his teammate would know. She had never seen such appealing symbols before. One thing was for sure. She was going to be spending the whole day thinking about it. Naruto examined the clothing in front of him with a frown. His orange shorts were covered in blood and worn out beyond repair. He definitely needed something new. And his trench coat was messed up as well. It was still in relatively good condition, but it was too bulky and it too would be better off somewhere else. I'll have to get something new. It wasn't like Naruto didn't have new sets of clothing. He just never really saw the need to change all of the time. He washed his shorts and underwear every day, at least twice a day, and he always kept clean, so it was no big deal to him. But now he realized that maybe it was time for a new look. He went over to his dresser and opened it for the first time in a long time. Oh, it's not much, but these will have to do, he mumbled as he pulled out a pair of black Jonin-style briefs with orange stripes down the sides of each leg, an orange scarf and a fishnet shirt. He was about to put them on when he spotted his beetle armor out of the corner of his eyes. Perhaps he could fit that into his new look. Scene change. Sarutobi sighed in relief as she filed away the last official form before he suddenly remembered something. Oh right, I'm still supposed to meet with Naruto and his team. He quickly wrote a note telling where he was off to, then vanished out of his office, making his way towards the young puppeteer's home. Scene change. Yugito, Yugao, Hanabi, Niji and Hinata were all outside in the backyard talking and eating snacks when Naruto stepped out. So this is where you all are. What are you doing? Yugao and Yugito gasped when they saw him. The boy had changed his look for the much better. Instead of the tattered orange shorts, bandages and cloak or trench coat, he now wore black briefs that were taped from the ankle to just below the knee and a fishnet shirt that defined his muscular form nicely. On his legs were his beetle feet boots, but they had been changed into shin guards and covers for the tops of his bare feet that no longer made him taller than normal. He wore a thick orange new scarf around his neck with his forehead protector attached to that one instead of the old headband. His chest sported the protective plate of his beetle armor along with 2 extra arms and the helmet on his head. However, the helmet was different. Instead of looking like the top half of the head of a stag beetle, it now looked like a hornet's head. With a tinted shade designed to look like compound eyes covering his eyes and 2 long antennae curving backwards from the forehead. The wing case was gone, exposing the insectoid wings underneath and making him look like he was born with them, and 9 different colored storage scrolls were strapped to his left hip. Wow, you look amazing, Uzumaki-kun, said Yugito with a perverted grin while Yugao just nodded. The others were also staring at his new attire as it had come out of nowhere, though Hinata also was secretly enjoying Naruto's new look. The blonde tapped a seal on his helmet and the shade slid up into the helmet, exposing his eyes. The compliments are appreciated, he said. Hanabi darted forward and slammed into his torso, wrapping her small arms around him in a tight hug. The group noticed Naruto sigh in exasperation but do nothing to remove the girl from his midsection. Perhaps he was getting too used to these interactions. Yugito and Yugao on the other hand were annoyed by this. But before they could do or say anything, Hanabi is grabbed by something long, silver and metallic. It was a stinger-like tail that was previously wrapped around Naruto's waist. No one had even seen it move. Hanabi's eyes widened in surprise as she was lifted into the air, then giggled when she realized why. Hanabi, how many times do I have to tell you to quit hugging me? Ooh, but I can't help it. You look so nice. Hinata snickered while Yugito mumbled something about little girls should act their age and pursue people their own age. Naruto sighed again, an action that was becoming way too frequent as he placed Hanabi back on the ground and re-wrapped the metallic tail around his waist. Niji stepped forward and asked, "What brought on the changes to your armor?" Naruto merely looked up and said, "The beetle theme clashed with my new clothing." Niji nodded, accepting the answer. Everyone was once again calming down when Sarutobi appeared, causing everyone there to nearly attack. Whoa, calm down everyone, it's only me," said the Hokage with a laugh. The group relaxed instantly. "Anyway, I'm actually here for Naruto and Yugito. I need to see you and Sai in my office in 20 minutes. Naruto nodded, as did Yugito, and the Hokage vanished. Strange he came here himself," said Niji. "It's probably because he can't trust anyone enough to come here without them doing something that'll get them killed by Naruto or one of us." This comment came from Yugao. "Either way, we got the message. Yugito, let's go." "Right." Naruto grabbed the girl and picked her up bridal style before crouching slightly, spreading his wings. Had widened at first, then she smiled and wrapped her arms around his neck, ignoring the glare from Yugao and Hanabi. "We go," said Naruto as he shot into the sky, getting an excited squeal from the Nibi Jinchuriki. The rest of the group looked on, some slightly jealous of the fact that Yugito got to fly with Naruto while others were wondering if they could find a way to fly as well. Scene change. Sai didn't really have anywhere to go after the Hokage had released him from prison, so he just opted to return to the now abandoned root compound. The place was dreary and depressing, but he'd make do. He never really needed much anyway. He had just exited the compound and entered the market district when Naruto and Yugito dropped down in front of him, scaring several villagers and startling the ink user himself. "The Hokage requests us in his office," was all he said before he retook to the sky. Sai noticed that several villagers were still staring up at Naruto, apparently still trying to come to grips with the fact that someone had obtained flight. Sai would smirk if he knew the appropriate time to do so as he pulled out his ink brush, scroll and ink and painted a bird, used his chakra to bring it to life and take off after Naruto positioned on its back. It took no time at all to get to the Hokage tower, and they didn't even land at the entrance. They instead opted to land on the balcony. The Hokage was there waiting for them, and he seemed unsurprised by their sudden appearance. "Ah, there you are." Naruto placed Yugito on the ground and paid little attention to the fact that she was visibly upset with having to leave Naruto's company. "Hokage Gigi, what is it you require of us?" asked Naruto. The old man smiled and gestured with his hand for them to follow them into the office. "Oh, it's nothing much, just giving you your pay for your mission." "That's it?" asked Yugito rudely, only to get an elbow harshly jammed into her ribs. She grunted and gave a slight glare to Naruto, who was looking at the Hokage. Sarutobi was amused. "Actually, young lady, I would also like for you three to be my bodyguards during the final rounds of the Chunin exams." This surprised all of them. "Well, I figured you three would like something to do something, considering all of you are a lot stronger than Genin. I know Sai was part of Root, which consisted of upper Chunin level ninja and higher, and Yugito was the personal charge of the Reikage. Then there's you, Naruto. You are one of the most powerful ninjas in Konoha. You guys will make excellent bodyguards." The three of them exchanged glanced, then gave respectful bows. "We accept," they said in unison. Sarutobi nodded. "Good. Now here is your payment for your last mission, and here are you Konoha Special Op forehead protectors, Yugito and Sai." The two took the headbands with slight smiles before all three of them turned and headed out of the office. Sarutobi gave a smile at Naruto. "You look nice," he said. Naruto merely grunted. As the three exited the tower and headed down the street, whispers broke out. "Look, it's the demon, his wear and his little follower. Stay away from them, they are very dangerous." "Oh, what are you talking about? Leave the boy alone already, geez. What are you kidding? You've seen what that monster is capable of." "What? Flying? Shit, I wish I could fly. Makes me want to learn the puppet technique so I could learn to fly." Naruto was a bit surprised by this and therefore didn't bother to punish the a-hole slandering him and his companions. Yugito and Sai both noticed this and glanced at Naruto. "It seems some people are changing," said Sai. Yugito nodded. "It feels kinda nice." Naruto didn't say anything. On their way back the three engaged in light conversation. So Sai, where exactly do you stay? Asked Yugito out of the blue. Sai just shrugged and answered in an emotionless voice, I am currently taking up residence in the old hidden compound of the root. This caused Naruto to frown slightly as he mumbled, root, under his breath. Yugito didn't like that answer. You like in that dank prison alone? Why not find an apartment? All of them are currently occupied already. Well, why not ask Uzumaki-kun for a room? You know, has an entire complex to himself, right? At this Naruto's head snapped to Yugito. Don't volunteer me like that, he said with a hint of annoyance. Then he looked to Sai and said, go pack your stuff and choose a room by the end of the day. Sai nodded, surprised that Naruto actually offered him a room after his remark to Yugito. I shall be moved in within an hour, Uzumaki-san. Then Sai took off. Naruto turned to Yugito and snatched her up again before shooting into the sky and back towards home. None of them noticed the square rock exploding and revealing 3 gaping 9-year-old children. Was that him, Konohamaru-kun? Asked a rosy-cheeked orange-haired girl. Konohamaru nodded. Yeah. He's awesome, huh? The boy with the glasses nodded and said, and that's why you want him to train us? Konohamaru nodded. Yeah, if we can get him to train us, we can become the strongest kids in class easily, then eventually we can become as strong as the Hokage himself. The 3 children smiled and made their way towards Naruto's complex. This is gonna be awesome. Children and foreign shinobi. Naruto paid little attention as Yugito snuggled into his chest. His mind was focused on going home and getting to bed. The winds passed freely through his hair and over his face as he soared through the air and towards his destination. The steady hum of his wings filled his mind with its peaceful melody, making him close his eyes for a second to fully enjoy the feeling. Then a hand stroking his cheek snapped him out of it. You look so peaceful, Uzumaki-kun. I like that look, said Yugito as she continued to slide his cheek. Naruto merely shrugged and said, up here is where I find true freedom. It was true. The power of flight was something most if not all humans longed for. Only a very select few have actually accomplished this. Naruto, being one of these people, understood fully what a gift he had been granted. He had to admit to himself that he loved it up in the sky. However, he would have preferred it alone for one simple reason. Yugito's hand was beginning to stray south. Uzumaki-kun, she slurred out, half asleep. Naruto's face twisted into a mix of annoyance and embarrassment and he quickly shot towards the ground. Yugito was forcefully taken out of her daze by this sudden descent, and before she could ask what he doing, she was unceremoniously dropped on the ground. Hey, she began but stopped when she saw that Naruto was already heading down the street towards the complex just a block away. She sprang to her feet and rushed after him. Why'd you drop me like that? I was comfortable. Naruto huffed but refused to turn around. He opened the door and stepped inside, but not before one last comment. Yeah, too comfortable. Then he was gone. Yugito huffed and followed him inside. She tried to catch Naruto again before he headed into his room, but she was just seconds too late. And no amount of prying was going to get his door open again. Oh, you're no fun, Uzumaki-kun, she said as she stalked away. Inside the room, Naruto removed his helmet and his scarf with an air of calmness about him. The only indicator of anything different was the slight blush on his cheeks. Yugito, she's bolder than Yugao, he muttered as he flopped down onto his bed, removing his armor as he did so. Geez, and he thought Yugao's constant hugs and kisses to his neck or forehead were bad enough. He shifted his gaze upward and closed his eyes. He was tired and just wanted sleep. But it was not to be so, for as soon as he closed his eyes, his security puppets started going haywire, alerting his senses of intruders. Already he could hear the other occupants of the puppet-guarded apartment complex rushing towards the disturbance, and he gave a sigh of annoyance. He got up and headed there at a normal pace. There was no need to run. The intruders would be dealt with before he even got there. That is, unless an extremely powerful enemy had managed to sneak in. But what met him at the front door nearly made him face-plant. It was the same for the other occupants of the complex, as well as none other than Konohamaru and 2 other academy children were suspended in the air by the numerous ropes and wires designed to ensnare intruders. Hiha, how you doing? Asked the Hokage's grandson with an embarrassed blush on his cheeks. Niji sighed and headed back inside. Hinata followed him while Yugito snickered. Naruto examined the 3 children with a raised eyebrow before he spoke in a flat monotone voice. What do you want? There were numerous answers Naruto expected to hear from the children. He expected angry yells, demands for apologies, and pointless begging for their lives. However, their answer shocked him and the others. Will you train us, Naruto-boss? Asked Konohamaru, pure sincerity in his voice as he asked his question. Yugito instantly broke out into hysterical laughter and collapsed in a fit, unable to remain standing in her mirth. Naruto had one thing to say to this. What? Train us, said Konohamaru with a huge smile. I've never met anyone like you, and you can fly. You're awesome, man. You gotta train us. We'll make you proud, I promise. We'll never slack off or anything. What? Yugito's laughter intensified, which caused him to look at her with a twitching eyebrow. Leave if you're going to be an idiot. The Nibi Jinchuriki gave a glare mixed with laughter before she turned and walked away. Sure thing, Uzumaki-sensei, ha ha ha. She vanished around a corner just in time to avoid the numerous shuriken and the katana stabbing into the wall where her head would have been. He turned back to the three children with annoyance clearly displayed on his face. With a few finger movements, the ropes and wires released the children, dropping them unceremoniously in a heap. They groaned for a couple of seconds before they scrambled to their feet and stood at attention. Names? Asked the blonde. The girl reacted first, jumping in front of the two boys and striking a pose. I'm Konoha's sexiest kunoichi, Moegi. The snot-nosed boy with glasses jumped to Moegi's left and struck a pose as well. I'm Undin and I love math. Konohamaru just stood there grinning. You already know who I am. We're the Konohamaru Corps, they all said together. Naruto was slightly aware of Yugito's laughter effectively doubling, and he swore he heard a few chuckles from Niji and Hinata. He felt his annoyance grow again as he eyed the three children. Leave, he said as he turned to head back inside. The three children felt a huge arrow pass through their souls as Naruto closed the door in their faces. Demon, that one cold ninja, said Konohamaru. I think I actually felt ice on my shoulders from that one. Moegi nodded with a slight pout, but before she could say anything, Konohamaru's grin returned. That's all right though. You'll come around, Naruto. I won't rest until you train us. Then he took off, his two friends in tow. And all three children ignored the stares from the villagers. Inside, Naruto sighed and headed back to his room. My week just got worse. And it was true. Over the next week, Naruto was consumed with a feeling he hasn't felt since he was 10. Foreboding. The Kono Corps, as the three children had taken to calling themselves, seemed to be everywhere. It was like they had their own impressive spy network in the village. He refused to believe how true that was, despite the fact that the rest of Konoha kisses Konohamaru's, but in a pathetic attempt at skinning up to the Hokage, they appeared wherever he was, ambushed him at every corner. And they had such small chakra reserves he had trouble determining them from the rest of the civilian villagers around. Every minute of every day Naruto was outside his complex, they were there. Like a stink that never quite went away, with their voices high and childish constantly ringing in his ears. Train us. Come on, train us. You know you want to. Come on. Think of the possibilities. You'll never find greater students. Come on, boss. They attempted to tackle him once while he was heading to one of the only two weapon shops in the village that didn't scorn him, and they nearly got their heads taken off by his blade. This action caused numerous villagers to gasp. On the second day, they once again tried to get into the complex and were hospitalized for the rest of the day due to the extremely deadly poisons laced in the kunai knives that had sprayed them. It took a bit of convincing on Sarutobi's part for Naruto to hand over the antidote. On the third day, they took to stalking him wherever he went while looking for opportunities to trap him. They had even partially succeeded once when Undin appeared from behind his camouflage against a fence, making Naruto look over with an annoyed look, missing the other two until they had effectively trapped him with ninja wire for 3 seconds before Fox Naruto freed him and tried to kill the children. On the fourth day, they openly attacked him with training kunai, flinging them at the puppet users 6 at a time each and causing Naruto to capture everyone with chakra strings and fling them back. If they weren't blunted, they would have torn right through the children. On the fifth day, the three disguised themselves as a rock that was square and proceeded to stealthily follow him around until finally Naruto growled and slammed his earth-rune glowing hammer into the ground, causing a literal wave of ground to nearly crush them and numerous villagers. Oh, and the fact that Yugito, Yugao, Suichi, and even Niji had taken to calling him sensei didn't help. The sixth day yielded exploding paint bombs and a huge graphitized message on the side of the complex. You will train us. And that was the last straw short of killing them once and for all. He took to flying. High above Konoha. Way up there where nothing could get to him. Until the 7th day. That was when he finally caved in. Because any child that could get the Anbu Tenzu to grow the message amongst the trees, train the Kono Core Naruto, in the forest, so he had no choice but to read it from above, obviously deserved at least a speaking to before he denied them for the 10,000th time that week. So he flew down to the nearest training ground and waited. And sure enough. I see you decided to give up, eh? I knew you'd change your mind. Konohamaru would have stepped forward if Fox Naruto hadn't suddenly appeared in a puff of smoke and held its zanbatsu as the boy's throat. The only thing I'm considering changing my mind on is whether or not I should kill your annoying butt. Konohamaru's sweat dropped and gave a nervous laugh. Naruto sighed and moved the puppet away from the boy and back to his side where it stood almost protectively. The three children looked on in wonder at the doll. That's amazing, said Moegi. It's so appealing. I've never seen a puppet like this one. The other two agreed. Naruto watched the three children as they examined the puppet with nothing but the purest of wonder and curiosity and couldn't help himself. With a bit of blood over the seals on his arm, the rest of his puppets save for the root appeared in puffs of smoke. Oni Tenshi towered above the children and seemed to eclipse the sun as it spread its massive black wing and waved its tentacles. Yoshino looked to be truly alive, standing serenely next to the massive one-winged puppet with her eyes closed. Danzo stood with his rope spear dancing about like a snake ready to strike, and Mizuki stood with arms crossed and tiger ears flicking to and fro like he was actually hearing things. Then there were his two newest additions. Zabuza stood there tall and imposing, dressed in a cloak and shouldering the Kubikiri Hocho. The blade was glowing with the runes for water and for wind, and the cloak glowed with shadow runes. He looked like a wraith. A very special puppet Zabuza would prove to be in the future. Haku stood there next to Zabuza, slightly behind him, a cold mist spiraling around him slowly and calmly, waiting to be used. An ice mirror formed behind him and reflected the sun brilliantly. The three children felt their admiration for Naruto reach all new levels. Wow! Naruto did a few finger movements and had his puppets do a few things relating to their abilities, and the children watched for hours as Haku made ice sculptures, Zabuza melded with the shadows, Danzo and Oni Tenshi seemed to have a conversation, and Mizuki tried to hit on Yoshino only to be slapped. As time went on, Naruto found himself getting more and more into it. He made his puppets do a lot of different things, much to the enjoyment of the children. He reenacted battles, had them spar, and even had Yoshino kiss Konohamaru on the cheek. Finally, as the sun was setting, Naruto snapped out of it and resealed his puppets. The Kono Corps were disappointed but still extremely happy. They had never had such a great day with anyone. "Explain to me," began the puppeteer as he got to his feet. The three children looked on in full attention. "Why me? Why seek me out to the point of risking death? Why not ask for some other ninja to train you? Do you simply wish to learn the puppet technique?" He had to know. No child was insane enough to purposefully drive the easily angered and bloodthirsty puppet using Kyubi Jinchuriki of Konoha without some sort of good reason other than training. No child wanted to learn to play with dolls anyway. He had heard enough people say it enough times. Truly no one knows the potential of the puppet technique. So he eyed the three children with a cold, emotionless gaze, keeping his blue orbs trained on them as to make sure he saw no hints of deception or ulterior motives. Konohamaru was the first to speak. "Because you're different." But that certainly was an answer he wasn't expecting. "Because he's different? What irony." He would have laughed if it was in his nature to do so. Instead he frowned a bit. "Do you know who I am?" he asked, emotionless. Konohamaru didn't have an answer, and neither did Moegi or Undin. The blonde sighed. "I am Uzumaki Naruto. My rank is Special Op Nin of Konohagakure no Sato. I am the soon-to-be most powerful puppeteer on the planet. I feel extreme dislike for over 3/4 of this village and have no qualms about killing people for even looking at me the wrong way. And that includes annoying children." They gulped. "My reputation is not a good one here. Surely your teacher has told you as much?" Konohamaru glared. "That sap? All he talks about is shortcutting me to the position of Hokage. He's a total butt kisser. They all are. But Naruto raised an eyebrow. "You're different. You treated me like any other bratty kid would be treated. You're strong and you won't go easy on me. That's why I want you to train us." Naruto saw through the boy's mask instantly. The boy thirsts for acknowledgement, a new identity, a boy trying desperately to rid himself of his grandfather's shadow. Of course he'd latch on to perhaps the only person besides his grandfather to see him as an actual child and not some title. How unique for a boy with royalty such as his. He examined all three of them. They were so pure, so innocent. Their big eyes seemed to glow as they stared, hope shining just below the surface of their retinas. And yet he just knew they did not know what they were getting themselves into. Training with him would destroy their innocence in a matter of days. Naruto was never one to sugarcoat anything. They would learn all of the dark truths about the world through his training. Were they ready for that? Perhaps not. But then again, he wasn't entirely ready to find out about the Kyubi while suffering from a mass beating either. But still he had. And he had survived, grew strong because of it. He looked at the children one more time and noted with the tiniest bit of amusement the signs of impatience beginning to surface on their faces. He sighed. He just knew he wasn't going to hear the end of this. Fine. That was all that needed to be said. Yatta. Scene change. Sai stood before the complex with a duffel bag slung over one shoulder and a large sketch pad over another. His mind was contemplative. He wasn't used to living anywhere so open. The corridors of Route were practically all he knew. And he couldn't identify the emotion that sprung up when Yugito stepped out and said, "Hey, about time you're pale but got here. Come in and pick a room. I don't know where Uzumaki-kun went." She chuckled. "He's probably running from those three kids." Sai didn't get the chance to say anything before he was pulled into the complex. He mentally noted that the security puppets didn't attack him. Naruto-san must shave programmed me in already. "Come on, I'll introduce you to Niji and Hinata." said Yugito as she continued to drag the boy through the complex. Days went by. Naruto made do on his promise and proceeded to teach the children the basics of human anatomy, poisons, and chakra control. The three soaked it up like sponges in their constant attempts to impress their new teacher. Many had quite a few negative things to say when they saw the honorable grandson and two other young children following the blonde Jinchuriki around the village, openly calling him sensei and boss. But they were also smart enough to say it in the privacy of their own homes. To Konoha, Moegi and Unden, Naruto proved to be a brutal teacher. Some of the things he told them honestly scared the hell out of them. The way he described how a ninja could kill another person had made Moegi go pale and Unden shudder. Konoha took all of this better than the other two as he is from a ninja-oriented family. Naruto was actually a bit impressed when the children continued to train under him. He hadn't expected them to last this long. Hell, he had thought that they'd run off screaming and calling him a sick freak after the first day, but it wasn't so. They kept coming back. And it made him actually put more effort into training them. So what are we learning today, Naruto-sensei? Asked Moegi as she and the other two children followed him through the village towards the academy. Numerous villagers glared at Naruto's back as the small group passed them, but the blonde ignored them in favor of answering his unofficial student's question. Your chakra control still needs improvement, he said. So I will teach you to walk on water using your chakra. The three children. He had already taught them the leaf floating and the tree walking exercise, and the three had learned it pretty damn fast, amazingly so for children their age. In fact, numerous ninja were gaping as Konoha calmly walked sideways on the buildings, still following Naruto. Really? Awesome, yelled Konoha as he pumped his fist in the air. Unden merely gave a smile. Naruto nodded and picked up the pace a bit. Hurry up. The hot springs are right up the street, he said. The three children chorused, "Hi," and began to jog in order to catch up to him. None of them saw the ninja hidden in the shadows, scowling. So that's where the honorable grandson has been, ensnared by the filthy demon's false persona. He followed after them, determined to save the three children. It took almost no time for Naruto to arrive at the hot springs with the children, and when he did, he turned and faced them. Now then, he began as he focused chakra to his feet and walked right out to the center of the steaming water. In order to successfully do this, you must keep a steady flow of chakra in your feet. Use the chakra to create a platform on the water while at the same time fusing it with the water and forcing the water itself to become strong enough to support your weight. Too little chakra and you will sink. The three children nodded, full at attention and with eager smiles. Naruto stared at them for a minute before he glared a bit. Well, get to it. Oh, all right, said Moegi with an embarrassed blush. Naruto nodded as the three approached the water and leapt over to small bridge where he sat and observed. Hot, hot, hot. Naruto hid his amusement quite well as Konoha scrambled out of the water at a frantic pace. Focus more chakra, he commanded as Konoha approached the water again. The day wore on. The Kono core grew steadily better and at a quick pace. Naruto was not surprised in the least. These three children had a talent that was just waiting to be unleashed upon the world. He was actually a bit impressed with them. They had proven to be very dedicated. No matter what he told them to do, they did it with no complaints whatsoever. And finally, as the sun was beginning to set, he called them over. He found it odd that he was actually staring into the hopeful eyes of three children. This was actually far beyond what he'd actually experienced. Sure, there were the few women and girls that were suddenly attracted to him and the few male acquaintances he'd unwittingly acquired in the last few months, but it was still odd to know that there were actually children hoping for his approval, his praise. He gave a sigh and spoke. Not bad, he said. You're actually picking it up faster than I did. The three beamed up at him and he couldn't help the slight smirk that graced his lips. But you still have a bit to go. Then after you are that I will teach you how to make chakra strings. The three would have jumped for joy, but Naruto's hardened look forced them to reconsider. It didn't stop them from smiling though. Now go on. Study at your own pace until tomorrow. I want you to be able to recite to me every bone in the body by then. Hi, they said before they leapt to their feet. See ya tomorrow, Naruto-sensei. Then they were gone. Naruto smirked again. Ambitious brats, he said as he activated his wings and prepared to shoot into the sky. I hope you realize now, Ebisu-san, that I will do them no harm. I am more than just your famous demon. He shot into the sky at an impressive speed. A second later, Ebisu appeared with a slight glare but also an intrigued look on his face, and for the first time, he found himself doubting his thoughts towards Naruto. 2 months later, Shuichi was knocking on Naruto's front door. Man. Open up in there. I know you can hear me, damn it. There was a brief sound of rustling clothing before the door swung open and revealed Yugito. Don't you know how early it is? People are trying to sleep in here. Shuichi ignored the girl and wheeled himself in. Hey Naruto. Ya mind explaining to me why I found this on my porch? And after that sentence he pulled the sitar out from behind his back and shoved it forward. The problem was that it wasn't Naruto he had moved the weapon at, it was Neji, and he looked just as annoyed as Yugito. "Why must you be so dim and loud, you obnoxious simpleton?" he growled out as he rubbed sleep from his eyes and gave a yawn. Shuichi glared. "Up yours but wipe," he said. Neji just sighed and headed to the kitchen to get a cup of tea. Yugito took one look at Shuichi's weapon and sighed. She knew what this was about. She had heard Naruto talking to himself about it. "Uzumaki-kun isn't here right now. He's out with those 3 kids. At 8 in the morning, was Shuichi's reply. "Yes, and on a Saturday. When normal people are trying to sleep." Shuichi growled and replaced the weapon on the back of his chair. "You tell him I want to see him, got it?" Yugito shrugged. All right, don't get your panties in a knot." And before the boy could reply, Yugito wheeled him back outside and closed the door. "God damn it." Inside, Yugito went to the nearest couch and collapsed. "Demon loud mouths," she said before she closed her eyes and passed out. Naruto, who was unaware of Shuichi's plight, stood at a training ground with Konohamaru, Moegi and Unden, watching as the 3 held out arms and wiggled their fingers, causing the chakra strings extended from the tips of them to wave around like snakes. "Good," said Naruto, causing the 3 children to smile broadly. The last 2 months had been extremely productive for all 3 of them. Konohamaru, Moegi and Unden knew more about the human body than most others now, and their chakra control was far advanced. There were some chunin that couldn't even do the things they could. And Naruto's knowledge in runes was progressing pretty fast as well. He had long since mastered the basic 9 and was moving on to more advanced stuff. Things like speed enhancement runes, more defense runes, and even a rune made to permanently keep a blade sharp. He had of course added these runes to the numerous weapons his puppets used. Word had also spread to every corner of the village that Naruto was training the honorable grandson and 2 others in his arts, and while it was generally a good thing to know that a powerful ninja was helping with the development of more powerful ninjas, in Naruto's case there were mixed reactions. Numerous people were generally happy to know that the boy was opening up. But then there were the numerous and very ridiculous rumors on how Naruto even came to be training the children. While some knew the truth, there were those that were still ignorant and had come up with some truly felonious and totally ret-dead theories. Then there was the fact that everyone knew that Naruto turned the poor saps he killed into his puppets and were fearful he would teach the children that as well. Naruto had contemplated that, but then reconsidered. Perhaps when they were older. He eyed the 3 children as they continued to play with their chakra strings and nodded in approval. The 3 had come a very long way. "Here," he began as he tossed a tattered scroll to them. "This will begin you on your path to the art of puppetry. Keep that scroll safe and study hard from it." Konohamaru examined the scroll and gave a huge smile when he read the title. "Thank you, sensei," he said. Moegi and Unden gave smiles as well. "We won't let you down." Naruto nodded, not really caring if they somehow failed to live up to his expectations or not. They were their own people after all, and he wasn't one to pointlessly sadden a child with something as little as standards, especially since he had very few standards himself. The 3 children began to study the scroll instantly, and Naruto just sat and meditated. The Kyuubi was always eager to instruct Naruto on runes. After all, the faster Naruto learned them, the closer he was to freedom outside of the seal. Scene change. Yugao turned her report into the Hokage and rushed home. She'd been on a mission for nearly 2 weeks, and she was in desperate need of a bath. That and she couldn't wait to see Naruto again. She hoped that seductress Yugito hadn't done anything while she was gone. She knew Naruto was nearly immune to the affection of a member of the opposite sea, but that still didn't oust the chance that he might give in, especially to someone like Yugito, a fellow demon container and very openly expressive with her intentions for Naruto. The purple-haired woman was 3/4 the way home when someone called out to her. "Hey Yu-chan, long time no see." The woman almost groaned but held it in and turned around. "Hey there Anko," she said. "How have you been?" Scene change. Later on in the day, Naruto became of something very quickly. There were a whole lot of faces he did not recognize in the village, and he almost stopped in surprise when a rather attractive young foreign woman smiled affectionately at him. "Hey, what's wrong, boss?" asked Konohamaru, temporarily peering up from the scroll he and his friends were reading. Naruto ignored the boy and continued to look around. There were a lot of new faces. He briefly wondered what was going on before it all came back to him. "Heh," he began. "It's that time already?" He looked up at the sky. It was around noon. The sun was at its highest point in the sky and beating down on the village. So the Chunin exams were about to begin. Perhaps he should report in to begin his duties to Hokage Jiji. He was taken out of his thoughts when 2 people came around the corner in front of him. The raven-haired Uchiha gave a teasing smirk as soon as he saw Naruto and his 3 apprentices, but held in his comments and just opted for a greeting. Uchiha style. "Uzumaki," he said with a nod. "Uchiha," was Naruto's response. Then he focused his attention on the girl partially hidden behind Sasuke shyly. "Haruno." "Hi, Naruto," she said. The last couple of months had proved a large test for Sakura. She was afraid of Naruto and her mother hated his guts. However, Sasuke was friends with Blonde and so were several others. She had been around and had heard mixed stories about him. She knew about his demon. Everyone did at this point, as Naruto expressed as much without a single care in the world, and Naruto himself, although a bit cold and emotionless, wasn't really all that bad. He seemed to enjoy being around his small group of allies and he was extremely talented. She knew it was him that had motivated both her crush and Hanabi to train so hard, gaining power not natural for people their age and rank. She was also willing to say that Naruto was stronger than Sasuke. Not something fangirls are easily willing to accept. Plus, the fact that he didn't kill her when they first met merited some points. She knew Naruto was itching for council blood and saying the wrong thing could easily lead to death, and she, being a council member's daughter, should have been a prime target. But he generally left her to her own devices, even briefly smiling in amusement whenever she went fangirl on Sasuke. However, she was still intimidated by his presence and sought out Sasuke for comfort, hiding behind him like a little kid. It was pathetic in her eyes, but she couldn't help it. "Still training, I see?" asked the Uchiha, once again looking at the three children who ignored him in favor of reading more of the scroll. Naruto said nothing. He just nodded and gestured toward us the three. "They're persistent but gifted as well." Sasuke nodded. Like many others, he too had seen the three children trailing Naruto, walking on the walls, sprinting across water and pranking poor unsuspecting villagers using their newfound knowledge on the human body. They had talent. Even he could see that. Naruto looked at Sasuke and Sakura for another minute and asked, "Where's Hanabi? I figured you three would be getting ready for the Chunin exams." Sasuke looked up in thought. "Achin, perhaps that's the reason Kakashi told us to meet him in an hour. But I haven't seen Hanabi today. Maybe she's at home practicing her katans." Naruto nodded in agreement. Hanabi worked more than the others on her specialized moves, feeling she had something to prove, what with being younger than everyone else and all. "Who's Hanabi?" asked Konohamaru. That name sounded familiar but only slightly. It was then that he noticed Sakura and Sasuke. "And who's the pink-haired babe with the big ugly forehead and flat chest?" Sasuke actually sweat dropped as Sakura seemingly teleported at Konohamaru. "You little sheet," she yelled with a fist raised. Konohamaru gulped and looked towards Naruto for help and gasped as he saw the blonde already walking away. "Sensei, you traitor," he yelled before he took off, Sakura hot on his heels. Moegi and Unden's sweat dropped as well. "He's so impulsive," said the little girl. Naruto was actually going to respond when he heard an oof, then a "watch where you're going, you little brat." He heard Sakura telling someone to put him down. Without a word, Naruto and Sasuke vanished, leaving the two other children to catch up. Sakura glared hard at the young man before her as he hoisted Konohamaru up by the front of his scarf. "Little punk, smacking me like that? Looks like someone needs to teach you a little lesson in manners." He raised his fist. Sakura glared harder. "Hey, we already apologized, you big bully, so put him down." The young man did no such thing. He merely scoffed and brought his down. There was a loud crack and the young man cried out in pain as a rock surrounded by fire smashed into his wrist. What the hell was that? He dropped Konohamaru, who immediately ran over to Sakura. "I wouldn't mess with that one if I were you, Sunanin." Both he and the young woman he was with turned their heads to the left and saw Sasuke glaring down at them, utter hatred shining in his eyes. "Whoa, local hottie," thought the girl. The young man scoffed again and massaged his fist. "Oh, and why not pretty boy?" Sasuke smirked and leapt to the ground. "Because you could end up dead." And before the Suna boy could react, the bundle on his back suddenly came to life. Four-bladed arms burst from the bandages and grabbed the poor sap in a tight embrace, cutting deep gashes into his body and causing blood to fall to the ground. Sakura gasped and so did the Suna girl. Such a basic puppet," said a voice that sent chills down their spines. The puppet squeezed tighter, cutting off the young man's breath. "Show yourself," exclaimed the girl. She expected numerous people to emerge from the shadows. An image was already in her head. So it was a huge shock when a younger man of about 12 appeared and stared into her eyes with ice-cold voids swimming with merciless intentions, his arm extended and a single finger pointing towards the Sunanin, a chakra string attached to her brother's puppet from his finger. "I am possible," she gasped out as the blonde approached. The blonde's look intensified and so did the Sunanins. Struggling. Suna ninjas here for the Chunin exams, no doubt. He cut the chakra from his finger, releasing the puppet and the young man. "I suggest you watch how you act while in this village. This is the only time I will warn you." Then he turned away with the other Konoha residents following. Sasuke sent one last smirk over his shoulder, then they were gone, leaving two stunned Suna genin and one genuinely surprised reed head. The girl finally recovered enough to approach her injured brother. He was on his back, looking up in shock, and the only thing he could say was, he knew the puppet technique. "Tamari, who was he?" The girl shook her head. "I don't know." Up in the trees the reed head gave a sadistic smile. Perhaps, he can give me a challenge. Naruto didn't know it yet, but this was the beginning of his rise to legend. The progressing day. Shortly after his interaction with the genin from Suna, Naruto was once again back in his complex with Moegi, Konomaru and Unden. Yugao was gone, no doubt off on a mission for Hokage GG or perhaps getting ready for the Chunin exams herself and the duties it entails. Hinata was gone as well, as were Niji and Hanabi. And Sasuke had wandered off sometime during the trip back towards his place with Sakura following close behind. And Yujiro was, where the hell was she? It's not like she had many friends outside of those who helped Naruto take up space in his puppet-guarded apartment complex turned small mansion. She wasn't very popular after all. He turned to the three brats before him. Having long since resigned himself to being these children's sensei, he had programmed the seals and his puppets not to flay them on sight whenever they showed up. This of course opened them up to the numerous weapons, supplies and other assorted items Naruto and his roommates had collected over their lives' ninja careers. Not to mention the numerous puppet parts. And this was the first time they had been anywhere further than the front hallway. He led them to the dojo and set them loose with the words, "Try not to kill yourselves. I will be back later." "Hi sensei," was the energetic call of all three brats as he turned and walked away. They were staring around the area with wide excited eyes for the first time. If one were to have seen their faces, they'd have thought a lifelong dream had been fulfilled after years of perilous struggle and whatnot. Then they grinned. Freakin' jackpot. As he traveled, his thoughts idly wandered back to the Suna trio. And yes, let's not fool anyone here. He knew there were three people there. That redhead's chakra was so massive it was dim and near impossible not to see his, but they're trying to be all stealthy. Hell, those three nin with the music note headband were better hidden than he was. Anyway, that's not what he was worrying about. What was actually bothering him a bit was the redhead's face. There was something familiar about him, very much so actually. He just couldn't put his finger on it. With a shrug he dismissed the redhead from his mind for a bit, adjusting his scarf and exiting his home. Naruto-san. Sai, completely oblivious to the reflexive senbon needle that Naruto had nearly plunged into his jugular, gave a fake smile and a wave. There you are. I believe Suichi-san was looking for you. Ah, that's right, Suichi, yet another thing on his to-do list today. His fingers gave a few flexes before he shrugged. I'll see to him now. He spread his wings and prepared to fly. Wait, Hokage-sama was looking for you as well. I believe he wants to brief us on our duties. Naruto gave a flat, emotionless look to Sai before he shot into the air and towards the Hokage tower, completely unaware of all the attention he had gained from such a simple act. The ninja that were visiting and that had happened to see him showed various signs of shock, surprise and awe. Holy shit, did you see that guy? He freaking flew. Like a bird. Who the hell was he? Is he entering the Chunin exams as well? What's with the hornet motif? He part of that clan from IWA? Sai felt a slight wave of an emotion he couldn't yet identify, causing the corner of his mouth to twitch upwards for just a second before he pulled out his scroll and ink. Hokage-sama would want to see him as well. So, ignoring the gaping and the fresh wave of whispers, he conjured up his standard eagle and also flew towards the Hokage tower. Scene change. Hanabi stepped into a training ground alone and gave a small smile as she detached the clawed gauntlet of one of the demon brothers from the strap on her waist and then pulled out a scroll. Naruto-sama was probably unaware, though she highly doubted it, of this, but she was actually pretty decent with sealing scrolls. She had actually began to learn about them shortly after meeting Naruto, even before the whole fiasco with Root and the exile from the Hyuga by her father. Thus it would be a bit of a surprise to anyone had they been observing the girl when she unrolled the scroll, bit her finger and ran the blood over the seal with a mutter of, "Kai." And it would be an even bigger surprise when three items appeared in a puff of smoke. They were useful items. Picked up, unnoticed by her comrades on her way back from Wave. She couldn't wait to show Naruto-sama. Though the items needed a lot of repairs and it would be a while before she could show them off, it was going to be great. She smiled. Sasuke was also preoccupied, resting on his futon and thinking. He was a bit excited actually. The Chunin exams were coming up and he was sure he was going to be entered by Kakashi. He briefly turned his attention to the pink-haired girl who he allowed to follow him around wherever he went. She was examining his home with wide eyes, no doubt being assaulted with astounded thoughts at the prospect of being allowed into his room. He chuckled a bit in his head. A few months ago he would have viewed this girl as a waste of space, pathetic and undeserving of her budding career as a ninja. But that was then, before she proved to be a person worthy of notice. She accepted Naruto, and therefore accepted him and the others as well. She was open-minded and strong-willed. And despite what a lot of people might think, she was improving at quite an impressive rate with his surprisingly willing help. Her drive to not be shown up by a brat like Hanabi also helped her along. And it felt rather nice to have someone depend on him the way those brats depended on Naruto. It made him feel a bit more like Naruto's equal. Sasuke smirked. Naruto was a person to emulate. That was a fact he was willing to admit. Naruto's power was the biggest evidence of this. Anything Naruto did granted him some new form of power, whether it be techniques or loyal comrades, himself included. He'd employ similar tactics. Itachi was a fool for believing power lies only in hate and vengeance. And he had been a fool for believing that. Not to get anything twisted. Itachi was freaking screwed when that climactic battle eventually came. His revenge mattered to him a lot. And a decent amount of hate would be called forth when the time warranted it. Sasuke would just go about taking steps to that eventual killing in a different way, ones that didn't result in him becoming an empty shell of his former self. Come on, he told Sakura as he stood, his day's worth of pondering done for the time being. Let's go locate our teammate. Training waits for no one. He hid his smile with the expert-like quality of a professional actor when she gave a meek nod and a shudder. The day progressed. Kakashi did indeed sign his team up to enter the Chunin exams, as did Kurenai and Asuma. Naruto and Sai met up with Yugito, who immediately launched herself at the puppet user and clung to him while nuzzling his cheek with hers, purring like a cat. Uzumaki-kun, I missed you, she exclaimed with another hug. Naruto had sighed and removed the Nibi Jinchuriki from his person before standing at attention before Sarutobi. Hokage Gigi, he said, his tone exasperated as he held Yugito away from him. The Hokage gave a chuckle. Hello Naruto. It's been a bit of time since we last talked, eh? Naruto gave the very slightest of smiles and shrugged. We're busy people, he said. The Hokage chuckled. So I hear from my grandson. Yugito snickered, making Naruto glare at her. Anyway, continued Sarutobi as he became serious again. I suppose I should give you a bit of a brief of your upcoming duties for the exams then. Yugito stood at attention, Sai, too became, well, more serious than he usually looks, and Naruto's only visible change was the very slight change in his posture. The Hokage eyed all three of them with something akin to fondness as he laced his fingers and began to speak again. Well, first know that your services won't even be absolutely needed until the third part of the Chunin exams, where you will act as my personal guard, though I do want you to keep an eye out for any trouble in the village. There will be several well-known people from other countries here, both allies and hostiles. Just be sure to keep them in line and be ready any time, as I may need your assistance. Yugito looked shocked, as did Naruto, while Sai's eyes widened just a bit. The Hokage chuckled. No need to be so surprised. Surely the rank, special op, meant more than you thought? Your rank signifies your status in my eyes as well as your power and prestige. I alone have the power to tell you what to do. Until then you are free to do as you wish, as long as you do not endanger the village. Yugito and Sai both looked even more shocked. They had accepted this rank from the Hokage with only a slight idea of the privileges it brought. They had no idea it brought this much. I don't understand, began Yugito. I am, or was a Kumonin, an assassin sent to kill one of your most powerful shinobi. I'm not even all that loyal to Konoha, just to Uzumaki-kun. How can you so easily throw out such trust? The Hokage went to speak as well, but was cut off by Sai. And I was a part of faction that was less than loyal to you personally. I cannot comprehend this. The Hokage chuckled. It's quite simple, he began. Naruto trusts you. That was all that needed to be said. The question was answered right then and there with that simple statement. It stunned both Sai and Yugito, who both opted to look at the blonde puppet user. Naruto himself was blindsided by those two words and the pure emotion that was laced within said words. He hadn't expected this. And he sure as hell didn't expect Yugito to lunge at him and try to slam her lips into his, though he should have. His reflexes did save him from a mouth RPE, but not from being tackled to the floor by the appealing young woman. It was at this time that Yugugo decided to show herself, looking a bit drunk. Hoke-sama, Yuzuki Yugugo reporting. Fro, what the hell are you doing too, Naruki? Get off of him. A catfight soon erupted that spilled out into the hallway, startling the secretary and making Naruto growl, Sarutobi laugh and Sai chuckle unintentionally, a reaction that caused a million questions to explode into his mind. Looks like more studying about emotions and feelings was in the near future for the young man. His musings were cut short when Naruto unsealed Haku and froze the quarreling kunoichi in ice from the neck down. Demon females, he muttered as he stalked out, leaving the two girls to glare, first at his back then at each other. Scene change. Hanabi opened the door to the dojo and froze at the sight that greeted her. Began Kinomaru as he peered up from the pile of weapons, wooden parts and poisons had gathered up before him and his two friends. Who are you? He then noticed the clawed gauntlet that encased her right arm and gasped with wide eyes. Oh wow, where'd you get that? It's awesome. The young Hyuga's eyes narrowed dangerously and her body tensed. Who are you? She began. How did you get here? Intruders aren't usually this skilled in infiltration. Naruto-sama's traps should have killed 3 weaklings like you. All 3 other children were instantly on their feet, looking offended. But first of all, we didn't sneak in. Naruto-sensei let us in. Second of all, you don't even know us. Who are you calling weak? Moegi glared as well. Hanabi scoffed. What? Naruto-sama is your sensei? Do you think I'm stupid or something? You must be if you don't know that. We've been his students for like 2.5 months, stated Moegi. Konohamaru emphasized this point by creating a few chakra strings that lashed out and tripped the Hyuga, making her land on her butt. Who's weak now, Chibibaka? Hanabi saw red. With a cute little roar, she launched herself at Konohamaru. Her wicked-looking gauntlet seemed to gleam with otherworldly darkness. Die. Scene change. After being thawed out by a still amused Hokage, Yugao gave her report and then promptly headed home, this time making sure to avoid all distractions. Not even the look the girl with a name so annoyingly close to hers would falter her resolve to get home, take a shower and hit the hay. What the hell are you staring at, Cat Beach? Okay, well, that earlier assessment was wrong. Yugito merely shrugged. Not much. Though I do have to wonder why, what are you, like 23? Anyway, I'm wondering why someone your age wants a person as young as Uzumaki-kun. Are you such a loser that no one around your own age wants you or something? Oh no, she just did not. Yugo's head turned to Yugito so fast there was an audible crack. Say that again? She questioned in a voice that made the villagers they were passing by unintentionally wet themselves and run. Yugito's grin became a look of condescending as she crossed her hands behind her head. Well, I'm just saying. You're a grown woman. Uzumaki is 13. Yugao, suppressing the urge to lop off this Jinchuriki's head, replied with a scowl. First of all, I'm only 19, RED, and second of all, aren't you older than him too? Yugao shrugged. I'm 16, not someone way older. I'm closer to his age, so... She grinned. Yeah. Yugao scowled. It's none of your business or your concern who I longing. She then shined off before Yugito could retort. Yugao was too tired and drunk to deal with the antics of that infuriating blonde former Kumo Kunoichi, so she got her butt out of there as fast as possible before she spilt some blood. Scene change. When Suichi opened the door and saw Naruto, he immediately glared. Well, look who it is. Just who I wanted to ACK. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Naruto's slightly annoyed but still mostly emotionless voice rang out even as he grabbed Red Head, hoisted him up over his shoulder and strolled with him to the living room. Your paralysis, I'm ending it, he said, making Suichi's eyes widen in shock. What the hell? Since when can you even do that? Damn it, Naruto, put me the hell down. The blonde puppeteer sighed. Shut up. Yes, I can fix your back. I've been working on a way to heal you since that day we fought Danzo and his minions. Now hold still. He tore Suichi's shirt from him and pulled out an array of tools, inks, brushes and medical supplies. Suichi gasped. Hey, wait a minute, man. Damn it, Naruto, sheet. Let go of me. I never even said I want to walk again. That's why I gave you the sitar. Naruto sighed. That weapon is suited for you and you alone and you're going to use it. Now shut up. This discussion is over. Naruto, it seemed, was still a bit annoyed from his earlier interaction with Yugito and Yugao. Damn it, Naruto. Scene change. Moegi and Unden stared, transfixed at the chaos that was erupting before them with their backs pressed firmly against the wall. The sheer intensity of the battle between Konohamaru and Hanabi had quite honestly scared the two children. First of all, they had no idea that anyone could be as strong as this Hanabi girl was at her age. The girl was obviously no older than they were, but her abilities were on a whole other level. Moegi herself had seen Chunin weaker than this girl. And elemental abilities? What the hell? Who even has the chakra needed for such high-level abilities at this age? Then Konohamaru had decided to shock her with his own skills. Missed me, Chibibaka, exclaimed Konohamaru as he leapt up and attached himself to the corner of the ceiling, dodging the hail of shuriken and grinned down as the scowling white-eyed girl. His arms were crossed and his fingers facing outwards. On each finger was a chakra string and on the end of each string, a kunai. The 10 weapons were positioned around him as if waiting to strike. Cretin, she growled before he flexed the claws to her gauntlet and shot up the wall at him. Konohamaru responded by lunging at her. She dodged to the right and rammed her shoulder into his chest, launching him harshly to the ground. He rolled to the side a second later, barely dodging Hanabi as she crashed into the ground, claws first. She snarled and went to attack but had to roll to the right to avoid his chakra-controlled projectile weapons. The dojo had become a mess of destruction, craters and scorch marks as well as slashes in the wall and distorted earth littered the area. The two children clashed again and again, lost in their battle. Kaiten, screamed the girl as Konohamaru launched all 10 of his kunai at her. The weapons bounced off of the chakra dome, forcing Konohamaru to jump up, tossing around several explosive tags. Hanabi was thrown off of her feet mid-spin as the tags exploded, but her Byakugan allowed for her to block the trio of kunai thrown her way. But these were followed closely by a hailstorm of shuriken. She growled and began to spin again. Futon. Kaze Kaiten. Wind and chakra exploded off of her and expanded out in all directions. Moegi and Unden barely managed to get behind a piece of upturned floor before the wind hit them. Not that it mattered much as the wood was obliterated by said attack and slammed into them, smashing them into the wall. Konohamaru didn't fare much better, but he did manage to wrap his strings around her right before the wind slammed into him, looking her up and snagging her along for the ride. She gasped as she was yanked forward and into Konohamaru a second after said boy hit the wall. They crumpled to the floor in a tangled mess of exhausted limbs and torn clothing. For a few minutes both just laid there breathing heavily and glaring into each other's eyes until finally Konohamaru grinned. With a bit of effort he separated himself from Hanabi and rested his back against the wall. Hanabi meanwhile just sat up and took off her gauntlet. "Huff, you know," began Konohamaru. "You're something else. If it wasn't for Naruto-sensei's training I wouldn't have stood a chance." Hanabi took a few seconds to glare before she sighed. "I must admit, for someone with such a small amount of abilities, you did amazingly well. Quite skilled with what you have you are." She sighed. "And the skills you do possess could only have been learned from Naruto-sama. Forgive my rudeness." Konohamaru snorted. "Don't sweat it. I actually had fun fighting you. Unden and Moegi never want to spar and the other kids in the academy are too weak now, huh? What did you say your name was again?" "It's Hanabi," she said. Konohamaru smiled and stood. "I'm Konohamaru Sarutobi. Konoha's next Hokage." Despite herself, Hanabi smiled a bit. "Nice to meet you." Unden and Moegi approached a second later, both looking like they'd been through hell and back. "Konoha and I think we should leave," said the orange-haired girl. Hanabi glared. "You're not going anywhere until you help me clean this mess." She grabbed Konohamaru's arm for emphasis, causing Moegi to glare at her. Unden just sighed. Later that night when everyone got home, they would be surprised to find Hanabi, Konohamaru, Moegi and Unden asleep against each other in the dojo, a scroll on elemental manipulation abandoned and unrolled in front of them. They all dismissed it though in favor of more desirable goals such as sleep or a shower, or in Naruto's case when he arrived home at the crack of dawn, something to cure his pounding headache. Demon Suichi was a bigger baby than he thought. Well, the a-hole would be walking again by the time the Chunin exams were over, so no skin off his teeth. "Heh, what a clever use for runes though I must say," said the QB. Naruto nodded. "If he manages to break that spine I'm killing him. I put a lot of work into that DMN thing." The QB laughed. Shut up. My head." He missed Yugao giving him a loving and amused look. What a day. At last the day was finally here, the day that had been on everyone's minds for a while now, especially those of the genin of Konoha. The Chunin exams were here and it was time to get started. Naruto, Yujito and Sai stood at attention, from their positions in the tree overlooking the academy, watching the genin as they filed into the academy, keeping their eyes peeled for any trouble. What a strange village symbol," said Sai as he gestured to the three genin with the musical note for a symbol. "Hidden music? Hidden choir? Hidden symphony?" Yujito giggled at Sai's antics and said, "Hidden sound. I heard a couple of people talking about it. They're here to make their debut." Naruto eyed the three critically. So they were newbies from a newbie village, eh? Interesting. The one with the wrapped face suddenly looked up at them but he said nothing, just grunted and continued in with his teammates. Naruto raised an eyebrow. That little act was impressive nonetheless. He looked to Sai and Yujito. They too seemed a bit impressed. "He has excellent awareness," commented the Nibi Jinchuriki. Sai nodded while Naruto just shrugged. They watched as a few familiar faces entered the academy. Naruto took his time to observe them. Hinata and her team were obviously trackers. The Inazuka and the Aburame definitely proved this. Hinata looked up at them and gave a smile and a wave, prompting her teammates to look up as well. Naruto merely gave a slight nod, Yujito grinned and Sai waved back, rather comically too. The Aburame raised an eyebrow upon seeing Naruto's armor while the Inazuka shuddered a bit. They entered the academy a second later. "Heh, lively bunch," muttered Yujito. "Wonder why she never brought her team over?" "That should be obvious," said Sai. "Naruto-san is a scary person." Yujito pouted at the pale ink user. "Uzumaki-kun is amazing. Anyone who can't see that is an idiot." Naruto just sighed and continued his observations. That is when a wave of raw demonic killing intent washed over him and made him stiffen instantly. Yujito too stiffened and her eyes grew wide. As one they turned and looked down. It was the Sand team. They strode towards the academy confidently and with a purpose. But the red head that was leading them, Yujito voiced her thoughts before Naruto could. "A Jinchuriki," she said warily. "What the hell is someone like him doing in a Chunin exam?" Naruto felt his own eyes widen a bit in shock. That's what was so off about him. A fellow demon container. His eyes zeroed in on the red head, taking in every detail. This one was worth keeping an eye on. Naruto already had little trust with others like him. Yujito was an assassin, He himself was a person who would kill without hesitation and without warning should someone prove too annoying or whatever. And the look in this guy's eyes said just as much. He was a killer, had been killing for as long as Naruto had, probably longer. There was a slightly insane gleam in those eyes, but not so much that he'd snap at any given moment. Something bad had happened to him in the past, but not so terrible it off-settled whatever positive had happened to him. Naruto briefly had a flash of a small, faceless child run through his mind, but he couldn't quite pinpoint or connect the dots. The sand team entered the academy and he shrugged. He'd figure it out later. Yugito too noticeable relaxed as did Sai. We'll have to keep an eye on that one. Indeed, said Sai. A second later Sasuke and his pink-haired teammate arrived. Naruto raised an eyebrow in slight amusement. The pink-haired girl was attached to his arm looking nervous and was Sasuke, comforting her? Heh, you learn something new about someone every day. Ooh, they're so cute together. I wonder where the brat is though. She might already be inside. We got here a bit late. Yugito shrugged. True. 69-69. Sasuke and Sakura arrived at the academy where they met Hanabi and Kakashi. So you did decide to show up as Sakura-chan? Asked the Jounin with a smile. The pink-haired girl growled while springing away from Sasuke. The hell is that supposed to mean, jackbutt? Kakashi merely held his hands up in mock surrender. Sasuke chuckled. Mama, no need to be so defensive, sheesh. Anyway, you're all here, so the only thing left now is to wish you luck and guide you forward and whatnot. At the smirks of his three students, Kakashi smiled. Good luck, brats. Now get in there. Sasuke's smirk grew. Of course. He strode forward and opened the doors, and was promptly met with the scene of a pair of boys harassing a girl with buns in her hair and a guy in green. Sasuke went to speak, but Hanabi jabbed him in the ribs. Don't say anything, she muttered. Those two harassing the people are here for a reason. And in case you hadn't noticed, my cousin is on that team. Let's go. Sasuke nodded while looking over at Niji, the member of the team that was pretending to be weak dumbass, and gave a smirk and a small nod before heading to the third floor, passing right through the Genjutsu. They arrived at another room. The large training are usually used by academy students. Sasuke was feeling pretty good, so was Hanabi. Sakura too was feeling a bit confident. Hey you! With the dark eyes. Surprised, Sasuke, Hanabi and Sakura turned and saw the guy in green from earlier standing on the balcony above them. He was grinning. You're Uchiha Sasuke, are you not? I wish to challenge you. He leapt down, landing directly in front of the Uchiha and eyed him with blazing eyes full of challenge. I am Konoha's handsome green beast. Broccoli, now come. Let us fan our youthful flames of K. He suddenly collapsed, twitching and unable to move. Niji was standing behind him with a twitching eyebrow and an extended pointer finger. What did I just say, you simpleton? He growled out. We're trying to keep a low profile. Challenging the Uchiha is not keeping a low profile. Now come on. He hoisted Lee upon his shoulder and gave an exasperated sigh while facing Team 7. Forgive him. He's like a child you need a leash for. Eni-san, how unyouthful of you. Sakura giggled while Sasuke smirked. Hanabi eyed her cousin for a few seconds before she gave a dismissive wave, opting to try out a saying she'd heard a day earlier. No sweat, she said. This is an exciting day, right? Her voice, both cute and little girlish, because she is a little girl, and a bit emotionless, ruined the effect she was going for. Sakura laughed this time and patted Hanabi's head. Who are you trying to emulate now, Hanabi-chan? Shut up. She slapped Sakura's hand away and turned away with a huff, heading towards the door. Let's just go. Sasuke chuckled and gave a shrug to Niji, Lee, and a newly arrived Tenten. I'll spar with you after this is all over and done with, he said, getting an excited whoop from Lee as he was carried away like a sack of potatoes. Hanabi gave a small laugh of her own, and as one the team headed to the door and pushed it open. Complete silence met them, along with the glares of everyone present. Sasuke and Hanabi instantly began a staring contest while Sakura began to look around nervously. Things seemed to be escalating quickly as Sasuke scoffed and killing intent began to radiate. Sasuke, whoosh, bam, until a purple and yellow blur came out of nowhere and slammed into the Uchiha, materializing into an attractive blonde girl. She was grinning widely with her arms wrapped around him securely. You're here. I'm so glad, she exclaimed as she nuzzled her cheek into his hair. Sakura was less than pleased. Get the hell off of him, Ino pig. Ino smirked. Sakura growled while Hanabi sighed and looked away, muttering something about annoying fangirls. So you guys are here too, huh? How troublesome. A lazy-looking pineapple-headed boy and a chubby boy eating chips arrived. Sasuke, after wresting himself from Ino's persistent grasp, eyed the boys. Nah, Akimichi, he said in greeting, to which Shikamaru gave a bored half-wave while Chuji smiled while still consuming his chips. Then a trio of other presences made themselves known. Looks like we're all here. This is gonna rock. He gave Sasuke a smug look. Think you can handle it, Sasuke? The Uchiha simply crossed his arms. Can you? He asked with a superior smirk. Hinata giggled. Of course we can. Yeah, exclaimed Kiba. This ain't the academy anymore, Uchiha. Better not underestimate us. Sasuke's response was simply to smirk a little more, until Hanabi jabbed him in the back of the knee. Oh, knock it off already, it's getting old, she said. Hey, yelled Ino. Who are you to boss Sasuke-kun around, hubrat? Shut up, bimbo, it's none of your concern. Ino growled. Why, you little dash? Ahem. All 9 pairs of eyes turned to face the maker of the noise and were met with the slightly frowning face of an older boy with round glasses and gray hair. You guys sure do make a lot of noise. This isn't a playground, you should keep it down a bit. He approached them, trying to look friendly. Kiba was annoyed. Shut up. No one asked you for your opinion, Four Eyes. The boy seemed to smirk before he gave a non-committal shrug. Perhaps, but you might want to look around. The genin from Konoha did, and were met with the snarling visages of the rest of the competitors. The older boy continued to speak. By acting the way you are, you're making yourselves sound like arrogant noobs, making you all prime targets for attack. Like those 3. He gestured to a trio of especially vicious-looking ninja from the Hidden Rain. They are known for being quite ruthless and scary, so I would be careful if I were you. Began Hanabi of all people, making several glares intensify and focus on her. The day a bunch of low-life cads such as them intimidate someone like me is the day I quit being a ninja. These weaklings are nothing. I agree, said Sasuke. Their killing intent is pathetic. Let them come. Shoo, what are you, stupid? Shut the hell up, yelled Kiba. It's true though, said Hinata, making her teammate gasp and look at her. If they can survive a day with Naruto, then they can have something to brag about. Until then they can all stuff it and leave us alone. Sakura shuddered. Freaking Naruto. How the hell did she forget about him? There was nothing in this room that topped that puppet-using boy in scariness. Nothing. This thought alone made her relax a bit. Naruto? As in Uzumaki Naruto. This came from the older boy, and he distinctly became aware of several of the other Konoha teams suddenly turning away looking terrified. Let the rookies brag and talk shit. Ain't no way they were risking getting in the same room as Naruto. Kami bless whoever decided he wasn't participating in the exams. Sasuke shrugged, slightly aware that Ino was still clinging to him, and spoke. There's only one Naruto in the village, so yeah. The body gave a sheepish laugh and adjusted his glasses. Well, that certainly is surprising. To think several of his companions would be in these exams. How interesting. It seems your confidence is well earned. He pulled out a deck of cards and sifted through them, ignoring the questioning looks he was getting from the foreign nin and suppressing a huge butt grin. This was great. He loved shaking people up. He pulled up a card that had Naruto's emotionless mug shot on it and began to read. Uzumaki Naruto, age, 13, date of birth, October 10th. His ninjutsu is off the charts, as is his fujitsu, stealth and trap making. His taijutsu is above average and his kenjutsu is borderline expert level. I see. He's extremely powerful with the ability to use the puppet technique and is known throughout the village as one of the ones responsible for eliminating Root with the help of Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga's Hanabi, Hinata and Niji and a boy named Suichi, as well as killing Momochi Zabuza and defeating Yugitoni, who is the Jinchuriki of the Nibi. He didn't mention the fact that Naruto was also the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. No need to cause unneeded panic, for now. That and wasn't quite sure if the Sandame's law was still in effect, seeing as how everyone knew what Naruto was, but no sense taking that risk. Holy shit, what? That was the mental reaction of Kankuro. He couldn't keep his jaw from unhinging. A cold bead of sweat dripped down his cheek and he barely suppressed the urge to shake. But he had to ask. Naruto's stone-cold face still plagued his mind as the event from earlier played over and over in his mind again. He spoke. How the hell does he know the puppet technique? That's supposed to be exclusive to Suna. It was true. Suna was going to have a sheet fit when they found out. The four-eyed young man looked over at the puppeteer from Suna and smirked a bit wider. Yes, you're right, he began. However, Naruto does indeed know it. How he came to that knowledge is unknown. He smirked wider. I suppose you're going to inform your superior then? Before Kankuro could respond, killing intent rose up. He can try, said Sasuke, his eyes slowly bleeding over into Sharingan. Oh, he can try all day. Yes, began Niji from the back of the room, his own eyes suddenly coming to life. But he will die first. Hanabi said that all the while, flexing her claws. The redhead's eyes narrowed and his own killing intent began to permeate the air, making several ninjas gasp and turn to him. Naruto's companions instantly zeroed in on him, bodies tensed and ready to act. Settle down, you bunch of maggots. The tension was shattered in an instant by the arrival of the proctor and several other Chunin-level shinobi. The man was a big, intimidating figure with a scarred face and penchant for black clothing. "The name's Ibiki," he began. "Now sit your buttes down or leave." 6969. "Naruto, my boy," began Sarutobi with a fond smile. "How goes it so far?" "Uneventful," said the blonde boy with a shrug, Yugito nodding in agreement with her teammate while Sai simply stared, in that annoyingly creepy fashion that almost guaranteed him no chance with a girl of any kind for the foreseeable future, or so Yugito said to him once. "A new village entered though," said Naruto with a raised eyebrow. "Called themselves the Hidden Sound." "Interesting bunch they were," said Sai. "They have extremely excellent awareness, or hearing. Well, the leader did, far more perceptive than the average genin. He has potential." "I see. Anything else?" "No," said the blonde puppet Enhu, making the third Hokage smile. "Thank you there. You are dismissed." "Sir." The three saluted and exited the room. "You really should do something about that, boy." Konoha melted out of the shadows next to Sarutobi, scowling, her face staring at the spot Naruto and his team were at previously. "And you are making a mistake by keeping that girl from Kumo here too." Sarutobi looked sideways at his one-time teammate. "Something you want, Koharu?" he asked, his voice cold. The old woman shook her head in apparent exasperation. Over the years, Koharu, while still openly disliking Naruto and never opposed to outright having executed, had lessened up if only a bit. She no longer hated him because of the QB, she hated him for everything else. It is appalling to her that Sarutobi allows the brat the freedom he has. Naruto is a danger to everyone that needed to be dealt with, but as Hokage, she recognizes that Sarutobi is in charge. "You will come to one day regret your action, old friend," she thought. "That little monster couldn't be trusted. Your boy forgot to mention," she began, sparing a second to sneer in the spot Naruto was once standing. "That Suna has sent their Jinchuriki." "What?" Koharu nodded, then melted back into the shadows, her voice a mere whisper. "Keep an eye on him. A Jinchuriki has no place in a Chunin exam. Something is up." The third Hokage knew this, and he did vow to keep an eye open. Something was indeed up. 69. Upon stepping outside of the Hokage tower, Naruto was promptly ambushed by Konohamaru. Well, almost ambushed. The WHP-like tail wrapped around Naruto's waist reacted as if it were organic and slapped the boy upside the head, making him flip sideways and land on his head. "Oh, what the heck was that for geez?" Massaging the sizable lump on his head, Konohamaru glared at his sensei in indignation. Naruto merely crossed his arms. "Did you clean up that mess?" he asked. It took a second for Konohamaru to get it, but then images of his little fight with Hanabi came rushing back. He blushed in anger or something else. Naruto couldn't tell, nor did he care to tell. Yeah, I got it cleaned up. Was way easy too. Chakra strings are amazing." Humph. Without any more than that, Naruto began to stroll off. Yugito clinging possessively to his left arm while Sai was either taking notes or drawing a picture. Whatever it was making Naruto look annoyed and Yugito giggle like a little girl. "Kami, they are weird," muttered Konohamaru. He meant Naruto's teammates, of course. Naruto-sensei himself was friggin' awesome. No one could deny that. "Hey, wait," he yelled, suddenly taking off after the blonde. "I need more training, damn it." None of them noticed, either because they were too distracted with distracting each other or just merely didn't care too much. The dark-skinned man with white, almost afro-style hair. "Why, Yugito?" "Darui-san?" Turning toward the woman who spoke, the man gave her an astonished look. "Mabui, I think I saw Yugito Dano." "What?" "Yeah. But wasn't she sent on a suicide mission never to return?" "That's what the old geezer said." Mabui grabbed Darui's wrist and began to drag him to the Hokage tower. "Come on," she muttered. "We have an appointment to keep." Darui couldn't stop thinking about her. About Yugito and the unjust way she was treated, how most people in the village were treated. "You're not going to believe this," he muttered. Hopefully the Hokage would listen to them long enough to accomplish what they came here for.